raving on about how wonderful cakes are, but never gave you one recipe. I mean, you'd feel like you were cheated, you know. We need recipes. So this is the way the approach is to listen to it for some advice. Now, you mightn't like it, and you don't need to like it, you know. You're the boss, not Buddha. I like to say that. So, but to hear it for advice, as advice. And advice for what? Well, to develop what for the Buddha, and we're going to discuss this, our unbelievable potential, extraordinary potential, you know. This is Buddha's deal. Why? Even in turn, that's for our sake, and then in turn, because we all live in this crazy, mad world together, for the sake of others, you know. Roughly speaking, thinking like this. Okay. Sangye charang choke chognam la jangcho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye dropa shog sangye charang choke chognam la jangcho badu dagni kyab suchi dagi chonyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sangye dropa shog sangye charang choke chognam la Changcho baru dagni kyab suchi dagi chönyen gipe sonam ki drola penchir sange dropa shog. Well, as we were discussing last night, you know, the Buddha's expertise is the mind, you know. That's a statement of fact. You mightn't like it. Again, you mightn't like his expertise, but that really is what Buddhism deals with. When it comes down to it, the purpose behind all of Buddha's philosophical views about how things exist, about karma, we'll discuss all this, about emptiness, about compassion, the purpose of all of it is it comes down to the mind, because everything happens in the mind. As far as Buddha is concerned, happiness is sourced from the mind, suffering comes from the mind. And so his view is so specific, and in order to really comprehend anything, even intellectually, when you read about Buddhism, in order to understand what he's on about, you have to at least take on board, as I like to put it, our hypothesis, Buddha's view, his own direct experiential findings about what the mind is. It's crucial to even know intellectually this. Whether you accept it or not is another discussion, you know. Buddha's not asking us to believe a single word he's saying, because like we talked last night, and like it's really crucial to keep this in mind, is that Buddha's not a creator, you know. And that's something I think that alone takes a while to really get our head around, because we're so used to thinking that spiritual teachings, religious teachings, viewpoints are belief, you know. The commonest word we use is belief. We believe in reincarnation, we believe in karma, I believe in this. It's something I just purposely never use that word, because I think you can become intellectually very lazy, because belief is easy. We believe what we like, you know. But somehow the point for the Buddha, because he's not a creator, then like I said last night, we've got to ask logically, if he's not a creator, where does this information come from? It should be the first question we ask. Like if I'm a cook telling you things here, you'd have to deduce that they're coming from my experience. That would be the first thing, wouldn't it? If I'm telling you about cooking, you'd have to deduce that I've done some cooking. Otherwise, I'm a complete fraud, isn't it? It's really obvious. Or if I'm telling you my mother's recipes, and I will tell you my source, and I'll be humble, and I'll say this is what my mother tells me, and I'll tell you her views, right? So, but if it's religion, we tend to assume it's information from on high. We just assume this without even analysing. It's information from on high that you can't prove. This is the default assumption when we think of what we call religion, you know. Well, this is not the Buddha's view. He was a regular guy. He was this regular guy who, like I said last night, came out of this extraordinary Indian tradition. Like the Dalai Lama said, I read it recently, and it really helped me kind of put things into perspective. These amazing Indians, more than 3,000 years ago, they were the ones who first began this extraordinary investigation into the nature of self. I mean, you know, we clever modern people thought it was Mr. Freud, you know. I mean, excuse me. 3,000 years ago, plus, more. I mean, their views about the mind are just astonishing, and Buddha came out of that marvellous tradition 500 years later and then diverged in his own direction, specifically in relation to his own experiential findings about the self, what it is, and all the implications of this. So therefore, we have to take on board this hypothesis, because if it's coming from Buddha's experience, you can't prove it immediately. I mean, if I'm Einstein telling you about relativity and you've never heard of it, no one's asking you to believe it. That's absurd, and you wouldn't think you should believe it. Oh, I can't believe relativity. How can I believe relativity? Well, don't. Take Einstein's methodology, go prove it for yourself. That's the whole point. That's the Buddhist approach. It's very simple, but we so forget that, you know. As soon as we hear reincarnation, we kind of lose the plot. As soon as we hear things like meditation, we lose the plot, get all mystical. And it's a very strong impulse in us, you know. So I almost like to go to the other extreme and be kind of very practical and grounded and down to earth about it. Because the Buddha's view is, okay, the Buddha's view about the mind, it isn't physical. Straight away that blows our minds. Oh, we must be talking religion here, you know, it's not physical. It's not physical, it's not your brain, it's not even a function of the brain. Doesn't mean it doesn't work interdependently with the brain, there's no contradiction. But it isn't the brain that Buddhism was talking about. It's the actual cognitive process itself, the thoughts, the feelings, the emotions, unconscious, subconscious. And Buddhist psychology, which I mentioned last night, it deals in incredible depth with the workings of the mind, really sophisticated stuff. It's fascinating, actually. Modern scientists will be blissed out to study it, but they've got to first posit the possibility they're not discussing the brain, and that's a problem. Because people would rather not do that, you know. So it's kind of interesting. So your mind's not your mind isn't your brain. Your mind is not physical. So even more shocking, your mind doesn't come from someone else. It's not the handiwork of a creator. That's okay if you're a materialist, but more shocking for a materialist, it's not the handiwork of your parents either. Because, you know, we love to blame them. If you're really naughty like an Italian, you'll blame God. Only Italians blame God, I've heard. I've never heard any other religion blame God. Do Swedes blame God? You have rude words for God? No? No, okay. Well, Italians are appalling, apparently. But then I met an Argentinian, and he said they're even worse than the Italians. So whatever. God's a pig, for example. Our Lady's a whore. She's probably even worse than God, you know. Anyway, but we love to blame our mummy and daddy. You know, so the whole idea in Buddhism is that we don't, you know, we don't need creating by either parents or a creator. Basically, the Dalai Lama, when he talks about karma, which we're going to be discussing today, it's like self-creation. So in order to take that on board, even as a concept intellectually, you've got to posit the possibility that your consciousness didn't begin in your mother's womb, which is the assumption we have whether you believe in a creator or believe in science. I don't mean that purposely believe, that your mummy and daddy made you. Then you've got to begin in your mother's womb, isn't it? Well, for Buddha, that's not on, you know. He says you make yourself, basically. You come into your mother's womb while she's lying there with your daddy. Your mind comes along and butts in, you know. Can't blame your parents. We'll discuss all this, okay? So the purpose of all this is get us to this amazing approach that's taught in the more advanced teachings, actually, in the compassion teachings, about how to deal with problems, you know. It's sort of like advanced. That's advanced. The Buddha's deal is first, that's like kind of university level. Junior school level is, first of all, not even about the mind. The way you structure all the Buddhist teachings, very first level of practice, forget about your mind. It's just control your body and control your speech. Behave nicely. Do what your grandma said. Don't harm other people, you know. Then when you get to high school, that's when you start dealing with the mind. So we're sort of discussing with the mind, with the high school here. What the mind is. It's not physical. It is not the handiwork of the physical. It works interdependently with the physical. That's clear. Our mind is not the handiwork of our mummy or our daddy. And that takes a bit of thinking, because we're so used to, all the thinking we do assumes that. All our neuroscience assumes that. Our psychology assumes that. And all the thinking we do assumes that. So we've got to think carefully about that. Doesn't mean they don't play a role, again. Doesn't mean that. So our mind is not physical. It doesn't come from mummy and daddy. It doesn't come from a creator. Therefore doesn't begin in the mother's womb. There certainly doesn't begin in the mother's womb. So think of it like, they've got this term in Buddhist psychology called mental continuum, okay? So I like to think of it as a river of mental moments. This moment of my thoughts and feelings and emotions, because mind is a word that's used to refer to all your thoughts, feelings, emotions, unconscious, subconscious. This entire spectrum of our inner being is our mind. So the word in Buddhism is used in a more subjective, tasty way, you know? It's sort of very personal. So your consciousness, your mind, these words are virtually synonymous. This river of mental moments, and you can track, if you had perfect memory, you know very well, you track it back in an unbroken chain of mental moments. And you've got to get back inexorably to the first second in your mother's womb, which is conception. So then you've got to ask the obvious question, well, what came before that? Well, the second before that, your mummy's sperm was in, you know, daddy's and mummy's sperm were in their own bodies, minding their own business. But where was your mind? Well, you track it back to a previous moment in this river of mental moments, being not physical. So intellectually, that's not a complicated concept to have. It's just that we've got to learn about it to understand what Buddha's saying, because it's not the way we think, you know. And you keep tracking it back, and not more than a few weeks before that, according to the Buddha's view, according to his observation. And this was a view that was current in Asia before Buddha came along, you know. It seems to be those great Indian yogis have also observed this. So you keep tracking your consciousness back, and more than a few weeks before that it was in another body, and so on and so forth. And this is dealt with in massive depth in all the literature, you know. So we're taking this as our hypothesis in this room, but also, like I was saying last night, there's a lot of, you can be a 1% Buddhist. And I mean that very sincerely, because there's lots of things that you can do in Buddhism without ever thinking about the word karma, without ever thinking the word reincarnation, without even thinking about whether your mind's your brain or not. Because we know, like I said last night, we know that we can think things through. We don't need to know which part of our brain is working. I've never studied the brain, but I can think things through. I've proved it all the time. I can decide to be angry or not angry. So that means I'm thinking things through. We can learn mathematics, really complicated concepts. I don't need to know which part of my brain in order to think it through. It's helpful if you want to study the brain, but it's very obvious, that point. So we can take on board a lot of the approaches, which is what's happening these days, all this mindfulness business, Communists can do it. It's all right, Don't need to believe anything. So it's very practical. But if I like the big picture, so we're going to be discussing the big picture here. Since a kid, I always liked the big view, what, this, where, why, whatever. I never went the scientific approach, So anyway, so the Buddha's view is your mind's not physical. Your mind is not the handiwork of another person. And that's a pretty intense concept, actually. The implications of this are really tasty. And the more and more, as a Buddhist, you take that on board. Because the implication of it is, naturally, if God created you, can't blame God, but you have this devotion and faith in God, and I'm not complaining about that. It's amazing. Definitely you can see, if it's your parents, we look back to what happened, what went wrong, the genes, the DNA, this one, their behaviour. We look to there as the source of why I am what I am, and we do that emotionally very strongly. Well, this Buddhist view is, if your mind is yours, then whom do you look to? Your own mind. So it's quite powerful. And this is the business of karma. The idea of karma is that whatever we think and do and say brings consequences to me. Don't think of it in a moralistic way. Whatever I think and do and say, in Buddha's view about the mind, whatever we think and therefore do and say on the basis of that, kind of programs the mind. It's a very tasty kind of concept. They say leave seeds in the mind that brings fruits later. It's just the way the mind works, This law of karma, as the Dalai Lama says, this is the business of it's like self-creation. That we are the ones who create ourselves, in a simple sense, a way of putting it. So the implications are quite intense. That means I don't have to stop looking out there for all the problems, stop blaming Fred to make me happy, and stop blaming Fred for making me suffer. Looking in here. Again, this does not mean we're not interdependently connected to the outside world. That's very clear. But the emphasis for the Buddhist one is this one. The role our mind plays. So therefore knowing the mind, knowing it intellectually, not just emotionally, but understanding it theoretically, how it works, what it is, what is this. And it's quite detailed in all the Buddhist literature. And it's necessary if you really want to be a serious Buddhist, obviously, because the mind is Buddha's expertise, how it works, what it is, how it functions. It's kind of actually, as I said, quite fascinating. So as I said last night, when you study the Buddhism, you learn the epistemological model of the mind, which is the way it functions. Conceptuality, sensory, and it's dealt with, it's quite complex, it's quite fascinating and quite complex. And then we learn the psychological model, which we'll discuss here. We'll touch on the first one occasionally. So the psychological model is the contents of our mind. And this is the crucial one to really get. And again, this is distinctly different in many ways from the way we think of psychology in our world, So the Buddha's view is the reason to know your mind is very practical. It's because it's the source of your happiness and suffering. It's pretty simple. It's the source, the main source. That's it. Quite a simple concept. It's the main source. What goes on in your mind, the Buddha says, is the main source of your happiness and the main source of your suffering. That's a very fundamental point for the Buddha, which is quite shocking because it's not what we think now. Absolutely do not think that for 1 second. In fact, as Lama Zopa says, it sounds quite shocking, the vast majority of all humans on this planet have absolutely no idea that what goes on in their mind plays any role at all in their lives. And this sounds pretty shocking. But this is very much the way, the more we look at the Buddha's view, the more we can then counterpoint it and observe that and realise that maybe it's true, So the reason to go and meditate, the reason to know your mind, the reason to do this is not some holy thing. It's practical for the Buddha. It's totally practical because your mind's the main source. If your mind is the main source of your happiness and you want happiness, and the mind is the main source of your suffering, and hey, you don't want suffering, pretty obvious. We better start learning about your mind. It's not complicated. It's pretty straightforward, And that's the reason, from the Buddhist perspective, why you'd even bother to learn about the mind and therefore bother to do a thing called meditation. So there's many doorways into, many approaches to all this business, to Buddhism, you know. You can speak very philosophically, you can speak from the psychological point of view. Many approaches. You can speak from the point of view it's being a system of ethics, and it is that. It's a system of psychology, it is that. It's an interesting, fascinating, you know, philosophical model of the universe. It is that. It's all these things, and they all come to the same thing. That's clear. So if we're going to be doing this business of learning to see problems as good, which is pretty intense, like I said, they don't really go into that in more depth until you get to the more advanced stages of practice. And it's fairly evident, it's fairly reasonable why. You know, if I've got a boyfriend, have I got a boyfriend? There he is, David. Okay, let's David. Here's last night. If I've got a boyfriend, and I don't, you know, I'm like a regular person who doesn't have any clue about my own mind, but just knows I'm supposed to find a nice boyfriend. I get a nice boyfriend, we move in. But I'm not aware of my mind. I'm not noticing, you know. I mean, I know I get angry, but guess what? It's David's fault. I know I get jealous, and it's his fault. I know I'm happy, and that's his fault too. Do you sort of see my point? And that's the default assumption in all of us. That's what Buddha means by samsara. You know, animals and dogs do it as well. It's an assumption deep in our bones that causes us to hanker after and blame the external things. The objects of our senses, basically. It's the world out there, separate from me. So this assumption, and we'll go into all this, you know. So then naturally, that I'm not very conscious. I've got a boyfriend. So you know, then I hear about how you can learn to like problems. And so there I am feeling completely miserable, completely freaking out, depressed, angry, jealous, have no idea why, don't understand it, or think he's the blame, but have no awareness, there's no introspection. There's just utter misery. And then you tell me that I can learn to see it's good that he beats me up. Excuse me, I don't think so. That is really too insane, you know. Look at the world. You get someone, if you're a therapist, you've got some person coming along talking about their husband beats her up. Well, darling, you can always see it as good. I mean, they'll sue you. And rightly so, because that's such an advanced practice. It's too difficult. And that comes from the earlier work of first knowing about your own mind. So there's this nice analogy in Buddhism that a bird needs two wings. And I like this a lot, and I quote it a lot. And it's a way of actually, you know, it's a framework for understanding the different levels of Buddha's teachings. Well, the wisdom wing, which is the work you do on yourself, this is the junior school and high school. It's the compassion wing. That's the more advanced level, you know. You know how they have this phrase in Tibetan, lam rim, this way of structuring Buddha's teachings that's unique to these Tibetans, right? And Tsongkhapa in the 14th century called it lam rim, path gradual. Well, as His Holiness says, it's like the education system. You know, and if we use an English word to translate lam rim, this nice 14th century concept, we would use the word a course. It's a course. Well, education is like a course. And we know as soon as you hear the word a course, it's gradual. In English, we say it's grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Well, guess what? And then you graduate. It's a really clear concept. All information we learn, music, mathematics, cooking, it's like that. So same here, same here. Just so we don't call it a gradual path. Oh, I'm starting a gradual path of music. We don't say that. We say it's a course, and we get it, right? Well, lam rim is a course, and as His Holiness says, it's the education system. It's like that. So then junior school, high school, university, and then, of course, Tantra is postgraduate. So the wisdom wing and the compassion wing, which is a summary of all the characteristics of a Buddha. Remember I said last night the word Buddha, the etymology is very tasty in Tibetan. Sangye, Buddha. The first syllable implies the utter eradication from our mind of all rubbish, all neurosis, all ego, all suffering, all delusions, which is a pretty intense concept right there. But this is Buddha's finding. That's the wisdom wing, and that's junior school and high school. And that's you doing the work on yourself. This has got nothing to do with others. This has got nothing to do with compassion or empathy. That's all advanced. That's the compassion wing. That's university. Now, when we say words like love and compassion and hate and jealousy, we don't think of it as gradual. We don't think of it as stages. You know, we don't think like that. But to understand this Buddhist approach, we need to think of it this way. And when we can comprehend psychologically, the compassion is a more advanced one. It's really kind of interesting. We'd never think of it this way. But this is really crucial to get if we want to understand this presentation, you know. So it's obvious. If I'm with David and I'm miserable, I have no control of my body or my speech, I don't know my own mind at all, I therefore blame him for everything, and this is normal world, this is why we suffer, then it's clearly insane to tell me I should start liking David's punches and like him looking at other girls. It's madness. I don't even know about my own mind yet. I have no idea. So I've got to learn about my own mind first, which is intense. This is the inner work we all have to do. This is why we go to therapists, to learn about ourselves. I've got to do that first. And that is already intensely difficult. And that means if I want to learn that, I'm going to listen to Buddha. Well, Buddha's saying, Robina, this is high school. Your jealousy is yours, darling. He does the punching. He does the looking at other girls. That's his business. Your business, baby, is called jealousy and anger. Even that's too intense for us. Even that's too intense because it sounds like you're blaming me. It's so practical. It's so simple. It's so obvious. But it's hard for us, even as intelligent, highly intelligent people who studied even Buddhism for years, to hear this, because it's the impulse of ego is so intense. It wants to blame. It wants to put the cause onto David. We could have studied Buddhism for years, know all the words, even teach it, and yet still in our heart feel the victim. And this is the irony of ego in Buddhism. It sounds easy to say jealousy's mine and his looking at the girls is his. It's a really simple concept, and technically it's truth. But to hear it in this way is impossibly difficult. Why? Because the impulse, the Buddha's saying, that we've got the impulse of ego, the impulse of delusions, the impulse of these delusions, and he's talking about from countless lives. We come into this life fully programmed with these junky habits. The impulse so strongly, instinctively, is to think the jealousy comes from him. My anger comes from him. It's like he injects me with jealousy, injects me with anger. The concept that anger's mine is really not complicated. It's not like hearing about emptiness. It's a simple concept, but we don't believe it for 1 second. Because the irony of ego is it's completely caught up in this business of I'm an innocent victim. It's not my fault. I didn't ask to get born, did I? I mean, look at us. We say that. So to hear these simple words, but to apply them, oh my goodness. And this is the wisdom wing. Forget compassion yet. Because the concept of seeing a problem as good, not just is a more advanced level of really trying to cultivate compassion, it's also implying emptiness. The things have no inherent nature. This is the basis of the transforming problems teachings, So just to begin to understand our own mind is really powerful, really intense. And this is Buddha's expertise. And this alone can bring so much benefit to oneself. And this is the wisdom wing. Well, the first stages of the wisdom wing, before we even get to looking at our mind, like I said, it sounds boring. I'd love to practice Buddhism. And you hear it's all about meditation and the mind. And then someone else tells you to behave nicely. Excuse me, my mum told me that. What do you want about? I want something more exciting, please. No, well, you can't look at your mind until you control your body and your speech, can you? You tell me when I was a little girl and having an angry fit, screaming and yelling. My mother tells me that I should look at my mind, go and sit and contemplate. What a joke. Not possible. Even as you get older, if your habit is like my habit in my life is to express exactly what I wanted when I felt like it. Well, even years into being a Buddhist, it was so incredibly difficult. Theoretically, I understand it. But to control the body and speech, intensely difficult. Because what we feel comes exploding out, doesn't it? Unless we have learned. So to even use our mind to harness the energy of our body and speech is already stupendous practice. This alone is incredible, And this is where the teachings of karma come in. This is Buddha's fundamental understanding of it implies behavior, The teachings on karma imply behavior. So the very first level of practice, like I'm saying, entry-level junior school in Buddhism, is the teachings about ethics, is the teachings about, behaving nicely. And so the very first level is in reference to the grosser levels of bad behavior, if you like, the actions that we would do with our body and speech that harm others. So that's the first level of practice. Buddha would exhort us to not kill, not lie, not steal, not jump on the wrong partner, not this, not that, just like Jesus does. And no doubt any decent communist would tell you as well. So this is common agreed stuff. Behave nicely. At least don't harm other people. The world would be a happy place if we could all do that. And that's just behavior. It's already intense. So the implication for here, for Buddha, is quite powerful. And I think it's worth it to really unpack it, you know. Because as soon as we hear things like don't kill or don't get, you know, don't say angry words or don't cheat on your partner, we sort of hear it. You need a chair. Have you got a chair, darling? Yeah. Is there a chair here? Where are you going to sit?
It's okay. I can sit here or even here. Maybe I can.
There's a chair there? It's so good to see you again.
Thank you.
Good.
For me also.
Good, darling. So this is a really important point again, because like I said before, we tend to assume spiritual teachings are coming from on high, you know, and their belief. And this is, I think, a quite interesting point, and points a lot to the way our ego works. You know, in the world we tend to think, you know, we think things like there's natural law. Now natural law is botany, is a natural law, isn't it? Gravity is a natural law. You know, we would never say somebody created botany. We would say somebody observed what happens already, and then with our clever minds we can articulate this natural law called botany. It's a crucial point. Now, we then think, if we have the ideas of creators, we then think there's God's law. And when what we believe in that, what we say is that's coming from that person who has created certain things. So I remember I had this Jesuit priest friend, and I remember asking him, tell me, what is a sin by definition? What defines a thing as a sin? And this is a crucial point. He said, it's doing what, you know, it's doing what God said not to do. Now, that's the instinctive view we have about morality, isn't it? It's something coming from on high that someone else, if we don't like it, sort of imposes upon us. And I think that's our view in ordinary materialist world as well. That's why we have so much guilt and shame and all this rubbish. It's an instinctive view. This is the dualistic view that Buddha says is a mistake, you know. You know, if I'm in my mother's household and mummy says, don't do that. When I say, why not? We know her answer. Because I say so. Is it not true? So that's why, this is a really interesting point, that's why when I'm naughty and I do it, I'm hoping she doesn't see me. And then I'll say, oh, I got away with that because mummy didn't see me. And that's our view of morality. We're like babies, you know. And then when I do what mummy said, I desperately want her to see it. I'll be very disappointed if she doesn't see that I did the dishes and she told me to. I then want her to see I did the dishes, and then I want her to praise me. That's why I hide what I did when it's naughty, because I don't want to be punished. And this is our default assumption deep in our bones about punishment and about morality. It's punishment and reward. Bad person, good person. This is instinctive within us. This is the way ego works. And when we go more into depth, we'll look at this. So naturally, when we hear a person say, don't kill, don't lie, don't steal, that's the area of morality, isn't it? Then we feel all kind of squashed. If we have faith in God, you won't worry. You'll be very happy to do what God's will. I'm not complaining. It's a great way to live your life. But if we hear it wrongly, we'll get all neurotic and we'll feel all squashed. We'll feel bad person, I'm being punished. All the drama we all know about so well. And then we throw that off. No one's going to tell me what to do. I'm going to do what I like. So the Buddha's point is really interesting. There's no such concept as God's law, because Buddha does not posit a creator. And there's no such concept as Buddha's law. He says everything is natural law. This is a really interesting point. It's not Buddha's law. He's not a creator. He's an observer. Einstein didn't create relativity. He observed it. This is a powerful point to understand Buddhism. So Buddha sounds like Jesus. Don't do this and don't do that. And we can be just as neurotic in hearing it and take on board this dualistic view about it and try and be a good girl because we think someone's going to, Buddha will reward us. Well, it's plain ridiculous. It's not his job to reward us. He's not a punisher. He's not a rewarder. He's not a creator. There's no concept like that in Buddhism. So therefore, so you've got to ask the reason. Why would Buddha, like Jesus, exhort us not to kill? Well, first of all, his definition of a negative action at this level, when it relates to others, is that it's an action that harms another. And he says that's a natural law. No one makes that happen. It's a practical thing. Do some market research in this room and you'll discover in 1 minute nobody likes to be killed, lied to, jumped upon by the wrong person. No. So he says, guess what, people? That makes it negative because it harms others. Like, duh, you know. So his first level of practice is simply to refrain from doing actions that harm others. But the point of this even isn't because it harms others yet. The point of this is not to have compassion. That's advanced. His point is so simple. The reason he exhorts us as an advisor, not as a creator, to not kill, not lie, not steal, because he says, guess what, Robina, honey? It'll harm you, baby. In other words, the whole concept of karma in Buddhism is not a philosophy of punishment and reward, because Buddhism does not assert a punisher and a rewarder. He says it's that whatever any sentient being thinks and then does and says, very simply brings consequences to that sentient being. So the reason he exhorts us not to kill and lie and steal is first for our own sake, because it's going to harm you, he'll say. The reason he would exhort us to do good things is because that'll benefit us. So it's totally for our own benefit. Wisdom Wing's all about us. Nothing to do with others. Back off. Nothing to do with others. Mind your own business. Leave others alone. The Wisdom Wing is all about our own mind. So when we think of spiritual teachings and then we think it's for your benefit, it sounds selfish. Oh, that can't be spiritual. You know, but we've got to really analyze this. And it's not a complicated concept. For example, if someone suggests to you, you shouldn't eat that food, you should eat that food, you don't say, how dare you tell me what to do? You'll be grateful. Oh, thank you for your kind advice, you'll say. Because you know that whatever food you eat will bring consequences to you. It's hardly rocket science. But we don't think it when it comes to the mind. It's fascinating. It's utterly fascinating. You've got to analyse. It's totally fascinating that we don't think that me being angry every day brings any consequences to me. I mean, that's schizophrenic. And that's Lamazopa's point. We don't realise that what goes on in here plays any role. It's kind of completely bizarre. When it comes to emotional stuff. When it comes to intellectual stuff, of course we do. We know very well, if I have to play the piano, even the C major scale, I've got to have the right thoughts in my mind. I can't be thinking F and play C, I'll go mad. I've got to be thinking C and I'll put my finger on C, it's kind of obvious. That's called science. That's called learning things. That's called intellectual. That's called being creative and intelligent. We understand that exactly what plays my hands on the piano comes from what's in the mind. We know exactly what cake you make comes from the mind. We know exactly that. We understand there are consequences to yourself of what you think. But when it comes to emotional stuff, we're really dementedly ridiculous. We're mentally ill. We're schizophrenic. It's not a joke. We really think having what anger and jealousy and delusion doesn't play a role. It's very bizarre when you analyse it like that. Every thought counts when it comes to playing piano and making a cake. And building a building. It comes from the thoughts. If you think it through like that, it's obvious. But when it comes to emotional stuff, we're really bizarre. Very, very weird, you know. Can you hear my point? Yeah. It's kind of fascinating, isn't it? Yeah. And that's because we hear it as religion. It's kind of weird, you know, it's fascinating. Sins. Bad, good, this kind of business, you know. So to wade through all this and use logic and then realise and then get to this simple point that Buddha's making, agreeing with us in science, and guess what, folks, whatever you think, it has implications for you. But okay, where it gets complicated and seems esoteric is he's talking not just now, but he's talking beyond this life. Because he's suggesting the mind comes from before and continues. So he's talking a much bigger, broader, long-term view. So conceptually even that's not complicated. And you know, you don't have to think it, but in order to understand the bigger picture, one needs to at least hypothesize it. So in other words, one way of talking, you know, the Buddhist view is we come into this life programmed from the first second of conception with our own tendencies. With our own tendencies. Where from? From having done them before. So if you play the piano today, and you can play it pretty well, we all can deduce logically you've played it before. It's not cosmic, it was probably yesterday or the day before. Well, Buddha has the same concept, except it's brought, you know, more long term. We come into this life from the first second of conception, programmed with our own tendencies, our own tendencies. So then thinking this idea of morality, ethics, taking Buddhism as a view of ethics, here first, as I said, exhorts us not to kill. Like there's 7 little things. Don't kill. Don't jump on the wrong partner, you know, so-called sexual misconduct. If you have a commitment to a partner, you don't cheat on them or you don't take somebody else's. And you don't steal. So using your body to do 3 things, 3 little instructions, you know. They are defined as actions that harm others, but but the Buddha's understanding of them is because of what motivates those actions, which is in the mind. That's why they leave imprints in the mind that eventually will ripen in the future as one's own suffering. This is the concept of karma. The principles of it, we understand that what you do now does impact upon what you do later, but we always confine it to this period known from birth to death, you know. So the principle, the understanding is not that complicated. It's just we have to hypothesize this idea that consciousness came into this life programmed and goes out of this life programmed. That's the Buddha's deal. What then motivates the first level of practice in Buddhism? The ideal where Buddha's coming from is to motivate us to refrain from harming others, but based on self-respect. Because you know what? I'm sick of suffering. I don't want to suffer. I'm fed up with suffering. I'm going to, badmouth my boyfriend every day, continually abusing David. A simple level, forget long-term lifetimes. I've got to recognize first, this is breaking my heart. I'm fed up with this pain, this neurosis, this misery, this uncontrolled behavior, shouting at David every day, let's say. I've got to first recognize that it's hurting me. This is what takes time. And that means ownership. That means stopping blaming David. This is junior school. Well, this is more like high school. This is the mind. This is the mind. Now, even the junior school implies that. If I'm trying to work on myself, instead of always blaming David, I've got to start to thinking myself, I'm sick of this behavior. I'm sick of the shouting. It hurts me. That's junior school. That's already powerful because that already implies some recognition that my behavior impacts upon me. That's grown up. That's intense. That's a big person. And that's junior school. So it's already powerful. And then get to high school where you start to look at what informs that shouting. What informs my shouting and the fighting. It's what's in my mind. But I can't do that until I start controlling the speech, the shouting. It's so practical, it's so logical. But to get to the point where not hearing it as moralistic, but hearing it as beneficial to yourself, that's what takes time. You'd think we'd be so happy to hear this. But what that implies is owning it as mine and stopping blaming David. Yeah, he might be a creep. He might be cheating on me. But this is so hard because if we look at the world and look at our relationships and look at the intensity of the suffering in relationships, it's hard to get to this point. People often, when you're in a real victim mode, which is the way ego is, the irony of ego, it's like victim. That's what Buddha means by ego, the victim mode, the hopeless, no control, no responsibility, none of it's my fault. I didn't ask to get born. Everything else is everybody else's fault. This is the nightmare of what we call victim mentality, and that's what ego means. Buddha says that's the consequence of thinking it's all out there. You're just like this infant that gets done to by the world, And that's the nightmare. That's what Buddha means by being samsaric. There's no self-awareness. There's no recognition that what I think and do and say plays any role at all. And that means everything is everybody's fault. This is what Buddha means by ego. And this is the nightmare of our suffering, to one degree or another. Therefore, it brings paralysis, no ability to act, therefore no ability to change. Why should I change? It's his fault, isn't it? That's why we do all the things we do. So this one is already intense. The implication of this, even junior school level, is powerful. Because the reason I would want to control my body and speech is for my sake. So that means owning it. Whereas we tend to think now, I'm allowed to shout at David because he's bad. I'm allowed to be angry because it's his fault. That's the view we have now in our bones. So there's no sense of ownership. Therefore, the Buddha would say there's no sense, putting it in my words, no sense of any kind of self-respect. Because we're abusing ourselves, basically. We're abusing ourselves. This is what Buddha's saying. When we're angry and depressed and jealous and anxious and then act it out with our body and speech, we are abusing ourselves. This itself takes time to get to. It's incredible. Like I said, you can be studying Buddhism for years, even teaching it, and still be caught up in this victim mode. I'm allowed to be angry because they did do that thing. You know, that's how we think. That's how we think. It's intense. And it's not easy. Don't think it's easy. It's doable, but it's not easy. It's intense. I mean, as a Buddhist, so-called Buddhist, you know, I like the Buddhist teachings. I like the Buddhist idea. It made sense to me. I came along in all those years before that. I'd been a Catholic, then a hippie, then a communist, and black politics, then a feminist, always looking for the who's to blame. I was really good and I exhausted all options. I promise. I had completely, by the time I was 31, I could find no one else to blame on this earth. First it was all the non-Catholics. Then it was all the rich people. Then it was all the white people. Then it was all the male people. Where else do I go, you know? The animals, can't blame them. So finally I met these Tibetans and they suggested I should look at my mind. Well, that was a brand new idea to me. I'd never heard of that before. Well, I've been trying that one for the last 40 years and it's a hard job, I tell you. So my life as a Buddhist has been strewn with all my, you know, intense relationships. I mean, I'm sincere. I'm trying to do my best. But I've got a clever mouth and it expresses what it wants pretty easily. And that can be harmful to others. And even several years into being a Buddhist, and I was around Lama Yeshe for a bit, being his attendant like for a week, you know. It was so intense. He's my teacher. And then at some point I was feeling all this self-pity. I did something wrong. I forget what it was. And I'm telling Lama, I'm so sorry, Lama, I'm trying to get better. And I said, I'm getting better, aren't I? I was like a baby, you know. He said, yes, you're okay. He said, but he says, you're nothing wrong with your heart, dear. It's just your behaviour. And I kind of like blew my mind. Because even up until that point, I always felt, you know, poor me, it's not my fault. And then suddenly I thought, oh, I'm okay. It's just my behaviour. Do you hear me? It's very powerful. Blew my mind, you know. So even you can like Buddhism. It takes a while to put your money where your mouth is. I'm still trying, still working on it. I used to have some confidence in it, you know, but not easy, you know. I mean, I remember it took me years to have confidence, some moment of taste of the truth that anger and delusions aren't my middle name. And it's a profound teaching that the delusions are not at the core of our being. This is mind-boggling. There's nothing remotely like this in our neuroscience or our psychology. Obviously, because we are talking about the brain. And there's no scientist who has found that you can cut out all the parts of the brain that cause you to get angry, lie, steal, kill, and hate everybody else. We don't talk like that. And therefore, naturally, in all our psychology and our neuroscience, we give equal status to what the Buddha would refer to as negative or neurotic states of mind and positive ones. So we all have an assumption, really profound assumption, that we believe is the truth in our modern world, that these are normal states of mind. As long as they're not too out of control, that we would accept. But to be a normal person, you'd have some depression, some jealousy, some anger, some love, some compassion. Right? And what we mean by normal is that you'd be abnormal if you didn't have them. But this Buddha's outrageous. And excuse me, he didn't come up with this yesterday. He's been saying this for 2.5 thousand years. Please hear my words. I'm not trying to market Buddhism. I'm trying to make the simple point that he discovered from his own observation, his own inner work. Don't mystify it. That the delusions are adventitious. They're not at the core of our being. This is a shocking concept. So to even theoretically appreciate that, like I'm saying, for years, even as a Buddhist, I appreciated it intellectually, but experientially, it was hard to believe, if you like, hard to feel it. Because anger seems so natural. Arrogance and jealousy and the neuroses seem so spontaneous. You don't seem to think you're choosing them. They just pop up, you know. So naturally, because they pop up spontaneously, we call them instinctive. And what we mean by instinct is natural. And what we mean by natural, like I said, is you'd be unnatural if you didn't have it. These are the assumptions we have. So to even hear what Buddha's saying, that this stuff is adventitious and that you can get rid of it, it's a pretty shocking concept. No wonder we think it's religion. It sounds like a belief, doesn't it? It's shocking. But it's pretty intense if we take it on board, even intellectually. So we need to be quite humble with ourselves, you know, not moralistic. Hearing it and understanding it theoretically, and then with humility and patience, continuing to apply it logically every day and argue with ego's ridiculous misconceptions, ridiculous viewpoints, that it's not my fault, it's all done to me, how dare this. It's very deep inside us, even though we know all the intellect. Within our intellect, we know the opposite. So it takes time and clarity and intelligence and patience and humility to do this job, you know. And one step at a time. So why don't we have some questions? And if you'd like some questions first, then we have a tea break or something, some kind of break. Any questions? Any kind. Well, we're just touching a bit on karma and touching on the mind, just generally. So we're going to go into details, okay? But any questions?
Here's one.
Where are you, darling? Talk to me.
I wonder if you could talk a little bit about patience, because we just mentioned this.
Patience. Yeah, good point. Exactly. What time is it? What time is it, people? 11. Huh? 11. Okay. No, I just was on English time. Okay, so now, okay, let's look. Well, okay, I think to do that, I've got to first look at the problem, look at the opposite. Because when you know the opposite, then you can understand patience. You get my point? Yeah. Because that's the virtue. So let's just look at Buddhist psychology now, go into a bit of depth, a little bit of detail about it, and then we'll come to that, okay? Is that okay? All right. Good, darling. Okay. So like I mentioned yesterday, and like I mentioned last time I was here, 2 years ago, and 2 years before that, and 2 years before that, and as Buddha's been saying for 2,500 years, just it's not new, that Buddhist psychology, you look, like I said yesterday, you look into the epistemological model, which is understanding conceptuality and how it functions, and the sensory, the relationship, and it's quite intricate and really quite fascinating, like I mentioned. Then you've got the psychological model, which is the contents of our mind. So basically, Buddhism would agree with the materialist view. There are thousands of different states of mind. But Buddha's terminology has been the same for 2,500 years. He hasn't changed. He doesn't talk about bipolar. He doesn't talk about, psychosis. He doesn't use those terms. But once you know the Buddha's view, you can interpret. You can understand exactly what bipolar is. You can understand exactly what psychosis is and all these other things that we use in the West. And I'm really serious here when you understand the Buddha's view. Because his view seems, on the face of it, very simplistic. So he's got these three categories of states of mind. There's no fourth category. And all the thousands of states of mind that we have are under these three categories. So simply they're negative, positive, and neutral. So don't be it's not moralistic, okay? These are technical terms. So the negative, it's synonymous, roughly speaking, with non-virtuous. And that's where we get nervous, because it sounds like religion. Non-virtuous, negative, delusional, and in English this is a great word. I don't know what you got in Swedish, but in French they don't have a decent word. In Italian they don't have a decent word. In Spanish they don't have a decent word. In Hebrew they don't have a decent word for this. I've checked, believe me. When I get translated, I have to ask them what they're saying, and we have 20-minute discussion, what word's valid here. In English it's a great word. It's really bullseye for Buddha's meaning about the core reason why we suffer. This is implied by the word delusion, and we're going to go into this, okay? So negative, non-virtuous, delusional, disturbing. That's pretty simple, a disturbing emotion. Check the last time you were jealous. It ain't fun. It's deeply disturbing. Affliction. You're going to read this a lot. For me, it's very medieval. I never use that word, affliction. It sounds so strange, you know. Afflicted emotion or emotional affliction. And it's very true, but for me, it's just a bit old-fashioned and strange. You've got to analyse it first to see what it means. But delusion in English, it tells you exactly what it means. We'll go into this. All these are synonymous, okay, for the first category. And these are the ones that Buddha says are the cause of all suffering. Please hear the point. The cause of all suffering. Hello there. Have you got a chair there? Is there a chair for you? Oh, you're okay. Okay. So, and they've got two main characters. You can summarize the two main characteristics, and and each is implied by these two terms: disturbing emotion. They're deeply disturbing. That's the actual experience of going crazy when you're jealous, when you're angry, when you're anxious, when you're depressed. Look at it. They're deeply disturbing. It's clearly obvious. And the other one is, the key point, they're delusional. And I'll go into this. Now you've got the second category, and one called virtue or positive or beneficial or useful states of mind. And these are not disturbing and they're not delusional. until you totally. But anyway, we'll go into this. We'll go into it. And they are the cause of happiness. Like I said before, if you see me and David fighting, you just have to look, and you can tell there ain't much love and compassion at that moment. You can see us being harmonious, and you can tell at that moment love and jealousy and anger aren't playing much of a role. It's sort of brazenly obvious. Delusions at this moment are really unhappy and suffering, and virtues make us happy. It's right this moment, forget long term. The third category, they're called neutral, but don't be misled by this. It doesn't mean they're not important. It's only meaning that they don't have the characteristics of virtues, and this is very specific in Buddhism. It's dealt with in detail. And they don't have the characteristic of being non-virtuous or delusional. It's a crucial meaning. And these are like, I like to call this third lot the mechanics of the mind. Concentration, good memory, all these bits and pieces that anybody needs. If you're a sniper, you need very good concentration. Mindfulness, for example, in Buddhist psychology, the actual technical meaning of that's under the third heading. It's called neutral, and it merely refers to the capacity to not forget what you're doing moment by moment. That's all it means. But the way we use it in our world now, it's got lots of extra bits and pieces, including good ethics, tacked onto it. I'm not complaining, but I'm just trying to be very technical here. Mindfulness is under the third category. It's a neutral state of mind, and that's why, as Lama Zopa would say, thieves need mindfulness. So don't use your definition or the one that Martin will tell you when he teaches you. It's not being rude here, it's being practical. I mean technical, you understand? We use mindfulness now in lots of ways in the West. We can do what we like with it. Buddha doesn't own the word. But if you want to understand Buddhist psychology correctly, you'll know what it is literally, technically, and where it fits. Is it a negative, a positive, or a neutral state? Well, it's under the heading neutral. It's merely the capacity to not forget what you're doing moment by moment. That's neither good nor bad. As Lama Zopa says, thieves need mindfulness. Snipers need concentration. Well, to get realizations in what Buddha's saying, you've got to have mindfulness and you've got to have concentration. And all of those mechanics of the mind, as I like to call them, they are honed to the most marvelous degree by doing single-pointed concentration. So anyway, these three categories, okay. So we'll forget the neutral ones here. We're discussing the other ones. These are what we call emotions. That's what these words refer to, what we mean by emotions, by feelings. Okay. Given Buddha's basic deal is, guess what, folks? You can be free of suffering and you can be full of happiness. It's a simple way of saying what he's saying. So obviously the next thing will be, well, please tell me the methods. Well, the next one is you've got to know where happiness, what causes happiness and what causes suffering. And the main cause is in the mind. So the next step has to be to understand the mind. So the next step is to understand what part of the mind causes suffering and what part of the mind causes happiness. So the next step is to understand negative states cause suffering and positive states cause happiness. It's logical. Are you following me, people? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. So we have to mean with the first one, you have to understand the negative ones. There's a problem. If you've got a garden full of weeds, you can't start growing the flowers. There's no space. That's why dealing with the rubbish comes first. You've got to get in there, go knee deep and start pulling out a few weeds. Clearly, obviously. And stop sowing more. Now you can have the luxury of growing the flowers. So that's the Buddhist one. You've got to first deal with stopping growing more negative ones and then start pulling out the ones you've already planted. Now you can go to compassion wing, to the more advanced level, and start growing the flowers. It's kind of progressive, So we've got to understand suffering first and the causes of it. So, okay, in the negative states of mind then, I like to use this term, it's my term, that there's like a hierarchy. And also in the texts, the Buddha would indeed say there are thousands of states of mind. But when you study this text, they only mention a few. And really to get a handle on your daily life, you only really need to understand a few. And I'm not kidding here. To even understand what bipolar is, you only need to really understand a few. I really mean this seriously now. You'll get what I'm saying as I talk, So the key to one to understand is attachment. And this word is really quite tricky because we do not use that word in our world in the way that Buddha uses it. So to get what Buddha means, you can't just use your definition because you get very depressed. As Lama Zopa says, when we hear we've got to give up attachment, we go, oh, I've got to give up my heart. I've got to give up my happiness. Because the way we use the word, we use it in a good way. So you're allowed to do that. But if you want to understand Buddha, you've got to have his definition, please. Don't get confused. It's like if I've never heard, let's say you live in London, you used to live in a flat. Now you're an Americanised now, everybody lives in apartments, isn't it? But I used to live in a flat, right? Let's say you've never heard any other use of the word. And then you hear that a table is flat. Well, you get very confused. I've got to live there? Oh dear, Because you've got to just be intelligent and know there are other definitions, okay? Then you heard music, you've got to play something in B flat, you get really confused. It's the same word, same spelling, same pronunciation, different meanings. Very obvious, hardly rocket science. So what's Buddha's definition? Well, like we said last night, it's multifaceted. Multifaceted. So the bare bones, when you first study Buddhist psychology, the bare bones way you learn about these negative and indeed positive and indeed neutral states of mind, and this initially to us is quite shocking, they are concepts. In Buddhism, in the epistemological model, you learn we function, we've got conceptuality, and then we have what they call perception, which is in Buddhist view subtler, more subtle. And it's quite complex how they describe it. But conceptuality sounds shocking to us to say that anger is concept, that jealousy is concept, that love is concept. And to really understand what Buddha means by this helps us understand the way our mind works and therefore how we can change. So Buddha's basically saying in day-to-day life, from the second we wake up until the second we go to sleep, everything that goes on in our mind, including analysis, including mathematics, including musical thoughts, including anger, jealousy, love, including instinct, intuitive, all this business, they're all based upon conceptuality. They're all based, okay, so I'll go to that, okay. Another way to put that is that everything in the mind that goes on in the mind is a viewpoint, is an opinion. So that's a concept. So what's anger? How dare you do that to me? You're the cause of all my suffering. So you write those words down on a piece of paper. Would you agree that they are words? What are words? They're thoughts. You are the cause of my suffering. Is not that an opinion? But when you see me shouting and yelling and throwing my fists in the air and punching him, you don't think, oh, Robina's having an opinion. She's having a mental breakdown, right? Do you understand my point here? See, the physical component, we're so caught up in the physical, in the emotional component. But if you keep breaking it down, we can analyze and we can deduce that behavior of my body and speech is because I've practiced that opinion and I believe in that opinion so spontaneously because I've practiced it for a long time. Are you hearing me, people? That's all anger is. It's the habit of having thought those things that often that now my body is involved and I explode, So really, the Buddhist understanding of feelings and emotions, the way I'm describing here, they're just the habit of having thought those things for so long in just the same way. Like a friend of mine talked about her, I always quote the story, her little boy, he's 40-something now, but when he was like 3, and she's taking the lice out of his head, spontaneously, he starts to cry. Mummy, leave them alone. Don't hurt them. It's their home, crying with compassion for the lice. Now, she hadn't even had time to teach him this. So you've got to, okay, this is now implying karma, but this is Buddha's view. There was an emotion there. He was crying. It was a physical emotion. Are you hearing me? Well, what was he saying? Don't hurt them, Mummy. It's their home. Is that not a concept? Is it not an opinion? But guess what? It also came along with feelings. Because why? He obviously had in his mind this thought. And where from? From having thought it before. In just the same way that if you know someone else who hates lice, you can deduce that they've got the habit of anger. Pull those things out, Mummy, I hate them. So you analyse it this way in our daily life. We're going to see logically our emotions are just the habits, that's all, of having thought that stuff that often that now my body and speech carry out my wishes and I punch David or kill the lice or whatever. But when you break it down, all those emotional feelings come down to being informed by elaborate conceptual stories. This is Buddhist, what Buddhist psychology is saying. I think we can see it. We can hear it. Because, let's say David doesn't shout and yell, but he gets he recognizes he has angry thoughts, and he very kindly writes down his angry thoughts on a piece of paper for us. And let's say you record my angry fit, and then you transcribe it. Well, you're going to have two pieces of paper, right? With words on them. And you don't need to hear the shouting and yelling. And maybe you read David's and his thoughts are more violent than mine. Can you hear my point here? Can you hear the point I'm making? I'm presuming the answer is yes. But he doesn't shout. I remember one of those poor crazy, multi-murderers in America, those kids who go around shooting people. Well, you can look at that Dylan Roof. He doesn't shout and yell. Have you noticed? He's not talking about, he doesn't rave on. The guy I'm talking about, the one who killed those 9 people in the church. You don't read American news? You don't read news at all? Where do you live if you don't even read the news? Huh? You don't read anything? You don't look at the iPad, newspapers? You don't read news, though, about the world. And how fascinating. It is necessary. Yeah, you want to learn about your own mind? Yeah, I love. Yes, you want to learn about your own mind? How are you going to learn about it if you don't see everybody else is the same? So every time you see somebody else behave badly, you go, oh, thank you for showing me how not to be. Okay. Yes, very powerful. Okay, if it makes us crazy, we have to be careful. That's true. We'll go into this later. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's okay. It's all right. Okay. Never mind. So are we communicating so far? The point I'm getting at is Buddha's explanation of the way the mind works when he looks at the epistemological model. We've got conceptuality and we live at that level. But the point is we can see much of what we think is spontaneous. We call it automatic. We call it instinct. We call it intuition. Don't we? It comes spontaneously. And so, of course, because we just say, oh, well, it's just instinct. It's just how it is. It's just the way it is. We don't have an explanation for why. And that's why, at least theoretically, and I am coming to your answer, okay, I promise you, I'm coming, that theoretically the concept of karma is fascinating. Because the Buddha would say that little boy who spontaneously had compassion for the lice in his own head, he brought that habit with him. And equally the habit of being angry, it's the same. It just didn't come from nowhere, The Buddha's view, it comes from habit in that mind. So we can see it in daily life. If I get angry every day, I'm learning to be more angry and I'm getting better at anger. If I learn to be patient every day, I'm getting better at patience. In the same way, getting better at music. It's obvious. So the point I'm getting at here is one thing, that in this negative and positive states, these are conceptual states of mind, but they come along with intense habit. Therefore, the emotional component there is massive. And that's very clear. So, okay, so this effectively, in this hierarchy of these delusions, these neuroses, these afflictions, these negative states, these ones that Buddha says we can get rid of, which is the purpose of Buddhist practice. In this hierarchy, the root delusion, they use that term, the root delusion, in the first one, the main one, the most primordial, the one such that as long as we have it, we are what Buddha means it by being in samsara, which in long term means caught up in suffering, in delusions, in rubbish, in harming, in negative depression, happy sometimes, sad sometimes, born life after life after life. So when you cut that one, and that's what realizing emptiness is all about, which we'll talk about, then you've cut the cause of samsara, you've cut the motor. So that's the root delusion. And a way of talking just roughly here is that it's just this primordial, powerful, instinctive feeling. This is the only way we can say it for us. It's based on a conception, but deep down, so instinctive, of a sense of this unhappy I, a separate, lonely I. On the basis of this separate, lonely I, naturally, the next one in this hierarchy is what it gives rise to attachment. This frantic state of mind, this junky state of mind that frantically is trying every millisecond to get what that I wants. So the most primordial level of the attachment like I said yesterday, is deep feeling of dissatisfaction, never being enough, never having enough. No matter what I get, it's never enough. No matter how much David tells me he loves me, it's never enough. No matter how much weight I lose, it's never enough. No matter how much, I fix this and do that and do this and have this, it's never enough. It's just a default mode, and this is the energy of attachment, and we all recognize this. The next level of attachment, like I said, it's multifaceted. This is from the habit of attachment, is therefore naturally the craving, the hankering, the neediness for something out there, such that when we get it, it will fill up the gaping hole. And that's the first obvious level of attachment, is the objects of the senses, the bodies, the smells, the tastes, the things. It's obvious. The obvious level of this hankering, this craving. The next level of attachment is then you think about what it is, and then you manipulate, you control to get it. Then the attachment, and this is the conceptual level of it, what it does is the attachment, when my eyes glom onto that object there, because I've been looking for a boyfriend, because I'm convinced when I get one I'll feel better and I'll get happy. Then my eyes will see that shape, and my mind, my attachment, because it's so needy and so hungry, he will look totally divine to me. Naturally. So I'm going to manipulate like crazy to get him. And the next level of attachment, and this is the killer, is what it does. It triggers very, very pleasant feelings in my body and mind. And because attachment's basically a junkie for good feelings, the reason to get Cake or David is to get the good feelings. Just to get David without the good feelings, you don't want him. You get my point? He's just this means to an end, me to get good feelings. It's actually pretty intensely self-centered, but it was too embarrassing. We're ashamed to think of it this way. But that's all attachment is. If he stops making me have good feelings, it's goodbye, David. I'm sorry, So that's attachment, roughly speaking. Now, getting to your point. The millisecond my attachment doesn't get what it wants, because it's a junkie to get what I want every second. And that means only the nice things, so I can have the good feelings. The millisecond it doesn't have good feelings, that then becomes aversion. The bare bone state of mind, the exact opposite of attachment. So when attachment's there, the object looks delicious. Oh, I must have that. And as soon as he does the wrong thing, like I said, farts in the sheets instead of the toilet, doesn't come home on time, looks at me ugly, says rude words, looks at the other girl, what arises in my mind instantaneously that attachment doesn't get what it wants, it becomes aversion. How dare! And that turns into anger when it's really strong, or depression when it goes inside. We'll go into this in more detail. So aversion is the response when attachment doesn't get what it wants. And that's 1,000 times a day. So patience. But that's advanced practice. You see, patience is an advanced practice. In this earlier levels, they don't discuss patience. Patience is only taught at the more advanced level in the compassion wing, because that implies you understand anger. And that implies you understand attachment. But here, we're struggling to even understand them. So at the wisdom wing level, the best way they teach is to refrain from saying the words. At least use my mental energy to at least don't say the bad words. And that's already pretty intense and pretty hard. And then to analyse and understand this relationship between attachment and aversion, or how anger or aversion are the response to thwarted attachment. So even just understanding it more intellectually and working on your mind and dealing with yourself, that's really the practice at this level. And when we're really good at this, then we can actively go to the next level, which is much more proactive. And patience is like learning to like the problems. Patience is welcoming the problem. Actually, patience is quite profound. It means welcoming the problem, being glad to have the problem, realizing it's a challenge. Like if you're a cyclist, you want the problems, you want the high mountains, don't you? Because it's a challenge. It's hurting your body, your mind is struggling. That's called aversion. But it's good, because the more you go up the high mountain, it's a challenge. That's transforming problems, and that's patience. Patience is welcoming the problem and seeing it as good. Do you understand? You hear it. But you won't get that unless you understand what anger is, and you won't understand anger until you understand attachment, and you won't understand attachment until you understand the Buddhist approach to what it is, which comes from dissatisfaction and all the rest. Do you understand my point? So patience is actually a more advanced practice. It assumes all this earlier work. Understanding your mind, controlling your body, controlling your speech. You get my point here a bit. But patience essentially is welcoming the problem. Now, if I'm in the midst of being a total victim and I have no idea I've got a mind and no idea that my stuff's the cause of my own business, patience is not possible for me. It's an impossibility. But our trouble is we think of patience as like passive aggression, gritting our teeth and waiting for this horrible person to go away. That ain't patience, baby. That's internalized anger. Patience is really courageous. It's shocking because when bad things do happen, and bad things do happen, look at the world, what's the normal response? We all go mad. People go mad in the face of bad things, right? That actually technically is because attachment's not getting what it wants, which sounds very shocking to us. It sounds like kind of moralistic. But that's why we go crazy. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So that woman that I mentioned last night, I did mention, didn't I? The one on death row. Yeah, the one who said I couldn't change anything, but they couldn't take my mind from me. Well, that's profound. She's actually doing that. She actually was so capable, so intelligent, so courageous that she could recognize she couldn't change this nightmare where she was accused of killing police that she didn't do. Husband even been executed for it. She couldn't change it. So she was able to work on her own anger, her own rage, and actually realize there was no benefit. That's why it's so profound. It's so profound practice, you know. And then she was even able, this is like emptiness, to realize she could change her interpretation of this scenario. I decided I'm not a prisoner, I'm a monk. I'm not in a cell, I'm in a cave. That's the application of emptiness, the application of knowing her mind and knowing she can change her mind. So it's really advanced. And that's a practice of patience. It's not just, you know, like that. Do you understand? It's quite profound. Does it make sense what I'm saying?
Yes.
Good. So that's what I mean by having patience with ourselves. We hate ourselves. We beat ourselves up mercilessly. As soon as we hear that we're angry and you know, it's my anger, we get guilty and ashamed. It's not my fault. We try to blame everybody else. It's very painful to even get to the point of owning our own anger and then not out of guilt and beating ourselves, but like crying with sadness because it's hurting me. This is intense. This is really hard practice. We love to hate ourselves. That's the irony of ego, you know. So way to go. I think we have a tea break or some kind of break, isn't it?
Tea break is good.
Okay, go on. Have a relax. And I'll read my newspapers. And look at all my delusions playing out in the world in other people, whom I then thank for showing me my crazy mind. In thinking about it in a good way or a bad way, thinking about this person, in a neurotic way.
But they just have taken over your head.
No, they haven't taken over you. You mean your mind thinks about them all the time, in a good way or a bad way. Do you hate them or do you love them? I'm not being you personal, maybe. I mean, is it attachment or is it love? What is it?
It's all, I think.
No, well, if it's love, you don't have a problem. Love them more the better. If it's love, which means virtue, the mind being full of... Are you listening to me? The mind, sweetheart, listen to me. Understanding the Buddhist view about the mind, when we understand what a virtuous state of mind is, a mind that's full of virtue is a mind that's full of love and compassion and kindness. Nothing wrong with that. The more the better. So clearly you're not talking about that. You're talking about neurotic thoughts, uncontrolled thoughts, crazy thoughts. Is that correct? What are you talking about?
Repeating memories and trying to find out strategies in order to have that person.
You mean it's called attachment?
But I know it's only...
Is it you're talking about attached to a person, wanting to be near them, wanting them in your life, and they're not there. So you're manipulating, thinking about it, trying to have them in your life. Is that what you're talking about? Sweetheart.
I know that I can focus very easily to another person, but it's always like someone takes over my mind all the time. So...
I don't understand. You're going to have to say more. Are you... Okay.
I'm always in love with people. And
okay, so it's called attachment.
It's like a slavery and...
Okay, it's called attachment. Have you heard these things before or is this the first time?
I have heard it.
Okay, so how I've been talking now about attachment, that's what you're talking about. Obsessive, wanting this person, wishing they'd be there, manipulating to get them, thinking they're going to cause you happiness. Is that what you're talking about?
Since they're always someone new taking over after the other person, it feels...
What, darling? What, sweetheart? I really want to understand you, precious one. So be patient with me. I'm trying to comprehend what you're talking about. I'm trying to give it words and try to comprehend. Are you talking about, you said before in love, you used that word, you said that word, didn't you? In love, obsessed, what did you say, sweetheart?
All of it.
Okay, so that's called attachment. It's a person who's like obsessed with money, or obsessed with being thin, or obsessed with food, or obsessed with power, or obsessed with a person. That's called attachment. So we're just giving a name to it. And the Buddha's saying that's the source of all our suffering and our pain. So sometimes we have it more, sometimes we have it less. So if whether you're being personal or not, it doesn't matter. But here you're describing person's attachment for people, not money, not big breasts, not, a fancy house. That's attachment's nature. It thinks all the time, it never stops, it's manipulative, it's controlling, it's needy, it's obsessive, it fantasizes. That's attachment energy. So if that's your question, is that your question? Is that the point you're describing? Is that what you're describing, that state of mind? Sweetheart.
I can't find anything more funny than people on earth. That's maybe I'm always obsessing by.
What I just said, did that describe what you're describing? Or you
I
didn't
already forgot it because now
Okay.
I'm so focused on my thoughts that I have.
Okay. Okay, well I'd suggest you just relax and try and listen and see if you can get some advice from what's being said here. Because, and if you can't, then what to do? We can maybe have a chat later if you like. But all I can do is tell you the Buddhist understanding of the mind. And if this is helpful to you and you can apply it, but if you can't hear it like you just said because you're thinking your own thoughts, then you can't hear what I'm saying. It's quite problematic.
It's maybe the tone of your voice that comes like an attack.
I see.
That's why I can't
Hear it.
agree with you, whatever you say, because right now it's maybe my being interpreted.
I understand,
as
darling.
an attack.
I understand that. I'm very sorry about that. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I don't know what to say to you then, sweetheart, except I understand and I empathize. And I'm hoping that some things you hear in this room might be helpful to you, sweetheart.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
All
darling.
right.
Good, darling. I'm so happy. Thank you. What else? Yes. Yes. Yes, darling. Go on. Yeah. No, you. There. Yes. Yes, darling. You.
Yeah. Well, it's maybe it's a short maybe question, but I try to formulate it clearly. Like for example, if you let's say take religion like Christianity, if you do something wrong, then you just go to a priest and this is very simplified. Like go to a priest and you say what you did, and then you say you have to say 10 Ave Marias, and then your sin is forgotten. And in life, like for example, I don't know if you call it Buddhism, maybe without calling it Buddhism, I always felt like if you do something wrong, like it comes back to you in a way, like maybe not directly, but after some time. And well, it's also like in Buddhism, then maybe would say a karma. But my question is like, if you like did something maybe that wasn't very good or something bad, and then later on you have something bad coming to your life, so then you think, oh, it's probably this is because I did that, so it's like a punishment.
So what's the question?
Like a punishment.
Who's punishing you, darling? Who is the punisher? Punishment implies a person doing it. So who do you think is doing it to you? No, it's an important question. So a punishment does imply a person punishing, doesn't it? Would you agree with that word?
Yeah, maybe persons.
So who is punishing you then?
Maybe
Do you think?
around you.
Sorry, darling?
Persons that you meet in your life and around you.
And why would they punish you?
Well, because of I did something wrong.
But how do they know?
Well, because it's a karma. It's like.
Well, that's not how karma works, is it?
Sorry?
That's not how karma works. What's your question then?
Well, my question is how not to look at it as a punishment, because I don't think it's a good feeling like to have it as a punishment.
So if you practice the piano really well, what is the consequence of that?
Well, you play well.
And what is the consequence if you practice piano really badly? What's the consequence of that?
You can't
So who would you call that punishment? Or would you call it a natural law?
Yeah, the second.
Pardon, darling?
The second.
Okay, well then same here. It's your interpretation that's the problem. Because that's exactly the point I'm making. We think of it that way. We make it that way by your thinking is making it that way. The Buddha's point is it's like playing music badly or playing music well. If you have a bunch of weeds in your garden, it's your garden, let's say. Whose garden is that? It's your garden, right? So whose weeds are they? And who is responsible for those weeds?
Yeah.
Sweetheart?
Yeah, so it's like my...
So then that's not punishment, it's just a natural thing, isn't it? Isn't it? Don't you think? It's natural, isn't it?
Is it more like that my conceptual mind thinks of that as
Of course it is, that's what I'm saying. You're interpreting it, and that's the Buddha's point. The idea of punishment and reward is made up by our mind. And that's ego's job. It hears it like that. Do you hear what I'm saying? You're interpreting it that way. That's not how he interprets it.
Yeah, but then if you believe like in karma...
I'm sorry, darling?
If you believe in karma...
No, I don't believe in karma. I'm taking it as my working hypothesis, and I mean it very sincerely. It's a law that Buddha says happens naturally. You don't believe in botany. You're taking it as your working hypothesis, and then you learn it, and then you use that to interpret your garden. That's the view here. I'm taking on board Buddha's observation about the way the world is, and he calls it the law of karma. So I'm using that as my hypothesis about the way the world works. And so that's the basis of my interpretation of my life, which is my garden. So all the bad things in my life are due to my past actions. Then the weeds are my weeds, the flower, and the good things are also due to my past. So I own them in that sense. I own them. So it's a sense of responsibility, not blame, not punishment. It's ridiculous. But we have to learn to think of it this way.
Yeah, I think it's very hard. I think maybe because of the...
I'm sorry, darling?
I think it's very hard because of the... Like, I was raised in this Christian...
No, it's not because of that. It's because Buddha says you got born with these viewpoints.
Oh, yeah.
You got born with them because you thought these things before. This is the way ego works. It's quite subtle, actually. But this dualistic idea of punishment, reward, good, bad, out there, all done to me, that's a view that is very deep in our bones. That's a view that we all have, Buddha says, naturally. So we have to look into it like we're doing here, analysing it, discussing it, looking at our assumptions and using our intelligence to question this. Do you understand, darling?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. But
Good.
It's really hard not to... Yeah.
Well, something is only hard because we've practiced the opposite that often, isn't it? If you've been practicing piano wrongly for 10 years, it's quite hard to change the habit, isn't it?
Yeah.
But persevere, sweetheart. We're all very intelligent. And we're just talking about the mind. Do you understand? So it's up to you to be brave. If you want to think about it. Maybe you don't want to. You don't have to. Do you understand? The view of...
Keep learning that.
Keep learn... What, darling?
To keep learning that piano playing. I was joking.
No, I understand. But I'll tell you what's good. Let me tell you what's interesting. What's interesting, we only ever think... When we think of karma, we only ever use the bad examples. And I have to say it, but in all my years of being a Buddhist, I've never, ever, ever had anybody ever ask the question, why do good things happen? And it's the same answer. But we only think of the bad. So all you've got to do is think that... So in your life, you have a reasonable life? You have a fairly healthy body?
Yeah.
You got some friends?
Yeah.
Family? A house to live in? A job? Money in the bank? Good thoughts? You want to be kind? You want to be loving? You don't kill, right? You don't lie? You should be crying in happiness at how much virtue you've practiced in the past that have caused you to be this person sitting here at this moment. You should be weeping in joy. And no one's rewarding you. You've done it to yourself. Think about it that way instead. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Good, darling. Like, yeah, that's exactly right, because the same logic. Weeds and flowers are all according to botany. Just we only talk about why there are weeds in my garden. We never ask why there are flowers in my garden. Do you understand?
Yeah.
We have to practice that. Because the irony of ego is we always run to the negative side. And we have to consciously change that. Do you understand? Then when you can own the flowers, it's easy to own the weeds. Easy. It brings courage. Because you know you can change them. You know you can plant new ones and pull out the old ones. Do you understand? No, it's a totally essential point, and it's fundamental. And that's the commonest way we all think when we think about karma. Do you understand? Someone here? Yes.
I want to ask you about finding teacher.
Yeah.
I was, well, in my case, I have very strong confidence in Buddhist teaching, and I'm doing it kind of on my own because I don't have access. I live 4 hours away drive from here. So, I don't have that easy access to like teachers like who come for a visit or something. I cannot do this all the time. So how would, and I feel this urgency. Practice,
I understand.
You know, I feel that that's the past. That's for me, and that's the past. And I feel so grateful to find it.
Yes.
And I really don't want to be reborn.
I understand, darling. I understand, yes.
So I feel, and I tried to ask questions, but how do you find the teacher? Because I'm a layperson.
I understand.
And I don't have access to monastic teachers.
I understand.
So how can I proceed?
I understand. Well, you know, I always like to use ordinary examples because it is the same. It's the same. So if we were talking about you wanting to learn mathematics, you have a sense of urgency. You've got this strong connection with mathematics. I've got a sense of urgency. There's no time to waste. I want to use my time the best. But I'm living in the middle of nowhere. I have no access to mathematics teachers. What will I do? Well, it's sort of fairly obvious in a way. It's organic. First, you have to, the starting point is here, so it's fairly evident you've expressed this wish. You want to study mathematics. So you've got to keep having that one. And then that will force you, will impel you to find whatever means you can right now to learn mathematics. And that means online, you'll do courses. When you hear about a course in Stockholm, you'll come to it. But more and more, that will feed your wish to know mathematics. More and more, you will grow your skill in mathematics. So that will then deepen your path, and it will also narrow your path. And eventually, you'll get to a point where you'll make choices. It's that type of mathematics I want. And then you just keep moving, and you will eventually, when you really want to learn it, and if you can't get enough online and can't get enough coming to Stockholm, you'll have to go to where it is. You've got no choice, but all you can do is go one step at a time. Don't see it as a problem. Don't see it as a problem. All you can do is go one step at a time and keep following through, learning what you can, reading what you can, doing what courses you can, and every day aspiring. And then as you get more narrowed down, you'll discover it's here, and then you'll meet that particular teacher, you'll do that particular online course, you'll connect with that particular one, you'll hear that they're in France, you'll go to France, you'll meet them, and you go from there. It's organic. It's one step at a time. So actually you're doing everything possible. There's nothing more you should do except keep doing it. And you will, as we say in English, you are paving your way, and you will go where you have to go, and you will meet your teachers when the time is right. And just keep moving. There's no problem. You're doing it already. Do you hear my point?
Yeah, I hear. I have this little bit of fear because, you know, I don't know my past lives. And
darling, stop right there. Stop.
Yeah,
Stop right there.
Tomorrow?
Then if you die tomorrow, and whatever you do today will help you tomorrow. Relax. I mean, I'm not trying to be stupid.
No, I understand.
You might die before tomorrow. You might even die now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then what can you do? Except do what you can do now, sow all the right seeds.
When am I going to see the seeds I'm planting now, so we'll be talking about things that are going to ripen in the next.
Sweetheart, what's your question now? You're getting really huge now. What's your question now? I think you're worrying unnecessarily. Use all this sense of urgency to keep doing what I'm saying. What choice do you have? What options? What I've just said, can you hear it? Have you got any other options yourself?
No.
Okay then. Just keep having confidence and keep moving. I'm not trying to be sarcastic or zen-like about it. It's obvious. And try not to buy into all the fears. This is not helpful. But use it, channel your fears and make them a sense of urgency, which is optimistic and positive. All you can do is recognize what your garden is now and pull out the weeds you can and grow the seeds you can. You can't do more than that. And then tomorrow you'll do the same. And tomorrow you'll do the same. Whether it's in this body or another one. This is just how it works. It's logical. So be delighted. Be happy with it. Rejoice. Don't be nervous about it. Try not to be. No, you're doing everything you can. It's wonderful. Are you hearing me? So you have to train your mind to not be nervous about it, but to be happy about it. And you just have to practice those thoughts, because I can't see any more you can do. But have confidence that you are paving your way. It's a great term in English. Do you have it in Swedish? Pave your way. It's very powerful. Do you hear it? Can you hear it?
Pave your way.
You know a pavement stone. You're building a path, and you put a pavement stone down.
Okay.
And then you go to the next one, and you put the stone down, and you go to the next one. So you're paving your way. It's a very profound sort of concept. You see, often what attachment does is we look. It's a bit like you're looking in the future. Oh my God, there's no road. Oh, I can't see anything. Where is it? Where is it? Well, you've got to start here, baby. There is no choice. And you put the paving stone down, then it leads you to the next paving stone. It leads you to the next paving stone. And that way you create your path. There is no choice. That is how it works anyway. Do you understand, darling? It's like you're saying, oh, I'm putting a paving stone now. What if I fall over and break my neck before I put the next paving stone? That's what you're saying. Yeah, you might. What choice? You can't go back. You can't not put a paving stone down. You can't hope someone else will put the paving stone down. You just got to keep moving, baby. All right? And the better you do this paving stone, the next one will be even better. And that's how you grow it. That's how you get enlightened. One step at a time, baby. Have confidence in the process. Have confidence in the process, which means your mind. Do you understand, sweetheart? Do you understand? Good. What else, people? Any questions? Yes.
I'm trying to work with my mind and by my thoughts, but very often for me, the source of unhappiness,
Yes.
when I look on television and
Yes.
it's,
Yes.
it's like compassion, but
Yes.
it's look
Yes.
like
Yes.
it's more unhappiness.
Yes, that's
than
right. I understand.
All my life, though I have a lot of
Yes.
not problem,
Yes.
but
I understand, darling. I understand exactly. I understand exactly. And this is why I'm saying we think of it just theoretically, in a sense, the compassion wing is more powerful than this. It's more advanced. So this is the thing. Okay. So right. So here we are right now. Each of us, like you said, working on your mind, doing your best, dealing with your life, dealing with your own dramas, dealing with this and the boss and the husband and the kids and the stuff in our life, learning every day, learning about our mind, getting braver, getting more patient, getting more kind. Isn't it? Less attached, less neurotic. Fantastic. Now, the big picture Buddhist view is unless, okay. So what, the qualities we will have, if to some degree that we're doing the wisdom wing, will be what they call renunciation. And renunciation means you've got a strong sense of your own suffering and you're sick of it. And the second part is, now I know why I'm suffering, ridiculous karma and ridiculous delusions. Now that's the basis in Buddhism. Are you talking as a Buddhist or just as a general human being? I mean, I'm not...
No, I'm trying to understand.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, so the first stages of practice, junior school and high school, it's recognizing that you're suffering to whatever degree. Even just knowing your own mind is ridiculous and your delusions and your rubbish and your fighting and your depression, this is making you crazy. You're sick of it. You've got to have a sense of being sick of suffering. And that's really what compassion for ourselves is, rather than beating ourselves up for it. This is a crucial point, that we're suffering, and this is the view of karma. I come into this life programmed with my own ridiculous rubbish, but I also, like I'm talking here, come into this life programmed with my good stuff. So remembering that it's all due to karma, I'm delighting I've got this good stuff. I'm delighting I've got this tendency that wishes to practice. How marvelous. And that increases my wish to then recognize that any suffering I do have is coming from my own rubbish habits. So you're owning it. So this is already recognizing suffering and knowing you don't want future suffering, right? And you've got to know that. It's like, that's what will motivate us to eat better food. You have a bellyache every day, and you finally have come to terms with the fact that you're sick of that suffering, isn't it? Until you recognize I'm sick of these bellyaches, you with me here? You will never say what is the cause of it. If you always blame the food and blame the husband for your bellyache, you get my point here, you will never say what's the proper cause. So the first one has to be, I'm sick of suffering. You recognize the suffering and I'm sick of it. And then you realize you don't want future suffering as well. But then the second point is then the one that comes. What is the cause of it? And you here recognizing it's my own ridiculous karma and my own ridiculous delusions. So that's the conclusion. And then you go, I'm going to change. So I'm going to stop eating the bad food. That will only come when you realize it's the bad food that's causing you suffering. And the suffering is the first step. So you've got to recognize first you're sick of the bellyache. And then you've got to recognize what the cause is, the lousy food. And that causes you to stop eating it. Well, you get my point here, the analogy. It's very clear. So the Buddha's view of karma is you come into this world with your own rubbish and your good stuff. You've got to recognize it's suffering. And that means not, I'm sick of all this anger. I'm sick of blaming David. I'm sick of the jealousy. I'm sick of the suffering. I'm sick of the misery. And then I've got to go, what is the cause of this misery? Why is the cause of it? It's because of my past stupid habits and my delusions. So then you become very internal and you work on those. That's the conclusion. Do you understand my point? And that's already powerful. It's ownership. I recognize my own mind. I stop blaming him. I become more confident. I become more self-respectful. I stop blaming myself or others. This is already powerful practice. It's powerful practice. Are you with me, people? Yes. Are you with me? And it brings more internal, more contentment, more courage, more confidence in yourself. And I'm literally being truthful here. This view brings that. Do you understand? So then you start seeing the world. Oh my God, look at the suffering. You can't believe everywhere you turn. So that's then we'll go, oh my God, that suffering is terrible. That's compassion. Compassion is the thought, look at that suffering, it's awful. And you have empathy, right?
But yes, but I'm suffering.
No, wait, now I'm getting to you. Now I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to the point now. Because you have looked at your own suffering and because you have come to conclusions about why you're suffering because of your karma and your delusions, and that brings your own renunciation, which brings your wish to change, which brings your confidence and brings you courage and brings you self-respect. Now you can see others and realize they are in exactly the same boat as you. Oh my God, look at that suffering. And then you go, why are they suffering? Well, guess what? They're suffering for the same reason as you because of their past karma and their delusions. And when you understand why they're suffering, that increases your compassion for them rather than, so this is just already the compassion. You know why they're suffering. The same as you, the same as you, the same as you, the same as you. There's no difference. But you will never have that until you have it for yourself first. So the next step is now what's called great compassion. This is the compassion of the bodhisattvas. It says, what can I do to help? And then guess what? 99.9% of the time the answer is not much. This is where the trouble is. Because it's a fact. If you can go to Syria tomorrow, kindly go. I'll pay your airfare. If you can fix it, I'm happy. I'll give you the airfare. But we see we can't change it. And this is the point. As we say, our mothers would tell us, you can bring a horse to water, you can't make it drink. So you can see the suffering. It is unbearable. But when you know why they are suffering, because of their karma and delusions, your heart breaks for them because we're all so ignorant, And then from this you get courage. You realize you can't make it all go away now, but you're going to never give up helping whoever you can right in front of you, and never give up working on yourself and becoming a Buddha long term, no matter how long it takes, because what choice is there? So you develop this courage of the bodhisattva. And because you're giving up attachment and neurosis and neediness and all the rubbish, you get more courageous in the face of the suffering. Because the fact is, right now, when we see suffering, we do have compassion, but we can't stand it because our attachment isn't getting what it wants. Because it only wants everything to be all lovely. So the more you do the first wing, the more you give up suffering, the more you give up attachment, the more you give up anger, the more you give up blaming, the more courageous and content you become. And you become brave in the face of seeing others suffering. And it won't make you crazy. It'll actually give you more courage. Like you see sickness everywhere. Instead of going, oh, I can't see sickness, you'll go, I'm going to become a doctor so I can help. That's what encourages people to go and do things to help others. It's the wish to do something. And then because you're acting the best way you can to do something to help that ant, that dog, that next door neighbor. And then life after life you get more powerful, more brave, more courageous, more capable. Long-term view. Bodhisattvas think in terms of eons, His Holiness says. It's incremental thinking. It's intense. But you can't have proper compassion until you've got the first stage, which implies understanding your suffering and the causes of your suffering. In other words, if you realize you got coughing all the time, your lungs are hurting you and you never know why. But you first have to go, I'm sick of this suffering. And then you go to the doctor and she says, sorry darling, it's because you smoke cigarettes. Now you know the cause. You go, oh wow, that's the cause of this suffering. And then what do you say? Then you've got to be brave enough to want to give up the cause. Now you look at everybody else with their coughing and now you know why they're suffering, because of the same reason you didn't know before. And now you know if you can help them, you will, but you won't give up. And as you get less attachment, you get more brave, more courageous, because attachment is this junkie that only wants all the nice things. That's why we go crazy, because of attachment, not because of compassion. This is quite an intense point. Do you understand? It's one step at a time, honey. Incremental, one step at a time, one step at a time. So if we, like here, if she doesn't read the papers, maybe because the suffering's too unbearable, then you keep away, you don't touch it, you leave it alone. You don't make yourself crazy. If we can't cope, keep working on yourself until you're able to cope, and then you do what you can. All we can do is do what we can. So right now, the compassion we have turns into anger. Who caused it? Where are the murderers? Who are the terrorists? Mr. Trump, Mr. this, whoever. We always look for the cause of it, and it's always going to be somebody else. And then we get angry and blame. That just makes us crazy.
Yes, before I thought that anger and sadness is different, but it was very interesting because I had a friend who was believing and so on. And he said to me, every time he saw me crying, he said, why are you angry?
That's interesting.
And later I understood that maybe...
Well, you know, I think it's a mixture, you know. Maybe this is where we should now talk about trying to comprehend depression and sadness or grief, whatever these words we use, in reference to attachment. Mm-hmm. You see, it's so a different view here. Because when we keep realizing we've got these neurotic, delusional, I-based, ridiculous states of mind, and we have these powerful, virtuous, marvelous states of mind, all working together. And so if you think of the virtue, when the mind is if you let's say have practiced to some degree that you're quite advanced, that means you would have given up attachment, given up anger, given up jealousy, given up depression. So then you should analyze, what would I be like? You'll be confident, content, blissful, wise, compassionate, fearless. Nothing will ever disturb you. This is insane for our mind. We don't believe this is true, but this is the Buddha's point. So the more we can activate the virtue, the less the non-virtue. The more the non-virtues and the delusions run the show, the more crazy we become, the more sad, the more lonely, the more depressed, the more angry. In general, do you understand what I'm saying? This is the Buddhist approach. So, okay, when we understand the workings of this attachment and aversion, it's sort of, this is what I mean by bipolar now. I know you're going to think I'm funny, but please hear it. I can speak from experience, okay? Me and my 6 siblings in the 1960s were all diagnosed as manic depressive, okay? We call it bipolar these days, which means really busy minds and up and down. Well, Buddhism would call it attachment and aversion. I'm not being sarcastic here. I'm not even being sort of cynical or anything. Attachment energy is this busy, like she's talking. She's got the mind, busy mind, obsessed with this, out of control. We've all got that to one degree or another. Buddha would call that attachment energy. It's this energy that never stops thinking, never stops analyzing, going on, obsessive, grasping onto something, so busy, thinking, out of control. This is attachment energy. And some of us have it much more extreme. Some people can focus it. Some people have it for bodies. Some people have it for food. Some people have it for this, for that, for, obsessive, whatever. Like there's one woman I read about, in America they have these different television programs when I was living there about obsessions, And one woman, this cute little Mexican girl, I think she was a Mexican, tiny little one, but she was obsessed with her breasts. Instead of thinking like she's saying people all day, she thought about her breasts all day. And she had enhancements, I'm not joking, they're about here, like triple Z size cup. Because she never stopped thinking all her day, all her life, all she thought about was her breasts. She was a skinny, cute little girl, and she apparently had to carry them around. We all laugh at it, and we do laugh, but that's obsessiveness. That's attachment energy. A person who's an alcoholic is attachment energy. The person who wants to jump on girls all day is attachment energy. The person who wants 57 babies is attachment energy. So sometimes attachment can be fairly reasonable, and sometimes it can be demented, It's attachment energy. It's called samsara. Join the club here, babies. So it's to whatever degree we all have it. We're all bipolar. It's a question of degree, and I mean that with real sincerity. And then the down mode is when the bubble bursts and you go crashing down to despair, isn't it? We have like 1,000 mini bipolar episodes a day. So as long as attachment keeps getting what it wants, we call that happiness. And so if you've got a really strong one, it's like you're in heaven. You practically can, you practically can think you can fly in the sky. Your mind's gone way up into the sky. At some point, because it's complete fantasy, the bubble will burst, and the more high you go, the more you go down. Do we not recognize this? This is, and I mean it when I say we're all bipolar, it's a question of degree. I really mean that with real sincerity. When the more you understand the Buddhist explanation of attachment energy, and then the opposite, when it doesn't get what it wants, is when the bubble bursts. Now, the point about aversion is this. Some of us, when our attachment doesn't get what it wants, become what we call angry. I mean, since I'm born, it was like my middle name. The millisecond my attachment didn't get what it wanted, I'd shout and yell and scream and punch and kick. I was a bully for my poor family and my poor sisters. I mean, my mummy had 8 babies in 9 years. With so many babies around, we never have enough beds. So we had to share beds. So 2 of my sisters were asthmatic, and I'd suffocate them at night because I couldn't sleep. So it sounds mean, but little Bobsy, I'm Bobsy, right? It was like, as my attachment was going nuts. So one sister would have asthma attack instead of getting upset. I'd get angry, Each of us would be different in our own crazy way of dealing with our lives. So what I'm meaning is, when my attachment didn't get what it wanted, which was plenty of times in the day, it turned into anger. Another one of my sisters didn't shout and yell, but hers went inside and she became kind of catatonic, So that would be called depression. And it's harder to see the behaviour expression of that. So look at the way attachment works. Like attachment energy, when I'm attached to David, he looks gorgeous. That's the function of attachment. It makes the object look delicious. And it's the obsessive quality. You can't leave it alone, like that woman with her breasts, or like the woman talking here. We've all got it. Food, whatever it is, We never stop thinking about it. We never stop thinking about it, whatever the object is. That's attachment energy. And the stronger it is, the more obsessive it is. That's all. So when I'm attached to David, one of the functions of attachment is the object looks delicious. So David would look divine. And then when he does the rude things and the ugly things, or he, gives me up for a younger version, then now what has arisen is aversion. So if I'm an angry type, I'll go and kill him or kill the girlfriend. But if I'm a depressed type, it goes in. And how does the world appear when you have depression? The world looks dark and ugly and meaningless, doesn't it? Well, that's the function of aversion. The thing looks horrible. But for you, it's not volatile. It's inert. It's the same state of mind. Aversion is depression when it's internal, or it becomes guilt, I'm a bad person, or it becomes anger, you're a bad person. So attachment makes things look delicious. Aversion makes things look ugly. So whether it's depression or anger, it's the same state of mind. Are you seeing what I'm saying, people? And the point is this. If you doing something in the day, and you drop something. Let's say you're doing the dishes and you drop something. What do? Oh, I shouldn't have dropped something. I'm a bad person. You curse yourself. You swear. Are you with me? Yeah. Mostly you get annoyed. Now, why? Well, attachment wants everything to be going nicely. So as soon as something stops it in its tracks, you get annoyed. Well, annoyed, irritated, frustrated, upset are polite words for anger, but they're mild versions of anger. Can you hear my point? So most people might never get that angry, and you just have a whole day of being upset. The car comes in front of you. The husband talks too loud. The kids don't do what you want. The red light comes. You drop the lid. So by the end of the day, you're exhausted because you've had attachment, wanting everything to be nice, and then these things stop you. Are you kind of hearing me, people? This is ordinary life. Now, you don't go to your therapist because you dropped a lid. Oh, I dropped a cup today. Shut up, Robina, and go home, We wait until the husband tries to kill us. Then we go to the therapist. Well, it's a bit late, isn't it? Are you kind of seeing my point? If we were really working on our mind every day, we'd be catching these moments of neediness and expectation and kind of perky, little happy, little ridiculous, junky attachment in there. And then the more there's all the perky attachment happy there, the more you get upset when you drop the cup, or the thing happens, or the red light comes. That's called aversion. That's a mini bipolar episode, like that big. Are you kind of communicating? But we don't notice the baby ones. We just think that's normal life. Oh, I got annoyed. Oh, I got upset. But it builds up. It doesn't go away. You build it up until one day you go crazy. Are you communicating with me? This is not rocket science. So we have to have that level of awareness each moment of our mind. That's Buddha's skill. And this is what takes time, because we come fully programmed with all these habits, and they're just driving us like this, you know, dragging us like, what do they say, like dragged by the nose, like those poor bulls, you know. We don't have, so we've got to stop ourselves in our track, look, first control the body and speech, slowly look at the mind, and this is really intense, it goes real deep, and slowly dealing with our little baby things every day. So when you drop something, you go, instead of going, oh, bad person, no, oh, drop another thing. It's fine, Robina, you're allowed to drop things, it's okay. You counteract it. You see the red light, it's okay to have a red light. I like red lights. It's a mini example of patience, instead of cursing the red light. Because whatever you think, it builds up inside. It stays there. You're growing yourself every day in annoyance and irritation. What do you think, you know? Are we communicating?
Yes.
Okay, good. Join the club. This is called human life. This is what Buddha means by samsara. And it's ordinary life. Yes. Yes.
I think this is the most obvious question, but so how do we free us from?
But every word I'm saying is giving the answer also.
Well, I still don't get it.
You can't hear the answer.
Maybe I'm the only one. Can you explain for me?
So, okay, did you hear me? I'm talking, there's many levels of practice. There are many, but I've already said them all, actually. But I understand your point, though. It does take time to hear.
I understand. I mean, I intellectually understand what you're saying, but I still have my feelings, you know, want to kick somebody in the butt or...
Okay, so because you've practiced piano badly and you keep playing the wrong note because you've practiced it for a while, can you accept that possibility?
Yeah.
So please stop. Let's follow it through. I know your point. I remember I used to like martial arts. I still do, martial arts. And when I studied like a long time ago, I chose this particular place, whatever, and I learned it for a year. And then I went to another one, and they put me back to the first belts because he realised I'd learned it wrongly. But I didn't know. I didn't know I was learning it wrongly. So for 1 year, just 1 year, I learned it wrongly. So it took me a while to unlearn. So then, in just the same way, getting angry, getting upset, blaming ourselves, all the deep instinctive stuff we have, like we have our feelings, as you said, they're just because you've learned this for so long. So we understand that theoretically, because these habits aren't just 1 year, Buddha would say they're countless lives. You come programmed into this life, he says, with all these habits. So it's going to take, the principle is the same. So they're going to be a while before we change these habits. So part of that means is once you recognize with humility and patience that these are deep habits, and then you just simply learn to first control your body and speech. That's the first level.
I'm there. I'm at the first level.
But then that's fine. Be content.
That's one of my
what, darling?
problems.
What?
I don't do patience. I'm very impatient.
Okay, so
I've been meditating for a couple
so
of
darling,
years.
stop. So you do know the answers. No, so you do know the answers. So what you're really saying is you're dissatisfied with your progress. That's what we all do. Yeah, no, it's called being dissatisfied with your progress. What you're noticing is the weeds and not the flowers, and that's your problem, not that you don't know the answer. And that's a very common thing, because that's the irony of our attachment. We are junkies to be dissatisfied. So let me ask you some questions, like I heard before. It's the same questions to you. There you are, you're sitting in a Buddhist class. You're not in the gun club. You're not out there drunk on the street. You're not out there raping or torturing or terrorizing or dropping bombs. You have actually you've made masses of progress. You've got much morality. But the attachment in you is a junkie that is never satisfied. All you're noticing is what you haven't achieved. That's your problem, not that you don't know the answer. Can you hear that point? Can you hear it? Shh. Can you hear? No. Can you hear that point? Can you please? I need to know if you can hear. Intellectually, can you hear that point?
Intellectually, yes.
Well, is that not the first step? Can you please give it some thought?
Yeah, but I've been at the first.
Okay, here you go. You see, you running to the dark side every time.
I am.
That's what we all do. That's our worst problem.
So where's the light?
You keep practicing. You keep practicing. You keep practicing. You keep picking yourself up, and you just keep practicing. But you have to also add to it a conscious decision to delight in your good qualities. And I know it sounds boring and pathetic and embarrassing, but that's what you don't do. That's what you're not. Please wait. That's the practice you're not doing. Can you hear this? Can you hear this?
My ears hear you.
Thank you. Right there. That's enough. First step. So then actually be brave enough to say some thoughts like, I'm not doing a bad job after all. Can you not think that thought?
I can think that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That's practice. This is the answer. Please. Okay. It takes time. Yes. Yes.
I have been working for some time myself and searching for a kind of answer. And one answer I have it is about love to myself.
Is what?
And
Is what?
so this is very
Is what?
because
Is what?
Love to himself.
love
And so what you're talking about is what I'm talking to him. Praising yourself, delighting in your progress, getting a bigger picture, looking at the good side.
I'm not finished, so please listen.
No, I'm asking you if you mean that by love. Forgive me, I'm asking you for your definition before you finish.
Probably yes.
Thank you very much. I want to hear the rest of it. But now I know what you mean by love.
So, when I discovered that is maybe a key for me to
Yes,
find
that's right.
love for myself.
That's right.
But how to do that?
With your thoughts. Start with your thoughts. Start with saying the words.
Because this is a tricky one.
But that's not tricky. It's not. It's just that I think we don't think it starts with the thoughts, may I suggest. That's the Buddhist understanding of the mind. Everything starts with the thoughts. My walking out that door, my legs will not lift me until I have the thought. I will walk out the door. So that's what's called intention. And intention is the bare bones meaning of karma, that everything starts with the thought. Everything starts with the thought. But the irony for us is we're so caught up in the feelings, the addiction to the feelings, which are the expression of the negative thoughts, and we believe they're true. This is exactly everything everybody is expressing in this room. And they are informed by negative thoughts, but from ancient habit. So strongly, they say in Buddhist psychology, that the way we and the world appear back to ourselves is in the aspect of what is in our mind. So naturally, being samsaric, we have addiction of attachment, addiction of aversion, these simple thoughts. They are our default mode, and they inform the feelings we have. So the things appear to us that way, and we believe those stories, which is why it's so hard to think changing it starts with a thought. It sounds too boring. It sounds like, but it's like cognitive therapy. Buddha's your best cognitive therapist. He's a sophisticated cognitive behavioral therapist, and I'm not joking. Does it make sense, theoretically at least? No? Doesn't have to, I'm just asking. Yes. Is it a question?
Yes.
Okay, what's the question?
Yes, please. I would say some situation, and I would like to...
No, keep it simple. Will you just give me a question?
Yeah,
Just give me a question.
more clarity, because I have some duality in my...
I understand,
thoughts.
darling.
Yeah. Something, for example...
Can I just have a question? Try and just ask me, don't give me the scenario, just give me the question.
Okay.
Try and do that.
How can I say? Sometimes when I help some people, like...
I need a question, darling. I'm not trying to be rude. I know I sound rude, but I want you to ask me a question. Try and ask me a question.
Is when, how we deal with the duality, with the thoughts of duality, like helping others when we feel that of their suffering, and the other thought that we have already experienced the reward or how we become happy. Or
I don't know what you mean, sweetheart. I'm so sorry.
That's why I want...
No, I don't understand what your point is, though. Can you try and make it simple?
Yeah, can I give a situation?
No.
But how
No, I don't want. So so don't ask it for now. I know I sound like Hitler a bit here, but like she said, but
Okay.
just leave it. We'll talk later. So try and... Okay. Yes. Yep.
You know this purified mind, right? When we uprooted all the delusion. And
Yes, that's how Buddhism talks, yeah. Yeah.
You have purified mind.
That's they say, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, does that mind take a human rebirth again?
It's up to just, if you're that purified, you can do what you like, baby. You're in charge of everything. No, I mean it sincerely, but if that point, if you really realised emptiness and perfected all this, you're in charge. You do what you like.
Some people do some...
What?
Some people are very advanced.
So then that's right. So they do what they like. They can get, if they've got compassion as well, they're going to choose to take whatever rebirth they want to help others. That's what they would do. Yeah, of course they would. That's what bodhicitta is. Yeah. This is very interesting, this discussion today. Very interesting.
Can I ask something?
Yes, sweetheart.
It's personal.
Yes, darling. About me or you? Can we open the window a little bit? Just a bit of air? A little bit of air, I think so. Don't you think? Just a bit of air?
But
Go
you're
on.
6 siblings.
Yeah. Oh, it's about me. Okay.
The bipolar bit.
What, darling?
I'm interested
by birth.
Yes, go on.
You were 6 siblings.
Actually 7. There were 7 of us altogether, including me. 1 died.
Oh,
Go on.
sorry. Are all of you getting by without listening?
Oh, totally. Yeah, everybody's marvellous. And let me explain why. It's very interesting. Every one of my... Okay, what happened was, in the 60s, and I joke about it, but I mean, I joke about it. I can joke about it. 3 of my sisters had like complete mental breakdown in the 60s, right? My mummy was really busy taking care of them all. And then she eventually, they were doing the electrical business, trying to find things to work. And then she found this wonderful doctor in Melbourne who talked about lithium, okay? Remember, lithium in the 60s. So then, they all went on to lithium. And then I came home in the 70s. I was in London. I went to London in 68 and I was an old, radical lefty and ripe and ready for revolution. And I remember mummy, as I call her, mummy wanted me to go to the psychiatrist. And I was a radical lesbian separatist feminist at the time. So I didn't want to know anything about boring old male medicine. Forget it, excuse me, Now I remember I went to this doctor out of my, respect to my mother. And he decided that I was bipolar, whatever the words are, But I remember I was not interested. I thought, excuse me, do I mind if I swear? No. Fuck him and his boring old male medicine, I thought. I thought, if I'm crazy, I'm happy, I'll work with it. And I wasn't afraid. And all my life I can say that's one quality, that I wasn't scared of what went on in my mind. I'm pretty dynamic, look at me. I'm 72, like I'm still 15, speedy, fast, talking, sound like, as she pointed out, I'm so heavy and aggressive when I talk, I don't blame her for thinking what she thought. So what I learned even back then was, don't be afraid of what's inside me. And I remember thinking, I don't care. I don't want to. I never touched his stupid old drugs. I've never taken a drug in my life. I had some confidence even then that I'll deal with my own mind, that I wasn't scared of it. I'm not going to buy into those labels. And I'm not being rude about any people with their labels. I'm just okay. So then, with 3 of my sisters, each of them, okay, they all, so they all took their lithium, whatever. But at some point, and this is my take on it, based on the Buddhist view. The Buddhist view is we've got the negative qualities and we have the positive ones. Now, our saving grace is our positive ones. So I know lots of people who've never been able in their lives to get past their negative, the depression, the anxiety, the anger, the fears, the dramas. That's the negative ones. I'm not being moralistic. They can't access their virtue. They can't access their confidence. They can't access their humility, their kindness, their generosity, their self-confidence. They're the virtuous ones. And they are the ones that make us sane and brave. They are the ones that woman in prison was able to exercise. They're the ones that I and every one of my siblings has been able to exercise. That's why in using the Buddhist model, the negative ones and the positive ones, and when we can consciously activate the positive ones, that is what makes us sane. They're the ones that can get us out of insanity. The other ones, if they're prevailing and you can't get past the negative ones, you'll never even, like he's saying, ever, if he's really stubborn and really caught up in how bad he is and how hopeless, he will never have the thought that I'm doing well. And that's the irony of ego, that we're stuck in the misery, we're stuck in the negative, we're stuck in the hopeless, and I'm hopeless and I'm no good and I can't do it. That's the stuff that makes us crazy. So when we can access our virtue, our goodness, our humility, our clarity, our kindness, that's what makes us sane. And so for some reason I always had confidence in that. And I look at every one of my siblings, none of them take their tablets, haven't for 30 years. They maybe have therapists, but they're just fine, wise, wonderful human beings. And that's why I'm sincere when I say we're all bipolar, we're all manic depressive. It's a question of degree. And I mean that with real sincerity, using the Buddhist model. Does it make sense what I'm saying? Do you think? I'm not asking you to disagree with me, but is it making sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
What about you who asked the question? You look doubtful.
I think you're about like Churchill.
Pardon? What?
I think you're about like Churchill.
I don't need to have interesting things like that. I don't ask you about that. I don't fuck Churchill. I'm asking you if you are comprehending what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in other words, if you think you're crazy, be crazy. I don't mind. But if it's virtue, if your mind is full of kindness and wish to do things, you're not scared of this energy, which is called attachment. And it's not set in stone. It's not part of the brain. You can see indications of it. This is the Buddhist view. I'm using the Buddhist view. Then you work with this energy. You use your attachment. You use your aversion. You use your energy. And that's the most sophisticated level of Buddhist psychology, where you can transform it all and use it to enhance your virtues. You're kind, you wish to be kind, to be moral, to be loving. I mean, if I think about being like Churchill, no, I disagree. Churchill, if I'm continuing to be angry and jealous and resentful, that is not my interest. I want to give up those things. So
it's about my ex-husband, it's not me.
Oh, okay.
So therefore I compare it to Churchill.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I think, you know, the Buddhist one is, the bottom line of how you're progressing is less attachment, less anger, less fears, less low self-esteem, more patience, more humility, more kindness, more compassion. That's the bottom line. So I can, you know, so my feeling is on the way to doing that, and this is my point to you and to you, we have to, one of the steps we have to make is to accept there's attachment, there's crazy, there's anger, there's jealousy, there's depression. But guess what? I can handle that. I can handle that. My virtues become stronger. And so for me, I use the analogy of all my crazy roommates. I mean, all my crazy thoughts, delusions. Then when you bravely face them and accept them, then I can look at my good thoughts and I can acknowledge those and delight in those. And then slowly the bad roommates can calm down. But I'm not to not be scared of them, to accept that they're there. And until we've realized emptiness, using Buddha's views, we won't be rid of them. So you learn to work with them. And the good roommates become stronger and they start to run the house. And the other crazies, you don't mind them so much. And you learn to, oh, shut up anger, shut up jealousy, shut up depression. Not, oh, you shouldn't be there anger, you shouldn't be there depression, which is what he's saying. Then the big shift happens and you get braver. And then you lessen, and then you become more stable. Now I might, you know, for me, I can see my mind is more stable. My mind is more, you know, steady. I don't go up and down like a yo-yo. I'm busy, I'm speedy. That doesn't mean I'm going up and down like a yo-yo. And you learn to work with who you are with fearlessness, you know. And we can turn it into good. That's my way of putting it. Does it make sense, people? Am I communicating? And it's up to us. It does start with the thoughts. It does start with the thoughts.
What is Churchill?
He's that English Prime Minister in the wars.
Oh.
Who was, I think he was Sagittarius. And I think he was, yeah, Churchill. I think he's Sagittarius as well. I'm Sagittarius as well. But along with Stalin, and Hitler and Stalin were, oh no, Stalin was Sagittarius as well, that's right. I'm Sagittarius, you see, speedy girl. No. So, are we communicating, people? A little bit? But the key to understanding the Buddhist approach to all this is this distinction, which we don't think of in the West, of the negative, neurotic, delusional states of mind and the positive ones. And that we can, and once we start taking that as our model, I mean, you don't have to, then you start to recognize the crazy roommates and you recognize the good roommates. It's just my analogy, you know. Buddha doesn't talk about roommates. I just mean thoughts. And then you start to recognize more and more clearly that's an attachment thought, anger thought, jealousy thought, and they're so subtle. And they pollute your virtuous ones, and you get braver and braver and braver. So you stop buying into, first you stop speaking the negative ones, and then in your mind at high school you stop buying into their story. You hear the crazy attachment, you hear the negative one, you hear the one to put down, you hear the depression voice, but you give them less power, and you give more power to the virtue. It's a very conscious, cognitive process. And you're programming, you're training, like training yourself to be a musician. You're training yourself to be a wise, healthy, intelligent, moral person. Because thoughts are super flexible. And we're not talking about the brain here. Are we communicating?
Yes.
But it's a scary job. Because it means you've got to, taste your own vomit. One of my friends who's a therapist, she puts it more politely. She says, being a Buddhist, as Lama Yeshe would put it, being your own psychiatrist, being your own psychologist, being your own therapist, it's having your hands in your own shit. And that's the point. We must not be afraid of what's there. And that's why we go crazy. That's why we go crazy. Because we can't stand all this stuff. And we wish it would go away. That's how we think about meditation, as a bloody alternative to a pill. We'd rather make all the pain go away because attachment can't stand the pain. We've got to be facing the pain and accept it. And then as soon as we face it and walk into it, you diminish it. This is what I've been learning as a Buddhist. Even then I can see back then, even I had that, fortunately, I had that capacity. I mean, I maybe made other people crazy, but I never had a mental breakdown. Not yet. I won't have it. You get my point here. See, my sisters, anyway, I'm telling you these things, and maybe it's not good for me to tell you private things like this, but I don't care because I think it's a good example. Yeah.
Fear.
Yeah. Fear, people often ask, which is exactly like you're doing, where's fear in Buddhist psychology? Because if you put the list of delusions, you won't find fear. You know why? Because all of the delusions are in the nature of fear. Fear is their taste. Look at a jealous person. What the hell is that but panic and fear? Look at anger. The person's having a complete hysterical panic attack. Look at all the neuroses. They're based, their taste is fear. And this is the point. The Buddha's point is that when our consciousness, our thought process, our mind, even as we progress, lessening the delusions and growing the goodness, then what the natural consequence of that is less delusion, less neurosis, less fear, more courage, more forgiveness, more clarity, more optimism, more self-confidence, more compassion, until eventually you realize emptiness, you cut the root of all the delusions, then literally fear has ceased. This is Buddha's point, but because it all sounds like holy Indian religion, we can't hear this psychologically. So the more delusions, the more fear. The more attachment, the more fear. The more jealousy, the more fear. The more depression, the more fear. It is obvious. The less attachment, less jealousy is the more courage, therefore more fearlessness. Logically. Do you understand? Logically. Fear is the nature of all the neuroses. Do you understand? Yeah, go on.
So when you experience fear,
You mean fear as opposed to fear-infused jealousy or fear-infused anger? You mean just panic and the heart beating and panic attack? You mean that kind of fear?
well, it could be fear of what is happening in my mind.
Okay, yes.
I think Thich Nhat Hanh has a method.
Yes, what's he saying?
He says, looking at the fear as your baby.
Yeah, okay, good,
Being
yes.
very gentle to it.
There you go.
And you do breathing exercise.
Yes.
And you say, I'm here for you.
There you go. Okay, this is another way, his sweet way of saying what I'm saying is, welcome your roommates. So here's my roommates, and they're called anger, they're called panic, they're called jealousy, they're called things, and then we can all hear these thoughts, and they're very big and they run the show, they're very prevalent, right? So my feeling is, right, when our head is full of all the house is full of the crazies, they're running the show, they're in all the rooms, they're shouting, they're yelling, and the good roommates are hiding under the bed and in the cupboard. Now please let me finish. Please, I beg you, let me finish and I'll go back to you. So then the practice that I'm describing is what we tend to do, this is his point, we keep hearing all the crazy roommates, and because they're loud in our head, we think they're the truth. We think they're the real me. Because they're the loudest ones. So I wish they weren't there, this is so bad, I've been practicing all these years, I'm still bad, I'm still negative, because we keep hearing the bad roommates. But we've got to bring out consciously the good roommates, and they're the ones that say, that's cool, I can handle you guys, I don't mind, open the doors and welcome them. Hi anger, hi jealousy. It's another heavy way of saying what you're saying, Thich Nhat Hanh saying. You welcome them, you greet them, they're part of your mind, they're going to be a long time before they go. So as soon as you start and think that you're living in a house with got a bunch of wackos, you know, they're shouting and yelling with loud music. Of course you go crazy, but when you start welcoming them, and that's why patience is a hard practice, greeting them, accepting them, and realizing they don't define who you are. So it's another way of saying exactly what you're saying, is greeting them, welcoming the fear, the anger. It's okay. It isn't who I really am. It's just part of me. And as soon as you welcome it, you diminish it. As soon as we welcome it, it diminishes its power. And the good roommates come out, which is patience and kindness and compassion. It's another way of saying that. Are you hearing my point, though? But I think that's a lovely way to put it. So whichever works for your mind, you know. It's wonderful.
So you say, hello, fear.
Whatever you want. Just
welcome.
Hear your anger. You know, there I am. Here's David, you know, and I'm on it again. Like she's talking about crazy thoughts, never stopping. And I'm going on about automatically, David, this and it's not fair. And how did he do this and blah, blah, blah. And they did this to me and it's not fair. And I didn't do that thing he said I'm doing. We're never stopping, never stopping. If we wrote down everything we said, we'd have 1 million novels a day. We're writing in novels every day. We only hear even 1% of all the thoughts. So when you hear it, there's many ways of working with it. Sometimes you just got to say, shut up, Robina. Shut up, jealousy, go back. And it's not going to stop. That's the point. That's why they're chatting away all the time. So we've got to have the virtuous ones. That's one approach. One approach. Another one is you counteract it with compassion for David. There's a multitude of tools in our toolkits of how to counteract. Another one is to say a mantra on top. Another one is just, this is okay, it's all right, Robina. Anger is there, I'm hearing, I can't stop it, but it's not who I really am. The virtue is who I really am. You're using logic to argue with these different crazies. But the point is this. They won't go away immediately. They're old habits. So that's part of the process of welcoming it. They are there, but it's okay, Robina. It's all right. They aren't who I am, and it's okay. All we've got to do is say that, and that'll help calm down. And at least when he comes home, at least I will make a vow not to say the words. That's 99% of it. Not say the words when he comes home. Not shout the words out, the thoughts out. So it's a struggle. But then that's why it's so necessary for us to accept that they're there, because they won't go away, not for a while. So the more we can live with them and welcome them, whatever words you like, and then and actively have the positive thoughts. Have the positive thought. It's not easy. But this is day-to-day approach. And then, of course, as a Buddhist, if you have your other practices, you do your visualizations, you do your Tara meditation, where you're visualizing yourself as the Buddha. These are very potent. These are very marvelous skills psychologically to enhance our virtue, you know. Go out and do something kind. Give him a cup of tea. And suddenly that'll counteract. And he comes home, you're feeling not so bad. Give him a cup of tea, give him a hug, and suddenly, you know, jealous has gone quiet. Anger's gone to sleep again. Because you do the opposite. So there's so many approaches. But the key one I'm talking here is these thoughts, until we've even got single point of concentration, this amazing technique these Indians invented, until we've got single point of concentration, or even some degree of it, they're going to be uncontrolled thoughts there, just naturally. So it's only then that we have incredible control over our thoughts. If we read some of the benefits of just having single point of concentration, it would sound like mystical. But it's unbelievable, effortless control. Your body feels blissful. Your mind is in control. You haven't realized emptiness yet, but you've got unbelievable control over all your thoughts. This is something we don't have in our culture. But this is why these Indians are so amazing and Buddhists are amazing, you know. So slowly, slowly. And just keep moving, keep buying into our goodness, keep doing the good actions, and training ourselves in that, you know. Are we communicating, people?
Yes.
Yes.
If you consider the negative states of mind, and you said, if, for example, anger, you can act it out towards someone, or you can internalize it.
Either way, we tend to do that, perhaps, yeah.
So that's depression when you internalize.
Yes, that's right.
I wonder what causes one person to internalize it.
Oh, yeah, I understand. I understand.
Is it about karma?
Yes.
Can you have karmic connection towards yourself?
No, it's more, it's just, I think, it's just a series. We've got all these. Okay, I think we'll continue more on this after lunch. But if we understand the Buddhist explanation of karma and how we do get programmed, this can help us understand why that shape of personality. Why do I like violin more than piano? Why am I quiet more than aggressive? You understand? So we can understand that. Let's look a little bit at that now, just for a second. Then we'll start that before we have lunch. So the Buddhist view is this, basically, that every single thing we think and do and say, or everything we think and feel that then informs what we do and say, is this intricate process of this programming of ourselves, or sowing seeds, as they say. So basically, there are 4 ways that our present habits can ripen in the future. Or put it this way, if we look into our life now, that we can divide up into 4 categories, 4 divisions of our life, if you like, the 4 ways of the past karma. So the first way our karma ripens, they use the analogy of seeds and fruits, is the type of rebirth we get. I mean, the actual workings of this is all in the literature. It's phenomenally sophisticated. So what we do is the simple principles, you know. So, put it this way, okay, at the time of our past death, which will be not more than a few weeks before conception in our mummy's womb, okay, we can deduce roughly that, let's just assume we probably were a human. Let's assume that first. We can deduce that our death was fairly reasonable, because before we stop breathing, the karmic seeds that will determine this person are now being triggered. So the first one is the type of rebirth you're going to get. So in our case, do we all agree we're humans? Yes. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So, you know, the Buddha would say, it's like we won the lottery, you know, because we can see that maybe, what would be 6 billion, 7 billion, I forget the number. Well, you probably got, even in Stockholm, you probably have 7 billion mosquitoes in your backyard in the summer. Well, they're sentient beings as well. And this is what's fascinating with the Buddhist view of the sentient beings. The term in Tibetan for a sentient being is the word mind possessor, semchen. So Buddha's deal about the mind, about karma, isn't referring just to humans. Buddhist psychology refers to all sentient beings. So we can see lots of creatures and animals and bugs and fishes and things, but the Buddha would assert, as we probably know, other sentient beings as well. But basically, the human one, the Buddha's view would be, it's not, maybe not the most fancy type of rebirth, but it's probably one of the most useful, because we can access our intelligence, we can access our virtue. They're our saving grace. They are the actual defining characteristics of a human. So we can also see, as us humans, we've got access to lots of delusions. I mean, and look at us, you know, so many people suffer terribly from crazy states of mind. It's obvious, it's clearly, completely obvious. So the point is, the first, getting the human condition, the human body, meaning the karmic seed that will be triggered before you even stop breathing in the past life, was a very powerful, virtuous karmic seed. So basically, you know, we're lugging around, and that's just my analogy, these bank vaults of trillions upon trillions of karmic seeds. And it's just an analogy, you know. What you can do, because the Buddha would say there's nothing that we think and do and say, there is nothing that we think and do and say that doesn't stay in our mind, that doesn't program our mind. In just the same way, there's no note you play on a piano that doesn't inform the pianist you become. It's kind of obvious. There's no thing in your garden that isn't the fruit of a past seed. So there's no experience we have that isn't the fruit of past seeds we have planted. So they're all these lugging around these bank vaults. It's just the analogy I use. So the first one to be triggered before we even stop breathing, in our case, was a very powerful, virtuous karmic seed of conscious, intentional practice in the past of non-harming, non-killing. Practice, as Lama Zopa says, probably in the context of a spiritual practice. So I remember one Lama saying, I read somewhere in one book, one Lama saying, at the time of a male and female human having sex, I mean, this is like hilarious, okay? There are billions of consciousnesses that have recently passed away. Now, that can't just be from the human realm, because there aren't that many, okay? There are billions of consciousnesses all hovering around trying to get in. Well, we got in. We like won the lottery. We got a human body, you know. I mean, I know this sounds ridiculous. We do not talk like this in our culture. So the first way our karma ripened was getting a human body, you know. The karmic seed was triggered before you even stopped breathing in the past life, already programmed. And then the second way your karma ripens is called experiences similar to the cause, which then determines the kind, which mummy, which daddy, which siblings, the aunties, the uncles, the rats that you meet in your house, the fisherman, the rapist who rapes you, the person who gives you $1 million, the nuns who taught you at school. In other words, the second way that karma, or first or second, doesn't matter, in our life, think of your life. We are intensely social beings, aren't we? We are always existing in the relation to sentient beings. Now, we can see pretty simply, if you want to divide it into two, we have sentient beings in this life who are kind to us, good to us, generous, loving, believe our words, give us things, treat us well. Or we have sentient beings who shit in our spoon drawer, they're called cockroaches. The rats who, do mean things in your house, the person down the road who steals from you, the person over there who's, we can see that. We have some sentient beings that are mean to us, and there are some sentient beings who are kind to us. Think simply, is it not our life full of this? Well, look at every sentient being is the same. Monkeys have their enemies and their friends. Dogs have their enemies and their friends. Cockroaches have their enemies and their friends. So this is called experiences. It means at the hands of others, how we're seen and treated by others. This is called experiences similar to the cause. So what's the cause mean? The action I did in the past in relation to those sentient beings. Karma's pretty personal, okay? And if karma is a natural law, no one's making it up, no one's running it, then it happens naturally. We bump into these sentient beings that we've got karma with. It's not cosmic. For Buddha, it's just natural. So the mummy you get, the daddy you get, the sisters you get, the aunties, the uncles, the enemies, the friends, it's not cosmic. It's not random. It's not organized by somebody. It's the fruit of your past actions. It's called how they see you and treat you. So if someone lies to you, it's because you've lied to them. If someone doesn't believe your words, it's because you've lied. I mean, it sounds so, hippie to us, this view, because it's utterly unlike we think. And it's utterly unlike the Christian view. Because God makes you. Buddha says you make yourself. The next way our karma ripens is the type of personality we have. Whether you're a psycho or a good musician or good at football or good at love or good at kindness. your own mind, your own tendencies. All of these are triggered in the third bank vault. So the first bank vault, one seed is triggered that gets you the human body. The next one is all the seeds in relation to all the beings you're going to meet in that life, including your mummy and daddy, what kind they are, how they treat you and love you and hate you. The next one's called actions similar to the cause, which is referring to all your personality traits, your karmic, your tendencies, your habits, whether it's being good at music or good at anger. Either way, they're the same for Buddha, same status. Your habits, basically. That's the third way your karma is triggered at this time before you even stop breathing. The fourth one is called environmental karma. It's the way the very physical world impacts upon you. Delicious, ugly, peaceful, harmonious, paranoid, horrible, war zone, polluted, you name it. First cause of the environment for you, your past karma. First cause of all your experiences at the hands of others, your past karma. First cause of all your tendencies, your past karma. First cause of your even human birth, your past karma. So we literally, it's like creation principle. You know, it's like self-creation. This is the Buddha's view. It takes time to hear it. It's so intense. It's so utterly different from the Christian teaching, and it's utterly different from the materialist one, you know. So, taking on board this outrageous view, you know, as your hypothesis, it brings, you know, so what was your question? I forget. I'm getting to your question. What was it? Oh, why different? Okay, different shapes. Okay, yeah, I get you now. Well, clearly, we can see, we all recognize attachment, right? Do we all recognize anger, jealousy, love, compassion? These words are not complicated. We all recognize. Okay. So we can see that we're all the same. We're variations of the same recipes. We're variations, you know. In some cakes there's more chocolate, some cakes there's more butter. I mean, I'm just being simple here. So it's all a question of the habit. So you could argue a person who goes towards depression is a person who's got the karma to have good behavior. That's what it is. It's the habit of not harming and not lying and not harming others. But you've got just the habit of depression and of aversion, but it only expresses itself to harm you. Whereas me, I have aversion and bad behavior. Do you see the point? So, you know, so the person who doesn't harm and doesn't harm others, maybe that, I mean, eventually they might, some of those serial killer kids, eventually the anger in their mind is so berserk, they eventually go and kill 47 people. That's different. But if we just have depression, it's the habit of aversion, which is thwarted attachment. But if you've got good behavior, it won't express itself as harming others with your body and speech, because anger expresses itself in behavior, whereas depression doesn't. It just becomes you know. So that's just a question of karma.
So towards we direct our anger, it's like
what, darling?
Coincidence. Or
no, I didn't say that. You're not hearing me.
No.
It's not. No, darling, listen to me again. I'll say it again. Do you accept that, you know, using the Buddhist model, do you accept we have thoughts and feelings and emotions? We have that. That's the mind, isn't it? But then we have body and speech, don't we? Do you accept? And body and speech, my way of putting it, are just the servants of what's in our mind, isn't it? So if we really analyse, everything starts with a thought. If I pick up my cup, you can deduce the thought was, I will pick up my cup. Would you not deduce that? So if I punch David and shout, can you not deduce it's coming from what's in my mind, which is called anger? Do you understand? So if someone who gets depression, it's still aversion, the thwarted attachment, but because of the habit of not expressing it, the habit from past karma of not saying bad words to others or not seeing others as the blame, then it goes inside. Because we've all got attachment and aversion. But somebody else has got attachment and aversion, and that also, you see, the anger's harming me at the same time as the depression is harming you. But mine also harms others, and that's what takes over. So I can see in my mind now, over the years of trying to practice not harming others, not shouting and yelling and being mean to people, and not, you know, punching and doing, I mean, I didn't do any of that, but mostly it was just my words. But controlling that now, so I can even see now, because attachment and aversion are more subtle. The mind is more subtle than behaviour. So because my behaviour is now subdued, now I know I don't sound subdued, but my behaviour is more subdued. Do you hear my point? Then I can recognise now the workings of attachment and aversion and what people mean by depression. It's this moment when the mind goes deflated. But because I understand it, it doesn't last long. But I can recognise that now. Whereas when it was anger, I could not see it that way because it was all volatile. Are you with me? So we just have different tendencies, different habits, different practices, darling.
But if you act out your anger and then you blame someone else.
Well, that's what blame.
Not fulfilling your attachment.
Anger by definition is blame. Yes. How dare you do that to me? I don't deserve it. The aversion is the same as depression. It's self-pity. It's I'm bad. I'm hopeless. But how dare you do that to poor me?
And towards which person you
Due to karma.
It's
not random, baby. It can't be. It's karma. It's personal.
Yeah. So it's
Some people, you know, Hitler was kind to his dog. He wasn't mean to everybody. He didn't kill everybody. He just killed a certain group of people whom he considered his enemies. But he's really kind to his Eva Braun, I'm sure. And quite soft and sweet. He was a vegetarian, wasn't he? So it's personal karma, you know. We have karma with each other. This is very shocking to us because either you're a Christian as God's plan or we haven't worked out the plan yet in the materialist view, have we? We don't know why most things happen. So this is a brand new concept. It's a bit shocking. But actually, it's a natural law and we caused it. It's the biggest shock of all. Are we communicating? Sweetheart? Yes. What's your name?
I'm Henrik.
You're Henrik. I'm happy to meet you, Henrik.
Hello, Robina.
Good.
I've seen you a lot of times on the
Good, darling.
So the analogy of the cookie. So if I'm a cookie with a bit too much salt, I can actually alter that myself by grabbing sugar.
That's right. Whatever. Yeah.
Free will doing that,
Well, you see, free will is... Well, I like to talk about free will really because... Oh, it's 1 o'clock, lunchtime. Is because I really think it's important that we give respect to the source. But everybody talks about it like science, but actually it's a Christian teaching. The Christian view is that God made me and then gave me free will. But for some reason we all talk about it like it's a scientific finding. And maybe we buy into that concept. So first of all, to really analyse what we mean by it, but I kind of know what you mean by it is, at any given point we think we have the choice to make this decision or that. Don't we think that? Now, well, let's look at that, shall we? So do you sit down there and consciously decide to have negative thoughts? I think I'll decide that Henrik is not a cool person. Or no, I think I'll decide that Henrik is a good person. No, I think we run like a magnet to the negative side. Now, I don't think we chose that. It's virtually we didn't choose it. And why? Because you've practiced it for so long. Now, if you're good at piano, Henrik, you don't sit there and say, when you really can play it well, I think I'll play C now. No, you've programmed yourself. It's now completely instinctive. Do you understand? So it's whatever you've practiced in the past. So all Buddha's saying is, of course you've got the ability to change. That's the point. And why is because you can access your intelligence that can see it objectively and argue, I can play this note instead of that note, or I can do this instead of that. So if you want to call that free will, then do, but I'd rather not use it because I think it's misleading. The karma implies choice. But put it this way. If you have practiced anger for so long, you don't have the choice to be patient. You do in theory. The ability to be patient is in your mind, but because the habit to be angry is so prevalent, it's like you can't access the other habit. So it is still there theoretically, but it's almost like they talk about how we're programmed by the power, we're propelled by the power of our past karma. And it's true. If you're really good at music, you're propelled by the power of your past practice. But it doesn't mean you can't make changes. It doesn't mean we're set in stone. Doesn't mean that at all.
Because, I mean, similarities between siblings or family members where we have the same...
Yes. That's because, yeah, my mummy, me and my siblings have all done similar things in the past that we have the same type of habits. And then, my mother, for example, was a musician. She taught me singing. So everybody says, oh, Robina's good at singing because her mummy taught her. No. I'm good at singing because I had a tendency to sing from past karma, and my mummy's good at singing because she had the tendency from past karma. That's how come if you get born to a fascist mummy, we assume that she made you fascist. No, you've got that tendency and you ran like a magnet to a fascist mummy.
Different things.
What?
Fascism is a thing.
No. It's just it's all the same. It's all the same. It's just a habit. It's a habit. Music comes from the thoughts as well. A certain tendency to do things. A tendency to kill people or a tendency to play piano. It comes from the same as the mind. Everything comes down to the mind. Everything comes down to the mind.
So genetics and...
Genetics is the external condition that okay, my mother, due to her past karma, is born to a mummy who has genes that show she has a tendency to get cancer. I get born to my mummy because of my past, and that's because of her past killing. So she gets born to a mummy with genes that cause cancer. I get born to a mummy with genes that cause cancer for the same reason. So the genes are just simply the external indication of an internal habit. Because not every kid has the tendency to get cancer in that family. So this all, for the Buddhist view, the external is simply the external indicator of the mind. The genes aren't the main cause. The cause of being, okay, it's lunchtime. We'll go after lunch. We'll talk more. So what are you going to do? Are they all going to? We're not providing lunch here. No. Okay. I'd love you to have all met together and had lunch and talk about this stuff. So if you're going to go off and you're going to find cafes open now?
Yeah, restaurants.
Okay, so if you do go with one other person, could you try and make an effort? I'd love it if you could, you decide, to talk about this stuff. Okay? If you can.
Robina at 2:30?
Yeah, an hour and a half I think is good. Go on then, you first.
Anger has helped me to be courageous sometimes, to stand up against people bullying others.
So start the sentence. I missed the first part of the sentence.
Anger has helped
anger. Okay, good.
me
Yeah.
to be courageous sometimes, to stand up against bullies bullying other people.
Okay.
What's the Buddhist perspective on
Well, I would call that compassion. Why would you call it anger? Helping people is called compassion. Anger is called harming people.
But I was like not very
So you were angry at one group of people for harming. That's the point. So that's the only way we think about compassion now. We see the dog being kicked, so we figure we've got to be angry with the person who did the kicking. Isn't it? That's how we tend to think of compassion now. But there's no contradiction between being compassionate and for the sake of the guy who's kicking the dog as well, you can stop the kicking. You're doing it for both sakes. That's the Buddhist view of compassion, that it's also for the sake of the person doing the harm. And that's quite difficult for us because we want to blame somebody. So that way it's called compassion. I remember Martin Luther King saying, he said it's all right to be angry. He meant it's all right to find fault. Oh my God, there's a guy kicking a dog. You've got to see that. But that doesn't have to follow that it's anger. Then he said, it's all right to find fault, but then you say, what can I do to help? That's called compassion. But our trouble is we think it's anger that motivates it. You understand? So it's interesting. See, the Buddhist view of karma, you'd also do it. It's like if you've got two kids and they're fighting each other, and one of them one day is the bully, and the next day the kid's the victim. But you help them for both their sake. You try to stop the fight, don't you? Because next day the victim will be the bully and the bully will be the victim. Isn't it? So it's for both their sake that you stop the fighting, or for both their sake you give them advice. Of course, it's hard to have compassion for a person who's a bully, especially if they're not your child. But that's the biggest view. That's the view about karma, like I was saying before. When you understand that you suffer because of your karma and your delusions, that's the basis of real compassion for others. And it includes the harmers as well as the one being harmed, which is quite tough. Do you understand? That's the Buddhist view. So compassion isn't some soft, sweet thing, you know. It can be very firm. It can be very strong. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Yeah. What else, people?
Just a quick question.
Yes, Henrik.
When you're talking about attachment, is that the same as desire?
Well, you know, there's all these words that we can use synonymously. In Buddhist use, you'll see the word craving, you'll see the word desire, you'll see the word attachment. They really mean the same thing, but you've got to be very specific when they're referring to the delusion. Whereas in general, we can say, oh, I really, you know, I desire to be a Buddha. That's not delusion, that's virtue. So it's a question of how we use the word. But if you want to see the words in relation to the neurotic state of mind, they're all synonymously used, yes. Yeah. What else? Yes.
And if you, in act of compassion, you need to use force to
help.
Force. I mean,
to help something.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, sure, if it's done from compassion. You see, this is the point, that as we progress working on our mind, we get more and more control over our thoughts, quite literally. And so then if you're really trained and you really understand your mind, you're working on your mind, you're doing your meditation, and you see two people fighting, and if you've got the wisdom to see that intervening will help, very often when it's anger, it's so emotional, we just rush in, but actually it's useless. It doesn't do any good at all. It's all coming from our own ridiculous rubbish. Whereas if you've got the wisdom to see that intervening roughly will help, then please go ahead. Your motivation's pure. Are you seeing my point? Your motivation it's the key thing is your motivation. Like if you're a good mother, you will shout at your child because you know it's coming from compassion. But you've got to do that from a sincere point of view and be really trained in that.
But my knowledge, it's not a fact. I think that I know.
Well, we do our best.
Yes.
It's progressive. Yes. It's one step at a time. So this is a really good discussion. Okay, let's look at this one in more depth. This is the confusion we have between anger and compassion, and then indeed attachment and compassion, or attachment and love. So let's use the example like you've got an alcoholic brother. So on the one side, from the virtuous point of view, you have love and you have compassion. No question. Love means, I want my brother to be happy. Compassion means, oh my God, look at my brother's suffering. We have that genuinely, let's say for your brother. But the trouble is this, which we don't recognize, because of our own attachment to have everything nice. Our brother's alcoholism is interfering with my happiness, basically. Attachment gets upset. So that pollutes my compassion, and then I act like I'm being really compassionate, but I'm sticking my nose into my brother's business. I get angry with my brother, I talk about him behind his back, I over-exaggerate his problems, and it makes me neurotic. That's not because of compassion, that's because of my attachment to get what I want. And that makes it also angry. And so then what we do is we manipulate our brother. And then we worry about him, we think about him, we talk about him behind his back, we think of him as an alcoholic because the delusions exaggerate. So your attachment, so your aversion exaggerates his badness. All you see is alcoholic brother, whereas the same lovely brother that was there before he was an alcoholic is still there. But all we see is alcoholic brother. So you over-exaggerate his drama, you talk about him behind his back, you give him lectures, you think about him, you worry about him. The neurotic part is from attachment. That's not from compassion. So then we intervene, we stick our nose in where it doesn't belong. And then because he won't take your advice, you get upset with him. So that's all the drama that we have, and we think it's because we've got compassion. So how compassion would be if you didn't have much attachment, you'd see your suffering of your brother, you'd love him for who he is, and if he does ask your advice, or if you know that he's open to advice, you've got the wisdom to give him that advice, and then it's up to him, and if he doesn't take it, you won't get upset, you'll be sad for him, but you won't get angry, you won't manipulate him, you won't give him up, you'll love him for who he is, and you'll mind your own business, and you'll see him and you realize he's suffering, but you'll be respectful to him. So that's if you didn't have much attachment. But attachment's really subtle. It kind of pollutes the compassion. It makes a mess. Do you understand? Sadness is a word we use that's a mixture of compassion and attachment, like grief. Sad, of course you're sad, that's called compassion. But it's, but if it was really real compassion without attachment, you would not think about it all the time. You'd accept that there's nothing much you can do, but you'll continue to work on yourself, like I said before, to make yourself a wiser, more useful human being. You know that you can only do so much. So whether it's your brother or Syria, it's the same. You understand? Attachment is what makes us stick our nose in. Attachment is what makes us anxious. Attachment is what makes us upset, because that brings anger and fear and all that rubbish. It's not compassion that brings anger and fear. It's attachment and neurosis.
I just meant when it's two person and one person hurting another. And
what, darling?
I need to.
What? What? Sorry, start again.
I just meant before that it's two sides, and to help one side, I have to hurt another side.
Why does that follow? Give an example of this situation.
It was before.
I don't understand.
Somebody's fighting or somebody's, I don't know.
But please be realistic. A realistic situation. Think of a realistic situation. Okay, that's not realistic. That's fantasy. I don't think anybody recently here has been around seeing somebody rape and you can intervene and stop them raping. I don't think so.
No, but I saw that somebody hit another person.
Again, is that realistic? It's not realistic. It's a nice theory. Please use an ordinary example in your own daily life. Keep it simple. Give me an example. I mean this sincerely. We love all these examples, but they're not realistic.
But I saw this. That's the one.
When? You mean you saw a man raping somebody and you could...
Hitting. I mean that
what?
This is very... Somebody hit
okay, who is this person? Is it a friend, an enemy, your husband? Who? It depends on your relationship.
It was two
strangers. Okay, good. Listen. Listen to me. If it's one child of yours hitting another child, then you check, what's my relationship here? You have the power to intervene and give lectures. Stop that immediately. You have that power. But two strangers on the street, you walk up and tell them to stop doing it, and they'll tell you, mind your own business, get out of here so we can keep hitting each other. So it's up to what your relationship with the people is.
But if somebody is weak and another is stronger,
then listen to me.
it's hurting
God
people.
almighty, you people. Everybody has the same examples.
Yes,
But it's not realistic. If it is, listen, okay. Compassion is the wish to help, is seeing the suffering. And if you have proper compassion, it will be for both of them. Stop. You asked me, I'm telling you the answer. If you have real compassion, it will be for both of them. And then, but that's not enough. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, compassion is not enough. Now you need the wisdom to know how to help them. And often there is nothing you can do. If you walk in there and start giving orders to two people, to one person beating somebody, if you can stop them, please stop them. But if you can't, maybe you'll get bashed up as well. You've got to have wisdom to know how to help. And that's what we lack. Either we're too afraid, or we get so angry we'll end up making a mess. I mean, it's like complicated. So compassion is the wish to help. Wisdom is knowing how to help. And that comes from your own practice, your own wisdom, your own clarity, your own awareness of your own mind and your own ability, and really having the wisdom to know that you really can intervene and can really stop the harm. If you can, well done, girl. Whether that's Syria or two people, same principle applies. You with me? Are you with me? Yes, Henry, you had something.
I was just about this alcoholic brother.
Yes.
Wouldn't a compassionate thing be to try to stop him drinking?
Yeah, of course, but it's the same.
Know his own best.
But Henrik, it's the same. You're going to be a bully. Have you ever had anybody have you ever had anybody in your family who thinks you're doing the wrong thing is going to come and butt in and tell you not to do it? You'll back off and say, mind your own business, please. Who the hell do you think you are? Even if they're right, Henrik. We've got to be respectful to human beings. If you see again,
then apply that to teenagers.
Henrik, it's a question of your relationship. If you're a brother, you're like an equal status. But if you're a mother or a father, that's different, baby. You have the power to walk in. Whether it helps is another discussion. Being like a policeman doesn't necessarily work. That's what wisdom means. Wisdom is the ability to know how to help a person, which means you've got to know your mind and you've got to know their mind. And you've got to have wisdom about the scenario. So compassion is one thing, but wisdom is the real key. Do you see what I'm saying? Because often we can't help, even if it is our own child. So it's not that easy, you know. And the real point is this: because our attachment is a junkie that only can bear the nice things, that's what makes us so frantic and freak out when it doesn't work. It's not compassion that freaks us out. It's not suffering that freaks us out. It's our own inability to bear it. And that's because of attachment. So it's very tricky. You understand? Are we communicating, people?
Yeah.
Any more questions? Yes?
When you talk about karma and past lives,
yes.
Do I need to understand that in order to be practical and practice?
I understand your point.
That to be metaphysical.
No, I understand. I hear your point. It's a good point. So let's go more from what we discussed before, go to more detail about karma and how practically you would apply this philosophy in your daily life if you were trying to, how it would work, okay? It's a good point. Thank you. Okay. So, okay. The way, okay. So, there's me and David in my relationship. He's my boyfriend, let's say. Or whatever. So, if I'm trying to be a Buddhist, if I'm trying to use Buddhism as my interpretation of me and him and my relationship, so let's just say, I've decided that it is worthwhile, the relationship's worthwhile. Let's say he's a bit of an alcoholic. Let's just say he's a bit of an alcoholic. But I've decided it's worthwhile, like my friend in Melbourne. She weighed it up. It was worth it to stay in the relationship. She decided it was worth it. So let's just say I'm working on my mind and I'm working on that. And let's say he's a bit of an alcoholic or something. But I weighed up, he's got good qualities, he's a kind man, he looks after me, he's friendly, he doesn't hurt people, he just hurts himself. And I love him and I know that I can be useful to him. Now that's, first of all, to understand why, using the Buddhist view, I keep thinking, well, why can't he give up alcohol? What's wrong with him? He's a really nice guy, he's so intelligent. And then when I understand karma, it means that He's born with this really strong tendency of attachment, intense attachment to a certain activity, an intense attachment to a certain activity. So that will help, if I'm using Buddhism, that would inform my ability to understand why it's hard for him to give it up. That's all. I mean, you don't have to think that about karma to know that it's hard for some people to give it up. But it is, at least in the Buddhist view, is explaining why it's hard for him. But the other one, a scenario would be, let's say he's mean to me. Let's say he beats me. So, okay, let's say I've made the decision that, okay, the karmic one, it would be explaining, okay, I'm sorry, I'm making it so complicated. Let's say we have a good relationship and he's kind to me and loving to me and looks after me. So the simple understanding of karma, which would inform my relationship, is I'd go, well, how fortunate that I've got a partner who is kind and loving and respectful to me. And the Buddhist view would be, that's due to my past virtue. So the reason I would use karma there is that would increase my wish to want to practice virtue. I mean, this doesn't sound very compelling, actually. Okay, I don't know why I'm confused now.
I see the
Go on.
value in
What?
karma and so on, but isn't it enough to apply it in this life? And I can skip out the...
Oh, you mean the past life business? No, because the way Buddhism is just, okay, in the ordinary sense, that whatever we think and do, using in practical worldly sense, everything we think and do, we can see the logic of that, forgetting past lives and future lives. It's true, if I can see that not lying increases my capacity to not lie, and I can see the benefit, then of course you're absolutely correct. Of course you are. You don't need to think of karma there. But if I've got a child...
Past lives.
You don't, that's what I'm saying, you have to think about past karma. Yeah. No, the real one of karma is to do with the bigger picture. The real one they talk about is that. But we can still apply the idea of cause and effect pretty simply. But let's say David and I have got a child who, since tiny, from the first moment he opens his mouth, he's a chronic liar. Or like, say, you know, a child who just loves to kill animals. And we haven't taught him that, but he's just addicted to killing the creatures. Now, lots of children are like that. I mean, we don't like to think this. So the only way I can understand that is I know I haven't taught him this. So you could think it's genes, but, you know, we can't see the genes in my mind or in his body because we both of us are not killers. So then we're completely confused. Why is this liar? Why is he a killer? And this is why people go crazy. They don't know why their child is a psycho or whatever. I mean, look at children. So the only way to explain it is the Buddhist. I mean, I'm saying as a Buddhist, is that he came into this life with a tendency to lie. And that's why the karmic one has to go beyond what you... Because the assumption of karma, the assumption we have in the West is, well, you're the product of mummy and daddy. But then that works fine if our child is a bit like him and a bit like me. But what if he was like a psycho? I remember, the Columbine kids years ago in America, 20 years ago, that killing. Remember those two boys who killed lots of people? And it was a really big deal. And I remember recently reading in the New York Times about the mother of one of them and the suffering she's had this last 20 years because she and the husband, the first thing people did was, oh, it has to be the parents' fault. Well, then what you read about back then, was that they were these really nice, white, Christian parents. Nobody could find anything they did wrong. So this woman agonized over the last 20 years. The relationship broke up. She's had hate mail. People have hated her. They've blamed her. She's had the most tortured life. And she blames herself. She's full of guilt. She's full of shame. She's full of grief. What did I do wrong? What should I have done? What did I do? Why is my son like this? You can see the suffering that she's had. Now, all I'm saying is, the Buddhist explanation is, it had nothing to do with her. This boy was born with these psychotic tendencies from past stuff. So that's why I find at least as an explanation for why Hitler, or indeed why Mother Teresa. Or why Mozart, for that matter. I mean, you go on YouTube and you see these 3-year-old little girls playing Bach. I mean, you've never seen anything like it. You can't believe it's true. These little fingers, this little piano, they're playing complicated Bach. So the best we go in the West is, oh, wow, wow, they're amazing. We can't find a reason why. So I'm really being practical here. I'm not saying you have to use it. But the Buddhist explanation is, from the time we're conceived, there's a fully developed little being there with tendencies. You know, whereas we tend to think in the West, it's, you know, you're a blank slate and the parents proceed to develop this person. And that's why even a friend of mine in the course we did recently in Kathmandu, she was from that city where these boys were. And she said one of her sons was in the Justice Department or something, and it wasn't in the public news, but even after these two boys were dead, they even pulled out their body to try and look into their brains, determined to find the cause of why they were psychopathic. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because we're looking for reasons. Why? This poor mother's tortured. Why? Now, all I can give you is the Buddhist view, having a child like that, if you were a Buddhist, you would break your heart. You would break your heart for compassion for your own boy, because he's harming himself. You'd have compassion for the people who he harms, but you wouldn't go mad thinking, what did I do wrong? Because you know it wasn't you. So all I'm saying is, in our own life, it can explain what you came with, and therefore as a Buddhist that informs even your own tendency to jump on the wrong girls or to kill or lie. You know, and my friends in prison, this has been a very powerful teaching for my friends in prison who just think, well, I'm a bad person naturally and I might as well go to hell, you know. Now they know they've got an explanation for why they did this and why they get killed or why they kill or why they get blamed for something they didn't do. So karma is an explanation for the things that in the ordinary world you can't explain. I mean, I'm just saying, it's a theory, you know. So I find that immensely helpful. And so it helps me understand my own mind, what I came with, and therefore informs my ability to know how I can change it. And therefore informs me about why he is or why my child is. That's where I find that useful. But that's up to each of us. So there's, of course, within the framework of being who you are, without asking the question of why you are who you are and where you come from, or even where you'll go after, you can still apply. Of course you can. Lots of this approach. Of course you can. It's just a question of the degree, that's all. Do you see my point? Yeah. Because, you know, either, if we do have these questions about, you know, where do I come from? Who am I? What is the cause of me? If you're a Christian, you have faith in the Creator. If you're a materialist, with respect to us, we're still looking for the reasons. We don't know why Hitler. We don't know why Mother Teresa. A regular example, I remember those Columbine kids, and you know, the first thing we think is, it must be the parents. This woman, her 20 years of suffering, convinced, of course, because she made this child, it has to be her fault. And that's why I find that so intense, you know, because clearly her behaviour did not create this child. You know, it's clear. You can tell by the evidence she didn't. Do you understand? And that's tortured. That's really tortured. Yes?
But if she gave birth to a child like that,
yes.
Isn't that her part of the karma?
Oh, she's part of the karma. No, she's very much a part of it. There's no question. Yes, there's no question about that. But the Buddhist view is she didn't make the child. She didn't give him psychosis. And indeed, you know, she didn't. And she checked in her own life. She was a good parent. So it's nothing she did that caused this. But her agonizing, her conviction that she made this child, and therefore she felt this blame and guilt. And you can see she was tortured by it. What should I have done wrong? And we even have this. If only we didn't do that. When you have a car accident, if perhaps I did this, and if I'd only done that, and if I'd only done that, we go mad with this one, believing we're all completely responsible, you know. Do you understand? It's kind of, whereas the Buddhist one, even I remember about my mother, you know, my mother, we had 7, I told you, had a bunch of babies, and then, you know, I remember even before I was a Buddhist, my mother had this tendency to be, because dramas happen in the family, my daddy was an alcoholic, other things happened, blah, blah, blah. So naturally my mummy, being a good mummy, but she became deeply depressed and full of guilt when bad things happened, you know? And meaning, guilt is I'm the blame, isn't it? Guilt is I'm the blame. And I remember having a fight with her, and I remember not knowing quite then, but I remember being furious with her. It's sort of like, excuse me, Mum, I play some role in my own life. Back off. You're not God here. You didn't make me. I made myself. Even before karma, it was like infuriating, because guilt says I'm the blame. Well, back off, Mum. It's like insulting me. I played some role. You see my point? In other words, the Buddhist one is you did that. You come into this life with your own stuff. The parent's job is to be like a good gardener. Definitely a powerful role, but you can only do so much with what you've got. So there's a friend of mine who is a Buddhist, a very devoted Buddhist, and she has confidence in the view of karma. She applies it, and she's got a daughter who really is not very well mentally. She's really quite psychotic. She's very extremely deluded, extremely self-centered. She's really like extremely addicted to sex and manipulating people, and you understand, really not a happy girl. Well, the mother, it breaks her heart. but she kind of really accepts the view of karma, and she knows there's only so much she can do. So she's the daughter, she lives separate from them, she does her best, she has compassion for her, but she knows there's only so much, and she doesn't have guilt and shame because she accepts that this daughter has got her own stuff. Do you understand? And that's really what wisdom is. Wisdom is recognizing that people have their own story from their own stuff, and whether that's in Syria or your alcoholic brother. And compassion is the wisdom to see them and the ability to wish to help. But sometimes we can only help a little bit. There's only so much we can do. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's where courage comes, with proper compassion that isn't polluted by attachment and guilt and all that rubbish, you know. Do you understand, people? I mean, it's a minefield, I tell you. And for me, the one of karma is, you know, because it's Buddha's explanation of who we are and where indeed we came from. What indeed am I? Who am I? And why am I this? That's his stuff in the long term, you know. Dealing with exactly what is a person, finally. What is a self? What creates us? What makes us? That is what Buddha's stuff is. And karma is his explanation of what we are and why, and then the conclusion, and then the application of that is what you do with that. Based on the fact that I came into this world programmed with my own habits, whether it's music or psychosis, then it's up to me, if I can be brave enough, to work on that. And the very fact that it's due to my past actions informs my ability to know that if I am this because of what I've done, then I can change what I am. It doesn't set me in stone, on the contrary, you know. I can be responsible. It implies choice. And then, of course, the Buddha's teachings on and there's extensive teachings on the mind, how consciousness, mind in its nature, when it is unencumbered by all the delusion, is in its nature pure. That's how they talk about it, you know. That the mind, you know, I like to use the analogy of water. We know, like water is H2O, isn't it? Like 2 bits of H and 1 bit of O, that's water. But we know water can be polluted. We know that. But, you know, we all know, without even being great scientists, and this is my point now, that the pollution is not fundamental to the water. It's not integral to the water. It's not at the core of the water. Therefore, it can be removed. That's the attitude of the mind. That fundamentally, if you like, the H2O of our mind, as far as the Buddhist view is concerned, is the positive stuff. And there's not just a romantic notion. When we go more detail about the nature of mind, it's described, you know, that there's something, virtue is the H2O of our mind. So when we're fully developed, we've gone beyond delusions, cut the root of all the rubbish, seen reality as it is, understand the true nature of self, got rid of all the rubbish, then we are in touch with who we really are. This is Buddha's point. And that the virtue and the wisdom and the clarity, these are fundamental to our very being. And this is not just meant to be some religious notion. It's all explained in the actual understanding of what the mind is in its bones, you know, how it functions and what it is. Which again is very different from our view because we're not discussing the brain here. So it's kind of interesting. And that for me gives me confidence. Because if you've got a body of water and you just think it's naturally polluted, and what can I do? It's just polluted, it's the way it is, then you're very depressed about it. What can I do? But when you discover the pollution can be removed, you get rather excited. Or even though it's filthy and polluted, you're happy to wade in knee deep, sorting out what pollution is, so you can then find the causes, so you can remove the pollution. It's a very different view, you know. Whereas ego, the instinct we have of ego is, this is who I am. I'm naturally angry. I'm naturally depressed. It's naturally how it is. No one knows why I'm born this way. No wonder we're depressed. No wonder we want to kill ourselves. That's the feeling of ego, that I'm stuck with this. But Buddha says we're not. And that I find powerful. So that means you get more courage when you see your rubbish mind. You know it's there, but you know it's not integral to who you are. You know it is the pollution, but you can remove it. And that's gives you confidence. That's the point I find very powerful. The delusions are there, anger's still there, jealousy's there, the rubbish is there, but it's the pollution. And now I know the cause of it, and I can then find the solution. And you practice every day. So it gives a very different attitude. Yeah. So let's talk a bit more about karma, I think. Why not? If you'd like. So like I mentioned very briefly, there are 4 ways, Buddha says, that every single thing we think and do and say just naturally will produce results in this long term. It's just the way it is, Buddha says. It's a natural law. He doesn't run it. There's no one running it. It's not punishment. It's not reward. And you've got to hear it like that. It's just the way it is, Buddha says. He's observed it. You know? So that every millisecond of what we think programs our consciousness. And then on the basis of what we think or feel, within our body and speech, I like to call them the servants of our mind, they then do the wishes of the mind, don't they? So if anger is there, you know, I punch David. If you know, if the tendency to kill is there, the hand will kill the mouse. If the tendency to lie is there, the words will say lies. The body and speech are like the servants, you know, of what's in our mind. That's why the very first level of practice in Buddhism is control the servants. You know, don't follow every thought. Using your mind to have discipline, but over your body and speech initially. Then you can use your mind to have discipline over your mind itself, which is like high school. So, of course, the whole idea of karma from life to life is obviously abstract for us because we can't assert, it's hard for us to assert this continuity of consciousness, you know. It's very abstract for our minds. But if we take this view now, let's just look at, like I said, the way that Buddhism is describing how what we think and do and say programs our consciousness and how it manifests in the future, not just in this life, but in future lives. But yes, it is abstract, I accept, but this is the theory we're describing here, okay? So let's just look at it. Okay. So like I said, the first, you know, this is a process that especially in the Vajrayana teachings in Buddhism, the more esoteric teachings, and you could say that's kind of like postgraduate, is there are these very detailed descriptions about the death process and this how the death process works. And this is based upon the way that we're physically and mentally constructed. And this is very similar to the, you know, to the Hindu view in yoga, have got this subtle energy, all these things. It's quite detailed. And it's the same model that the Tibetan medical system uses. So according to this model, we've got this gross consciousness inextricably linked to a gross level of physicality. And in our case, our gross sensory consciousness linked to the gross body. And then we've got in all the workings of our gross conceptuality in day-to-day life. That's gross consciousness and gross body. Then we've got subtle consciousness and what they call subtle body. So in daily life, we experience that every time we go to sleep. You go to sleep, you become quote-unquote unconscious, your grosser level ceases, but now your subtle level manifests, and that's what dreams are. We all have that, you know. That's just subtle consciousness, and it's inextricably linked to this subtler level of physicality. And that's what they call, you know, like in yoga, they call the subtle nervous system, the prana, the wind energy, because they talk in this Buddhist model the same way as we used to talk back in the Middle Ages, how the physical world is made of the 4 elements. They still talk that way in Buddhism, you know. So the world consists, in Buddhism, the world consists of minds, trillions of minds, and then matter. And there's this inextricable relationship. All minds, according to this model, all minds have their own are linked to their own set of the 4 elements. So then we've got gross consciousness, gross mind, gross body. Then we have subtle consciousness and subtle body, this subtle nervous system, this subtle mind, level of mind, this subtle wind energies is coursing through this subtle nervous system, and all this is when we dream as well. And then you've got very subtle consciousness, they say, inextricably linked to a very subtle level of wind energy, which is the 4 elements subsumed to the wind energy. They describe in great detail. So the point the Buddha is making is this, that everything we think and do and say impacts upon the physical at the gross and indeed the subtle level. And this is included karmically as well. So given this kind of model, then the Buddhist view would be that when I program my mind, say, with the habit to kill, then we analyse the killing, the habit I have to kill. Then I look into my mind and I see that what impels it is usually, let's say anger, or indeed attachment. If you're a fishermen don't hate fish, but people who, you know, have wars, or it's usually anger that compels us to kill. Or if you kill the mouse in your kitchen, it ain't because of compassion you kill the mouse. You've got aversion to the mouse. So usually killing, we can see the action of killing of taking the life of another, or especially in emotional circumstances, it's based on aversion, on anger, you know. So anger doesn't go astray. It builds up the energy of being angry, and then the tendency to kill builds up, programmed in the consciousness as a tendency to kill. The habit is there. So one example, there's this friend of mine who'd heard about karma for the first time and was in tears because her boy, I always tell this story, 5 years before, this boy of hers was 29 and he died scuba diving, and she told me that all his life he'd been a fisherman. Now I'm not criticizing anybody, I'm just analyzing it. So what fishing is a tendency to kill, isn't it? It's pretty simple. It's a tendency to kill. So the Buddhist view would be this: he got in this life, he at the time of his past death, one of his bank vaults of positive karmic seeds was triggered, and that's from non-killing. We've got different bank vaults, okay? So one of those is his virtuous karmic seeds. And the main cause of even programming our mind to get a human body is the fruit of strong intentional non-killing. So he's got a bank vault, he's got one of his non-killing karmic seeds. Well, that's triggered at the time of his past death. Second, all his tendencies. And his mother said he's a really nice boy, very kind, intelligent, generous, loving, moral. He had lots of good tendencies. But one of his tendencies was to kill, in his case, fish. The third is called your experiences similar to the cause. So he had really nice mummy and daddy, he had nice family, nice parents, people treated him well. So again, he had lots of good karmic results from virtue in the past. So he had a nice life and good experiences. He had good tendencies. He got a human birth. So then the fourth one is environmental karma. He had a really good environment. So he had all the fruits of lots of good karma from his own past virtue. So I'll give an example here. So every action we do, negative or positive, brings its own, any one of these four results. So we could say, in our case, one of the ways that our karma's ripened is getting a human body. That's the fruit of non-killing. The next fruit of non-killing would be the tendency to not kill. Now, some of us might have that. Some people, since they're tiny, never like to kill. Some of us have to learn not to kill. Let's say, you know your own mind. So this little boy, in his case, he didn't kill his mummy, he didn't kill next door neighbours, he had a tendency to kill, and it was called killing fish in his case. So that's the result of the habit to kill. The third one is the experience similar to the cause of past killing is you get killed or you die young. Well, he got that one. He died young. He died scuba diving. He's 29. The fourth one is environmental karma. That means the very physical world that would normally nourish you and benefit you, like the food, the water, it harms you. So the environmental result of killing, the fully ripened result, this is a karmic seed, this is the one that gives you the type of rebirth. The fully ripened result of killing would be you'd run to a mummy's dog's womb or a lion's womb or something. So you get an animal birth. For example, one example. The second way your killing karma would ripen would be as a tendency to kill. So the boy had that, although he had the first one of non-killing, because they can have these different ones. So he got the result of non-killing, he got a human body, but he got the result of the habit to kill, which was the tragedy. So he spent all his life killing fish. The third one, he also got the result of killing, which was to die young. So he got that one. And environmental, he didn't have that one. He had the result of non-killing. He had a good environment. His health was good. So I can think of, for example, you think of Warren Buffett, that mega rich fellow. I read his biography. And he's an amazing guy. He's really renowned as being very down to earth, very kind of humble, easygoing. He's given all his $60 billion to Bill Gates, And he drives the same old Toyota that he's driven for years. He's got a very simple lifestyle, and his daughter said, I've never seen water pass his lips. She said his diet, what happened?
A child.
What? A child, oh, okay. So she said she's never seen water pass his lips. His diet, it seems, since he's born practically, he eats cheeseburgers, one of those flavoured Coca-Colas, and vanilla ice cream, and that is it. And he's 87 and he's fit as a fiddle. Now, the medical science should be shocked by that. He should be dead, But the Buddhist view is, first of all, he got a human body, the fruit of non-killing, tick the box. He's got, I don't know about his tendencies, he might be a fisherman, I don't know. The third one, as a result of past life, he's born in this life because of a tendency not to kill, which has expressed itself as the experience similar to the cause of non-killing, which is a long life. And the fourth one, environmental karma, the result of non-killing, is you're fat and healthy, and whatever you eat nourishes you. Now, you understand what I'm saying? So every action we do can have any one or all of these four results. So you can be born in this life like with a tendency to kill, but you might live till you're 87. So you don't have the experience similar to the cause of killing. You've got the experience similar to the cause of non-killing, because you've got these four different bank vaults. So we got born human, that's a result of non-killing. We might have a tendency to kill, and I think most humans kill something. Have a look at the world, you know. Even most religions, with respect, say it's cool to kill certain creatures. I was taught as a Catholic that God made creatures for our benefit, and that we're the boss. I'm just telling you, I'm not being rude, just saying it. Many people might never kill, but they will die young. They'll die as a baby, they'll die as 1, they'll die at 17. That's the result of past killing. Your life runs out, the petrol tank runs out, you know. You might never kill, you might never get killed, but you've got really weak health and you always get sick and you get allergies and you can't eat peanuts and the sun burns you and the water's polluted. That's environmental karma of killing. So we can see in some places environmental karma of killing is really there. The food is disgusting, the water's horrible, the water's polluted, the water's terrible, the air's awful. Some entire countries have that. Some individuals can have that. You can live in a country where the food is delicious, but one person can't eat a peanut. They're going to drop dead. That's environmental karma. So everything we experience is the fruit of any or all of our actions determine our own results. That's why Buddha's literally saying we don't need creating. He says this law of karma works like this, and this intimate relationship between internal and external world. I mean, it's highly complex and it sounds pretty cosmic. And as Zopa says in the Kala Chakra Tantra, in the texts, the tantric texts, there are these detailed descriptions of the intimate relationship between internal and external energy. So what he meant by that was internal means the mind and external is the physical elements. And because according to this model, all minds are inextricably linked to their own set of the four elements. So therefore, as Rinpoche said, let's say when you kill, or when you're angry or you kill, which is coming from anger, that pollutes your mind. You develop the habit of killing, and because your mind is inextricably linked to these subtle wind energies, which is physical, it pollutes the wind energies, which in turn karmically causes sickness, which in turn even more long-term karmically creates an external polluted environment. So the Buddha's view is we create all this stuff over countless lives. Over countless lives. In other words, the Buddha's view is answering why even there's an environment like there. Why is it polluted? Why? Not just because you put the paper here and the water there. The longer term one, it's like long term over countless thousands of lives. That's how they talk, you know. And so the entire universe is created by the sentient beings who experience it. They're not put there by somebody else. It's not punishment, it's not reward, and it's not random and sort of cosmic, you know, the Buddha's view. And it's all described in the texts because of this relationship with the physical and mental. Are we communicating? I'm just trying to explain it, you know. So each of us is in charge, but the tragedy is we don't think we're in charge. We think everybody else does it to us. This is the utter tragedy of the view of karma, and why to have such compassion for sentient beings. Because we're all actually doing it to ourselves every moment, and we're experiencing the fruits of our past, and each second we are creating our futures, but we don't realize we are. This is the tragedy, what the Buddhist view would say. So knowing this for ourselves gets us on board, makes us responsible. I'm sick of suffering. So guess what? The solution is I'd better stop creating more suffering. So guess what? I'm going to stop killing, stop lying, stop stealing, stop junking me on the wrong partners, don't eat 14 pieces of cake. Not because someone says I shouldn't. Because you know what, mate? I'm fed up with suffering. So of course you've got to make a big leap. I'm not clairvoyant. I can't see this as true, but it's my working hypothesis. But eventually we can see the truth of it. As we get subtler in our meditation, we will get clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is a no big deal in Buddha's view. It's naturally the capacity of our mind at a subtler level, when it's beyond the grosser level, which we can accomplish with single point of concentration, that can see the past and see the future. Mind has that capacity, Buddha says. It's natural. So that's when you prove this, but meanwhile you take it as your hypothesis, you know, and it's the basis of your own life because you don't want suffering. You've got to have that on board. It's not because of guilt and shame and I'll get punished. No, no one's doing it to me. I'm the boss. I'm doing it to myself. So of course I want happiness. Of course I don't want suffering. So I'm not going to kill and I won't lie and I won't steal and I will be kind and I will be generous. First level is that one. Don't underestimate that. Don't think that's just being selfish. It's intelligence. Then eventually I can see others and my God, we're all in the same boat. So then I'm going to have compassion and help them if I can. This is the way you apply karma, you know. Of course it's a big deal because who can see it, you know? I can't, I'm not clairvoyant. But I find it an appealing philosophy. I've decided this is one I want to use in my life that informs the way I interpret myself and my relationships and suffering and happiness out there, you know. And therefore determines my behavior. It has to. It's not just a theory. It has to be, it's like learning botany determines my behavior, knowing how to plant the flowers and how to pull out the weeds. It doesn't stay in your head. It's got to be applied, you know. Yeah.
Who am I and what is incarnating?
Okay, this means we have to talk about the subtle level. All this leads to Buddha's own subtler findings about the very nature of a self. It's all his stuff comes to, you know, it's all the teachings lead to this, it leads to this, it leads to this. Okay. Well, you know, speaking just in ordinary conventional terminology, what reincarnates is your consciousness. So what's your name?
Heliana.
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 Yes.
As in Helen with an Anna on the end. Okay, thank you. Heleniana. Okay, I got it. Heliana. Okay, I got it. Thank you. So, okay, listen. So there's this shape called Heliana. Yes. So we can deduce you're probably a girl. It's hard to know these days though because we change, don't we? So let's say you're a girl shape. You're Swedish? Yes. Okay, you're Swedish. Yes. You're a girl. You're a certain age. This conventional truth. You're those things. Okay. So these are the fruit. These are just the fruit of your past actions. Due to certain karma, you get born as a Swedish person. You get born with a girl shape. You get born with certain tendencies. You get born with, and because you've got relationship with the external world, you're seen a certain way. So all of this is due to your past karma. So all of that is done by the mind. So that's done by your mind. So then, okay, you basically are, okay, so the death process of the last person, let's just say you were, who knows, doesn't matter. At the time of death, like I said before roughly, at the time before you stop even breathing, certain conditions, and it's dealt with again in great depth in the literature, your bank vault, one of the seeds of your past virtue was just triggered spontaneously, which programmed you to go to a human womb. Secondly, all the tendencies that we now see expressed in Heliana's life, in her mind, they were triggered then from your habit. Maybe maybe you lie, maybe you're kind, intelligent, good at music, whatever your tendencies are, and whether they're intellectual or spiritual or whatever, they're all the same. They're a bunch of tendencies. Each one of these that has now become your personality, they were triggered at that time, that fits with that particular human. The next one is called experiences. That means you're Swedish, you've got this mummy, this daddy, these people, all the relationships and how you're seen and treated in your life, right? So you can see maybe in your life some people don't like you, some people treat you badly, some people lie to you, some people don't believe your words. These are all due to karma with these individual beings. So it's highly complex. We're very social beings, right? So there's a third category of all your karmic seeds. The fourth lot is your environmental, your impact the environment has on you, whether it's healthy or not healthy, whether it harms you or whatever it might be. So all of this is the fruit. These are the fruit. This life is the fruit of 10 actions motivated by what's in the mind and then carried out by body and speech in this highly complex procedure that produces this package called Heliana. Okay. So as you go through the death process, the grosser level, the grosser level ceases. Your eyes cease, the ears, the senses cease, your particular grosser level of conceptuality ceases, and you get to the point where and the death process is described in terms of 8 stages, okay? So then you get to the point where you stop breathing. By this point, your memory has gone, all the senses have gone, and that's what we call death in the West. But you're not dead yet for the Buddha. It's only the gross consciousness and gross body that have ceased. Now your subtle consciousness and your subtle physical energy are still there. So that could be similar to a dream state. So we can't, so for sure, just like when you go to sleep, you can be having vivid dreams, can't you? And you can even be and people can be very conscious of those dreams. So then the same here, you might be unconscious, or your subtle conscious might be still aware of what's going on, but at a subtler level, like a dream. That's why from the Buddhist view, helping dying people, once you've started, stop breathing, you wait for a couple more days and you really make the place very peaceful. There's a whole way to help people die well, because you want the virtuous karmic seeds to be triggered before you stop breathing, which can produce your next life. So then as your mind's getting more subtle, and you're throwing off the subtle levels of physicality, your mind's becoming more subtle, and eventually it gets to what they call very subtle consciousness. And they call that your clear light consciousness, which is inextricably linked to this very subtle wind energy. Okay, you could say now this is the subtlest level of our being. So this very subtle consciousness is like, you can say it this way, it's like all the programming is contained there of all your past actions. Now, if you're a highly realized being, and you've worked hard in your life, you've practiced, and then you're a great meditator, and you've got all the skills, and this is taught in the Vajrayana, you're able to go through this process with complete control, and all the great meditators can, and you can get to that very subtle level, because that very subtle level of your consciousness is the most potent, most capable. You can do all the meditations on wisdom, realize emptiness, cut the ego, cut all the delusions, and become an enlightened being. So that then, if you like, is who you really are. You finally now accomplished the goal of removing all the pollution, all the delusions, all the garbage, and your very subtle consciousness has that capability. So in daily life, meditators can hopefully do that one, but the death process is something very natural. So this very subtle level of consciousness, that, if you like, is the purest level of who we are. But unless we can use it to remove all the imprints from our mind, then we'll just get born in another life. So you're programmed, and now you become Heliana, or you become a dog, and you keep on creating more karma and carrying on more endless results. So we've got to cut that process. So who we really are, finally, speaking simply, is that very subtle consciousness, which is indestructible, which is beginningless, and which is endless. And when it's fully developed, then there is only virtue, there is only wisdom, there is only clarity, there is only bliss. And because you're motivated by, you've finished all the job of being in samsara, and you're motivated to help others, you will then consciously choose to take rebirths, but only for the sake of others. But you don't need to. So who we really are, finally, is this very subtle consciousness. Buddha says it's indestructible, it's beginningless and endless. So when you've fully removed all the delusions, that's who you really are, if you like, speaking simply. So what reincarnates is that. So depending on what imprints, depending on what work you've done in the past, good or bad, is what will then manifest. So in this life, it's called Heliana. But she's carrying around billions of karmic imprints from all her past lives. And that if she doesn't purify those, they're going to ripen as suffering. And if she doesn't grow more virtue, then she won't have more happiness. So the job is to cut that whole process by ridding the mind of all the rubbish, understanding your true nature, realizing emptiness, having the wisdom that sees reality as it really is, which we'll talk about, and developing this infinite compassion. So it's a long answer, but is it? These delusions, what they do is they decorate on top of what is there layers and layers and layers of characteristics that just aren't there. So very simply, it's obvious. If I'm attached to this cup, attachment in my mind is over-exaggerating the deliciousness of the cup, the importance of the cup. I think about it all the time. I put value on it. It's mummy's old antique. You understand my point? Attachment is over-exaggerating. Now, I don't think for 1 second that my delusion is decorating on top of what is here characteristics that aren't here. I believe the cup that I'm seeing is the cup that's there. It's the same with David. When I'm attached to David, the attachment in my mind is over-exaggerating deliciousness, such that there's deliciousness in his veins along with his blood, you know. I don't think it's my mind causing him to look delicious. So when I'm angry with him, it's exactly the same. I don't think now aversion is decorating on top of David, who is there. And by the way, as Lama Zopa says, when we really realize all this stuff, when we really realized emptiness, it's as if there's no David, but there is. But what does exist is so subtle, it's as if there isn't. And we'll discuss this. We are discussing it. So we don't realize our delusions are decorating on top. We think that cake out there is really a delicious cake that will definitely make me happy. So all Buddha's saying is that cake doesn't exist there. Delicious divine David doesn't exist there. Beautiful heavenly cup that's my special doesn't exist here. So this is just in general, okay? So now we have to be specific. So, okay. In terms of these two truths then, we first have to establish conventionally what something is, even conventionally, and then Buddha says we've got to get that, and then now we have to do the analysis to find out exactly what is there and what's not there. So it's a really, and of course this has to all get done in meditation eventually. It's a highly sophisticated process, but we've got to start with the intellect. So okay. We can establish, can we not, that there's cups, there's microphones, there's cameras, and there are people. So we're a phenomenon called a person, aren't we? Conventionally speaking, we're not a phenomenon called a toilet, although we might, be treated like one sometimes. We're a person. That's a cup. That's a chair. This is a piece of cloth. That's a carpet. We know these things. So now this is really a crucial point. We've got to first establish what something is conventionally before we proceed to discuss how it exists ultimately. So, I have to say to Mummy, what's that? And she will tell me, it's a cup, darling. And then I shouldn't just accept it. I'll say, please tell me what it is. What's its meaning? It's very simple. And what she will do is give me the definition. And there'll be two parts to the definition. The first part tells you its conventional characteristics. Well, darling, she'll say that's that flat-bottomed clay container. And I can see, it's true, I can see it. But I'm not happy yet. I've got to get the second part of the definition, which is really crucial. And this is a crucial component in really trying to understand emptiness. What does it do? What's its job? What's its function? Well, sweetheart, it holds my tea. So it's a flat-bottomed clay container that holds my tea. But I shouldn't just accept what she says, and we'll believe anything anyone tells us. I should get her to prove it to me. And this already is implying emptiness. It's very powerful. So she'll get her tea. Well, where's my tea? I don't know where it is. Here, she'll get her tea and she'll pour. And I will see that it fits the definition. It holds my tea. But still don't be satisfied. As His Holiness says, you then should make sure there's no other conventional understanding in the conventional world that contradicts that. Once we've established this, now we can say conventionally, we all sign off, we check the box, we shake hands, we sign the contract, that's called a cup. Now we can begin to discuss how it exists actually. Are you with me so far? Okay, so now we are a person. Now I'm sorry, I can't tell the definition of what a person is, I just don't know. But never mind, I can't think of what it is. But let's just decide that the label person, fits us, all right? We're one of those objects. We're not a cup, we're not a toilet, we're not a carpet. Do you understand my point, people? Speaking conventionally. So now, this is the point. Getting there. It's all the point. First of all, the word self, the word I, the word me, the word person, they're all synonymous. Please hear the words. They are meaning the same thing. A person, a me, an I, and a whatever I said, self. They're all synonymous. We are an example of that kind of phenomenon. So now, this is the point. Buddha's saying, there's different ways of presenting it, but Buddha's saying there are three levels, generally speaking, of conventional reality. There are many, many interpretations, even in the different Buddhist views, about how things exist conventionally. But the key term, like the Buddhist slogan, as His Holiness says, the key term for how things exist conventionally is the term dependent arising, or interdependence. It's a simple, dependent arising is not how we talk, but interdependent is a pretty simple word, Things exist in dependence upon various factors. This is the fundamental point that Buddha has observed as true, which broadly speaking, we can prove it as true immediately. It's our experience. In other words, nothing exists in isolation. This is the meaning already. Things are existing interdependently. So the first level is that things exist in dependence upon causes and conditions. We'll forget that one. we can say that karma is a good example of that level of dependent arising in terms of the phenomenon called I. It can be very powerful to apply that because it'll loosen the grip of this poor self-pity me who didn't ask to get born. But the really tasty one, which is the second level of dependent arising, which is conventional reality, and it's not the subtlest yet. And this is the thinking we need to do to prove the ultimate reality, which is shorthand for that one is emptiness. Shorthand for this one is dependent arising. Shorthand for that one is emptiness. And it's just shorthand. And we'll go into that word later. I'm just describing dependent arising here. But as Lama Yeshe puts it, dependent arising is the king of logics to prove emptiness. So in order to understand how things actually exist, which is the business of emptiness, we first have to understand how they exist conventionally and how we make mistakes. So the second one is most tasty, really tasty. So it's the first level of dependent arising is that things exist in dependence. You're having a headache? Yeah. It's all a bit much for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow.
Just relax. Yeah. It's all right. Just relax. I mean, I understand your point. But it's okay, you know. I'm trying to speak slowly too. Am I speaking slowly enough? I'm sorry. I mean, it's not possible to memorize it all first thing, so don't worry about it. But it's all in the books. You can get it next time. Don't worry about it. So, okay, the first level of dependent arising is that I, person, self, come into existence in dependence upon many, many causes. Pretty clear, but we won't go to that one. We've done it already, actually, with karma. Now go to the second one, which is so tasty. So here, dependent arising is in terms of parts, that things exist in dependence upon their parts. And so it's a pretty obvious kind of boring thing even, but you'll get the point now. You listen to it. So, you know, we can see this. So I exists, this person, this self, this I exists in dependence upon many, many parts. So we can narrow those down to two. Body and mind, okay? So we know very well, if you start to analyze all the parts of your body, you're going to have thousands, aren't you? Atoms and this and ligaments and joints and things and blood and pee-pee and caca, God knows what, you know? We can see millions of bits and pieces. The same with our mind. And when we're talking the brain, we're talking the thoughts, the feelings, the emotions, this moment of anger, that moment of anger. There's many, many, many bits and pieces that make up our mind. There's many, many, many bits and pieces that make up our body. We all agree, right? Sort of obvious. So what Buddha's saying is this. Because of this ego grasping, because of this primordial delusion, we totally 1 billion percent believe that among all these parts, there is a special part, like the boss part, called I. And Buddha says, don't be silly. There ain't one. And honey, you know what? You don't even need one. So of course it's like a joke when we hear these words. So we can see this is true. Listen to our words, our thoughts daily. What is the subject of every sentence is I. Or the object is you did to me. It's sort of obvious. So don't throw, this is the key point before we go further, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and go, oh, well, there's no I might as well kill myself. No. What Buddha's saying is, there is a cup. There is an I. There is a chair, there is a table, but not the one we think. Because why? Because the one we think is there is the one that our delusions are decorating layers and layers of characteristics onto, and we can't tell the difference between what exists and what doesn't. So like I want to say this point, when we really start to put this process together, the more we comprehend the meaning of dependent arising, the more we comprehend even theoretically the meaning of the ultimate, which is emptiness, we're going there, the more we will, as Lama Zopa says, when we've realized the emptiness, the absence of the independent I, which is the one that doesn't exist, the more, once we've realized the emptiness or the absence, and this word just means not, once we've realized the absence of the independent I, which is meaning realizing emptiness, quote unquote, It's as if there is no I. But there is. But what does exist is so subtle, it's as if it doesn't. It's so subtle, it's as if it's an illusion. So these words are they're the experience of a yogi. They're not just meant to be clever, you know. So it's an incredible balance, in other words, between dependent arising and emptiness. So right now the Buddha's saying, we have the two extreme viewpoints. These are said to be the two truths, the facts of how things are. But we have, so every time we hear, there is no independent I. There is no I from its own side. There is no I that doesn't depend on something for its existence. That there is no I there. The moment we hear that, we can't help but hear, oh no, there's no I, what the hell? And we go sailing off into nihilism. We instinctively can't help but do that. And then the moment we hear that there is a dependent arising I, we go, oh, thank God, grasp. So here we over-exaggerate, and here we under-exaggerate. And I'm not kidding here, but this is the energy of our being bipolar. When you're on this mode, there is something, then you over-exaggerate and you reify, wow, I finally found happiness, now I found happiness, now I'm perfectly happy, everything is perfect. That's insane over-exaggeration. And so then when the bubble bursts, you go crashing down to the despair of nihilism. Well, I'm nothing, I might as well kill myself. This emotionally is how we run all day. Are you kind of hearing what I'm saying? Yes. The philosophy of nihilism, there's nothing. Or the philosophy is there is something. And to get these 2 points together, where we hear them not as contradictions, but as actual affirmations of each other, then we've got the real middle way. The middle way is when you simultaneously realize these two as the flip side of the same coin. And that's intellectually even, is where we've got to first have a comprehension of, and it's very tasty. We'll unpack it more yet. How are we going? 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So this second level of dependent arising, there is an I, we've established that we're an I that does exist in dependence upon its parts. That you won't find any I separate from the parts, because I is nothing other than a thing that exists interdependently. So this is what we have to learn to look at and analyze and try to prove, first intellectually and then experientially. You know, this is the point. So, okay, so speaking conventionally now, we can agree, can't we, that if, let's say, I need a few phenomena. I need some phenomena here. Okay, that'll do. You know, if I say to you, just speaking conventionally, if I say to you, I have a chair, a cup and a lid, you'll hear that sound coming out of my mouth. You know that these sounds are the expression of thoughts, and you would hope, wouldn't you, that I would speak truthful thoughts and give you truthful words. I mean, that's just reasonable communication, isn't it? Even just saying, I have a chair, a table and a cup. It's not an emotional statement. It should be facts. You would agree, you'd hope for it to be factual, wouldn't we? We like that. Well, that's called wisdom. Buddha says speaking the truth is wisdom, the facts and figures about things. If I tell you that my name is Fred, you'll be confused because my name is Robina. Okay, I could change it to Fred, it's no big deal. But we've got to speak, but the point is the Buddha's making, what goes on in our mind now that comes out as words, let's say, he says they're a bunch of lies. So many of them are lies. What's his name? David is the cause of all my happiness. Buddha says, don't be ridiculous. It's not true. David is the cause of all my suffering. Buddha says, I'm sorry, you're exaggerating. So when we start to even analyze at that level, those words are sounds coming out my mouth. They're expressions of a thought. Now, what thought is being expressed there? It's called a deluded thought under the first category. It's not a virtuous thought, and it certainly ain't a neutral one. It's a deluded thought. So that's called a lie. And I mean, it's a very simple way of putting it. And he says these delusions are informing most of our actions, much of what we say and do. No wonder life is a nightmare. So speaking in a very simple way, actually. So, okay, if I say to you, I have a chair, a cup and a lid, you will immediately look to where the sound is coming from, here. Then you will check with your eyes and your wisdom to verify it, won't you? It's a completely reasonable thing to do. So you will look over here, and then if we analyze this statement, for that to be a true statement, it's very obvious. We have to point out 4 separate phenomena. One is called Robina. Do you agree? One is called cup. One is called lid and one is called chair. Do you accept that? It's obvious, it's natural, it's reasonable. So that's a reasonable statement, and we can say that's true because we can point out 4 separate phenomena. And this is the point now in relation to this word called dependent at this level. Is if you point out 4 separate phenomena, you can say that they are, each of them is a phenomenon that's independent of the other, isn't it? So that means I can put the lid there. The cup works fine, doesn't it? The cup is not dependent for its existence on the lid. Do you accept that? That means the cup can fulfill its function fine without the lid. Do you agree? My chair does not need a cup or a lid to function as a chair, does it? So in that sense, a chair and the cup are independent of each other. They're separate phenomena. It's hardly rocket science, but they deal with these words massively when you read all these teachings about and the meditation we have to do. They're separate phenomena. It's completely obvious, isn't it? You agree, don't you? Now, the 4th phenomenon called Robina, she's also not dependent on a cup. You can throw out the cup. Robina will still function as Robina, however that is. Would you agree? It's very simple, isn't it? If something is a true statement, then you've got to point out those phenomena and they've got to be independent of each other. That means they have to be separate. It's really obvious. Now you'll hear the point. I will now tell you that I have a nose and a hand and a foot. Now, without any analysis, we can all agree, once you look over here, that is a conventional statement. You with me? But we have to analyze it, because Buddha says that statement is imbued with a lousy, rotten lie told by ego grasping that believes, and you'll hear it now. So let's prove if this is a true statement conventionally or not, taking the same logic as before. So there's my nose, right? You agree? Now that nose functions nicely without my hand. Wouldn't you agree with that? I don't need to have a hand for my nose to work very well, do I? And there's my foot, isn't it? And my foot works fine without my hand. They've got separate functions. Will you agree with that? So my hand is not my foot, and my hand is not my nose, and my hand is not I. So now the 4th phenomenon is called I, isn't it? Remember I said I have a nose, a hand, a foot? So that's a 4th, would you agree it's a 4th one? The 4th noun there, isn't it? One noun is a nose, one noun is a hand, one noun is a foot, and one noun is I. This is not a noun, it's a preposition, whatever it is. You understand my point here? You get my point now? You're hearing me? Now, please, now. This ego grasping causes us to believe 1,000,000,000% that there is an I in here somewhere that is not the nose, that is not the hand, that is not the foot, that is not the pee-pee and the caca and all the other millions of bits and pieces. In other words, this ego grasping really does believe there is a separate I, separate from the parts. Are you hearing me? Buddha says, don't be ridiculous. First, there isn't, and anyway, you don't need one. And this is quite shocking. So as Lama Zopa says, if there really were that independent I, which we completely believe every second we talk, every second we think, it's imbued with this conviction that we're talking about a piece that isn't the other pieces. It's like the boss part. And that's even the Buddha, that's the point Buddha diverged from the Hindus that said there is a separate part called a self. Jesus Christ and the Christians say there is a separate part called a soul. And that's Buddha's argument. You don't need that part. And that's why he says, well, never mind that, we'll go to that later. So, as Lama Zopa says, If there is a part that is separate, and indeed the boss part, like the puppeteer, the landlord, the boss one, definitely the boss. If there is that part, then the self can relax and stay at home, and the body and the mind can go to work. I mean, this sounds hilarious to us. We can't even hear it because we're so convinced. And now this seems so abstract to us, but what Buddha's saying is this belief in something that doesn't exist is the source of all suffering, of all universes, of all realms, of all hells, of all heavens, of all humans, of all animals. Now that's where it sounds abstract. I mean, like, who would have thought, you know? This is the root delusion. They hear the stuff and then go meditate for another 40 years to get it, okay? So be patient. So I like to do this little bit of workshop here, a bit of an analysis, taken from the different perspective, from the perspective that we don't need one. And let's do this analysis, okay? All of this, by the way, is implying emptiness. I just haven't used the word yet. This is implying emptiness. We'll now go into that later. We'll go to that later. The use of that word and how it's the conclusion from all this and what that means. Okay. So speaking conventionally in ordinary daily language, you would agree this action is called Robina holding a cup in her right hand, wouldn't you? Very simple, isn't it? So let's analyze this action. So let's say, this is my story. Let's say I've forgotten how to hold a cup in my right hand. And you have to educate me. So you're going to have an awful lot of work to do that. First of all, we're going to have to start with the body. And you're going to have to now tell me, well, the thumb has to go there, and the index finger here, and the pinky there, and the wrist does this, and the ligaments do that, and the skin this, and the muscle that, the elbow this, the shoulder. You're going to there'll be a lot of parts involved. Would you agree? That let's say I had a stroke and I've forgotten, and I have to train all those parts again. That would take an intense amount of time, wouldn't it? But you'd have to really be very analytical to get those parts to start working again, wouldn't you? So all of those parts are playing a role, would you agree, in the holding of a cup in my right hand. And you can be very, it's like IKEA. You get a box, you've got to make the table and so you've got to make this action. Do you understand what I'm saying? All the bits and pieces involved in the action of holding a cup in my right hand. There'd be hundreds of parts. Wouldn't you agree? Hundreds of parts. Do you accept that point? It's very simple, isn't it? Now, if this were a dead body, not much success. So clearly, now we have to look at the main player, and that's the mind, isn't it? You with me, people? So now the mind has many, many parts all involved. So the Buddhist analysis would be, the first one has to be intention. I will hold the cup. That's the name of intention. Intention is the decision to do something. So that's the first one. Then you've got to pay it. There's another part of the mind called attention. Then there's concentration. Then there's good memory. Then there's my eye consciousness. That has to be functioning properly. Then there's one called discrimination. There's many, many parts of your mind, all of which play a role working together with your hand to have the simple action called holding a cup in my right hand. Are we communicating? You sure? Now, this is my question to you. This is the point. What role is left over in this action that isn't being done by all the parts of the body and all the parts of the mind? What role is left over for the part that we think exists called I? What role would an I do that the other parts aren't doing quite successfully? Now, just to tell you, Buddha says you don't need a part called an I, but we believe there is one. We believe it. And you know your answer, it's going to be the one that decides. It's going to be the one that does the intending and does the holding and does the thinking and does the memory. That's how we think, isn't it? And Buddha says that's nonsense. You don't need it. These parts do fine on their own. You don't need a boss part. And that's why Buddha talks about karma. We don't need a boss called a creator. That sentient beings, each doing their own thing, produce their own results. That's why for Buddha, the concept of a creator or the concept of a little boss I are unnecessary embellishments. Are we communicating here?
What does it mean, the last word you said?
Embellishment. Additions. Added on bits. Yeah, added on bits. So the point is now, so then this is we start to do this analysis, and then we'll go, oh, but you mean I've got parts? Oh, phew, that's okay. No. Because the word body, okay, so with this business, okay, to conclude now from this analysis, when we recognize there is no part, this is not quite really totally, it's not all the analysis yet, this is much more to be done. But we can say that having concluded there is no part separate from the other bits called I, that I is merely a name, is a term, is a sound, is a word that we give, that we impute upon the parts. So then our conclusion will be, mistakenly, oh, phew, what a relief. You mean I've got parts? No. Because then you analyse the part called a body. And what you're going to discover is that body is merely a name that the mind imputes upon its parts. The knee, the ear, the hand. Oh, phew, what a relief, I've got a hand. No, because hand is merely a name the mind imputes upon its parts. Oh, I've got fingers. No, finger is merely a name the mind imputes upon its parts. And so you will go. And the Buddha says everything in the universe exists like this. So we go, well, that's very fascinating. Thanks a lot. How does that stop suffering? Isn't it? I mean, who would have thought believing there's an independent I is the cause of all suffering? It sounds beyond hilarious. And that's the part that takes time. But this is just one example of some analysis and one level of dependent arising. And then I want to go into the word emptiness in a minute, but there's a question, so yeah.
But how, as you divided...
Can't quite hear.
You divided the body into smaller and smaller parts. How can you do it with the mind?
The thoughts. The mental consciousness is made of thoughts.
But the parts of the thoughts?
Well, they're parts of thoughts as moments of thoughts. This moment of thoughts. And that's the meditation, that's the analysis even, even the analysis of subtle, what they call subtle dependent arising, subtle impermanence is very tasty to even help us understand emptiness and can be even confused as emptiness. That the more you get, the more moment, you're watching your mind, this moment, this thought, you can never pin down the thought because you've got this moment, you can't pin down the moments. So that's helping us understand impermanence, which leads to helping us understand emptiness, which is very tasty. Do you understand? So, okay, let's now look at the word emptiness. We get so confused, really, and we don't need to be. So, you know, speaking ordinary language, I will say, oops-a-daisy, my cup is empty. So we know what it means, don't we? Do you have it, is the same phrase in Swedish? Your cup's empty? We simply mean it's empty of we know what goes into tea. A cup is called tea, isn't it? So we know it means that. So you say the room is empty, or you look at your bank account, oh God, my bank account's empty. Do you understand? So simply speaking, there's something that does exist that lacks something else, isn't it? It's very simple, isn't it? There's a cup that exists that lacks tea. There's a room that exists that lacks people. There's a bank account exists that lacks money. We get that concept. It's an easy way to use to understand the idea of empty. Something's empty. Means something isn't there. Now, Buddha's saying everything that exists is empty. So you've got to ask, well, empty of what? Well, he ain't saying it's empty of money, and he's not saying things are empty of tea, and he's not saying things are empty of people. He is saying everything is empty of a certain way of existing, which is called inherent existence or independent existence. Now that's where it gets abstract, because who's heard of inherent existence? Nobody. If you didn't know what tea was and somebody told you your cup's empty of tea, you'd be confused, wouldn't you? Because you don't know what tea is. So because we don't know what independent existence means, we don't know what inherent existence means, and that's the term that's used here to refer to the way that things exist. We believe, Buddha says, this ego grasping believes that everything possesses inherent existence. So obviously, if you don't know on hearing it what inherent existence means, you got to learn, don't you? That's the confusion. So we go worrying about emptiness, emptiness, oh, emptiness, emptiness, wow, wow, emptiness. Don't worry about the word emptiness. Worry about the word inherent existence. We've got to learn to know that if something were existing that way, how would it exist? And that's the hard work. Because Buddha's saying nothing can exist independently of causes, well, impermanent phenomena, parts, and finally the mind calling it that. So we've got to squeeze our brain to understand what Buddha means by independence and dependence. These are massively important words. So the word, okay, so now, if let's say, what's your name? Kaiser. Kaiser.
Kaiser.
Kaiser. Kaiser. Or Kaiser. Which one?
Not Kaiser.
What?
Kaiser.
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 Kaiser. Say it again. Let me hear it.
Kaiser.
Let me hear it.
Kaiser.
Kaiser. Is that it? Okay. Let's say Kaiser is colorblind. And she sees blue as pink. Let's just say, okay? Now the poor girl has a problem. Her eyes aren't working. She is cognizing something that doesn't exist here, isn't it? Conventionally, this is called blue. We all agree it's blue. We could have decided way back when the English language started that it was called pink. But we decided it's called blue. So that's our conventional understanding that that colour here is blue, in between the white, okay? So Kaiser sees it as pink. Now clearly we can't bully the poor girl into believing it's blue because it's just not fair to her. So we've got to fix the problem, don't we? So the problem is her eyes. So we fix her eyes. So we fix her eyes. And now I will present the blue cup to her. What do you think she will now cognize? We fixed her eyes. Speak simply. What should she be seeing now? It makes sense, doesn't it? You'd think that, wouldn't you? You would really believe that, wouldn't you? Now let me tell you what she'll see instead. She'll go, oh no, it's not pink. Won't she do that? Won't she get a surprise? Because why? Because why? Just keep it simple. Why? She's used, she believes it was pink, she's expecting pink, she's programmed to see pink, isn't she? So she will get the shock of her life. If you believe there's 10,000 kronas in your, krona in your bank, you know it's there, you've saved it. And you open your bank account, you put your password in, and actually what's written is a 0. Now believe me, you won't go, uh-oh, no krona in my bank, close the account again. You won't do that, will you? Why, God, where's my 10,000 krona, you'll say. There's no, what happened to my 10,000 krona? You'll have a panic attack, right? Won't you? Do you agree? Do you agree? Well, now, okay, remember I said right at the beginning that when you start to study Buddhist philosophy, excuse me, you first got to, get this terminology clear about what exists. So phenomenon, existent, established base, object of knowledge, they're all synonyms for that which exists. Okay? Now the key thing about here, the definition of an existent is that which can be cognized by mind, a valid state of mind. So in other words, mind, they talk about mind being the subject, and whatever it cognizes is an object of the mind. Can you hear that phenomenon? Can you hear that concept? So would you agree here that blue does exist on this cup? You agree? In conventional terms. And there's my eye consciousness cognizing it. Do you agree? So eye consciousness is subject, and the object of my eye consciousness is called blue. Do you agree? Do you agree? Now, let's say with Kaiser, we've fixed her eyes. So what let's turn into a noun. The phenomenon she just cognized after we fixed her eyes. And that's called the absence of pink. Can you hear that? What you just cognized in your bank was not 0. It was the absence of 5,000 krona. Can you hear that? And that's a very vivid phenomenon, isn't it? the absence of 5,000 krona. If David leaves me, every day I go home, guess what I'm going to observe in my house every day? The absence of David. Won't I see that? That'll be a vivid phenomenon for me, won't it? Do you agree with that? When he's left me. If you come to visit me, you've never heard of David. You won't notice the absence of David, will you? If you ask me to look into your bank and I didn't know that you saved 10,000 krona, I won't see the absence of 10,000 krona, will I? Can you see the point? Can you hear the point? I will just see what the truth is, which is 0. You don't ever see pink here, so you'll just see the truth, which is blue. So this is the Buddha's point. Emptiness is simply another word for absence. So when we finally have done all the hard work of analysing dependent arising, analysing parts, analysing all this stuff, doing so much study, so much thinking, so much analysis, so much meditating on it, one day the penny will drop. We will have fixed our mind and we will see at the deepest level, at a subtle level, without beyond conceptuality, we will have a direct cognition of the absence of the fantasy I, which is called a dependent arising, an inherent I. Right now we're colorblind. We're seeing an inherent I, which doesn't exist here. Like the pink doesn't exist there. We believe there's an inherent I, which is an I that's independent of the parts, independent of the name, independent of causes. We don't know we're seeing this because it's so spontaneous for us. She doesn't know that she's seeing pink on blue. She just thinks it's the truth, you know. So when we finally have the first moment of a non-conceptual cognition of the absence of the fantasy I, what we just cognized was the emptiness of inherent existence. Are we communicating? Just technically the words, you know. So the I we think is there, like the pink that we think is there, isn't there. The 10,000 krona isn't there. Now these are simple examples because pink could exist here, because pink exists. Money, 10,000 krona, could exist in the bank because it exists. Water could exist here because it exists. But an independent I could never exist. It's a more dramatic absence because it never has existed, could never exist, and never will exist. It's a complete fabrication. So it's a more dramatic absence that we can cognize. And that is the first moment at a subtler level. When we see that at a subtler level, that's the first moment of a genuine insight into emptiness. And from there, we can't fall back. We can only go forward and eventually get the hell out of samsara, you know. The only reason it's hard to see this is because we believed in this fantasy I for eons, Buddha says. And as Lama Zopa says, it's very fascinating actually. He says for the yogis who realize emptiness, you either have fear, he says unbelievable fear, fear worse than we've ever experienced, more deep, more powerful than any fear we've ever had. But it's good fear. And even more, the best yogis have joy, have bliss. They finally have seen the truth. That this fantasy I that has never existed, doesn't exist, and could never, they've seen the truth. Are we communicating here? So we've got to learn these words, that's all. Learn these words. So we can then start to think about them and the penny can drop slowly. First, intellectually. Be happy with even intellectually understanding these words. Then slowly that leads to the direct experience, you know. And the point of this is the clinging to this I that doesn't exist is the cause of all attachment, all anger, all jealousy, all self-pity, all sadness, all neurosis, all misery, all realms of existence, all dog realms, human realms, and God knows what. It's the cause of all of samsara. So it's quite subtle, quite primordial. Okay, any questions about emptiness now? Dependent arising is the thinking you do to trigger the insight into emptiness. Emptiness is the result from thinking about the king of logics, dependent arising. That's how they say. Whereas we think, oh, emptiness, emptiness, oh, emptiness, all empty, there's no I, all empty, 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 emptiness, empty. We go nuts, you know. Don't think about that. You think about dependent arising, and that triggers the insight into emptiness. Emptiness is the conclusion you come to from thinking about dependent arising. As Yeshe says, we've got to squeeze our brains. Yes. Yeah.
There is this philosophical, classical issue about the tree falling in the forest.
Okay.
No one is there and hearing.
So tell me about that one.
And according to Buddhist philosophy, would it be a sound still if there is no one there and hearing?
No, we're talking here very subjectively. We're talking about the mind who's cognizing that thing at this moment. So, so very simply speaking, objectively, we can deduce from the evidence that a tree fell yesterday. We can objectively, as a statement of truth. But if there's no sentient being there, then obviously there can't be an experience of a sound. Obviously, because it's
the
what?
Waves of the sound.
What? Sorry, what? That's physical. That's physical. That's subtle physical matter. Sound. That's subtle physical matter for the Buddha. And all that'll have an impact on things further down the road. That's physical, the subtle physical, and then there's mental. But if there's no mind there experiencing it, then obviously there's no. But it doesn't mean a tree didn't fall down. This is why, just to say that something exists independent upon the mind labeling it, it doesn't mean you create it at that moment. But I mean, why is that a big?
So the waves.
What are these waves? I don't know about waves, darling.
Sound waves.
I don't know about sound waves. What are sound waves? That's a Western view, not Buddhist, so I don't know about that one.
No, that's what I mean. Then
I don't know about that one. So
doesn't explain sound according to Buddhism.
no, sound is the object of an ear consciousness. For Buddha, sound is an object of an ear consciousness. Sound is an object of an ear consciousness. But like I'm saying, including the waves you're talking about, you can't argue that a tree didn't fall down yesterday when you see the evidence of it today. And therefore you can't argue that if a person were there, they would have heard the sound. So if there are such things as sound waves, obviously they still have to have existed, just because there's no mind there. It has to be this way. It's practical. It's a practical thing. It's not cosmic. It's practical. No? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Would you disagree with that? Would you agree with that? Okay, good. So, any other questions, points to bring up? So, okay, then the question surely would be, well, how do I apply this in daily life, right? How can this help me? Surely it's the point. Well, it's a sweet answer His Holiness gave one time. It's related to dependent arising, which is the king of logics, to prove emptiness. He said, learn to see things from another point of view. So this is the point. If you think of all these delusions on a spectrum, so on the lower end, the worst, the bad end, when the delusions are rampant, whether you're a human or whatever, let's say a human, when you're really on a really heavy end of the spectrum of powerful ego grasping, which brings powerful attachment to get what I want, which means powerful anger when I don't get what I want, and all the other dramas, depending on the person's personality, right? So on the bottom end of the spectrum, then it's totally obsessive, concrete, frozen in space, fundamentalist sense of an I. And that means there's not a millimetre of space, is there, to see anything from any other point of view. Wouldn't you agree with that? Look at fundamentalism in general. But we're all fundamentalists, Buddha says. That's the function of ego grasping. So the more we buy into ego grasping's view, it's I am this and you are that and that is what happened and how dare you do that to me. That's how ego works, and that's insanity. That's what suffering is. So the more along the spectrum, as you loosen the grip of that one, I dare to say, well, David, darling, if you didn't look at it, tell me what you did do instead. What happened? And try and understand what he's saying. Whereas with fundamentalism, you did look at that other girl. I saw you. No, I didn't, Robina. You did. Instead of saying, well, that's interesting, darling, you didn't. Oh, that's very interesting. Tell me. Oh, I'm really sorry, I made a mistake. That's showing that you've got less ego grasping. That's all. We can see it. Every day we can see. The more we suffer, the more ego grasping, the more concrete, the more convinced I am right and you are wrong. And this is why karma is so powerful. Karma is so powerful for me as an explanation. Let's say David believes I lied. Now let's say I believe David did something wrong. Let's say I believe David lied to me. Let's say, really strongly. But let's say he didn't lie. Now, why I'm so convinced he did, that's due to his karma of lying in the past, such as that he is now experiencing the fruit called the experience similar to the cause of past lying, that he gets accused of lying. That's why he gets accused of lying. My not believing his words is part of my karma, but he has that result because of his past lying. So if I'm convinced you did something bad and you really didn't, that's, from your point of view, it's because of your past having done that action. That's why that woman on death row and her husband, completely innocent, but they were accused of murder that they didn't do. That's because of their past karma of doing of wrongly accusing others. Well, let's even just, I mean, even if it's not even, let's say he did lie to me, then that's also then my karma. He lies because he's got the habit to lie, but I get lied to because I have lied in the past. So one way lying will manifest for me is not being believed, and the other way lying will manifest for me is to have someone lie to me. It's either way, you know. So I get stolen from. That's because I was stolen in the past. So don't blame the other person. Bloody well own responsibility. Oh, what a dummy, I must have stolen in the past. That's the end of the problem. But first, we don't even know if the person did steal or lie to us. If they're telling the truth, that we go crazy. But even if they did steal and did lie, it's no problem because you must have done it before. Like those young nuns, I always quote Richard Gere in 2003. He invited a bunch of ex-prisoners to come to New York to meet His Holiness and to have a meeting. They'd all done some kind of meditation in prison, you know. And then people like me were invited because we'd been involved with people in prison. And it was very moving, like 20 Americans, you know. Black, white, male, female, Puerto Rican, Mexican, the whole works, a cross-section of Americans. And it was a very moving day, talking about their suffering and their dramas and all this. And then they met His Holiness. It was a lovely day. So two of the people they invited, Richard Gere invited, was two young Tibetan nuns. Well, they got the view of karma, right? So it's in the bones of their being. In the same way, in our culture, in the bones of our being is the belief in, Mummy made me and I didn't ask to get born, it's not my fault. They've got in the bones of their being that they created the cause, that they've got the view of karma, which is an Asian thing around for thousands of years. You know, it's just in the bones of their being. So there they are, serious little practitioners. So there they are, they talked about their experience of being in prison, and they were being raped and sexually abused. Sexually abused and tortured, okay? Now that's kind of suffering. Probably these Americans would imagine they probably had worse suffering than all of them put together, you know. So the first point was they weren't angry. They weren't angry. This is very shocking for us. This is really shocking because we assume anger is a normal, healthy, definitely important state of mind. But analyze the philosophy of anger, please. Unpack the concept of anger. Look at the thoughts called anger. How dare you do that to me? I don't deserve it. What is that philosophy coming from? Where is that philosophy coming from? It's coming from the belief that you didn't ask to get born. It's from the belief that your mother made you. Well, they don't have that view because they know they made themselves. Another friend of mine, a Tibetan, Jigdol, years ago, in 87, he was one of the many monks and nuns who demonstrated against the Chinese in Lhasa. They were the first like little mini uprising since 59. So he got arrested, then tortured, then got released, then got, you know, then demonstrated again, and his friend had his head blown off, so he figured he better leave, so he ran away to Nepal. And since that time, his daddy got murdered, brother got murdered, and he was telling me the story, and he was sad. Naturally, tears were coming, and I said to him, "Do you ever get angry, Jigdrol?" And this is his exact answer. He was very casual. He laughed and said, "Robina, what for? It's our own fault." Now, those words are too much for our mind. You get my point? He didn't give a long lecture, oh, karma, this, blah, blah. He just said, "Robina, what for? It's our own fault." All he meant was, "Hey, baby, what do you think? If you create the cause to be who you are, and someone does something mean to you, you know you created it, so what are you being angry for? What a silly idea." This, I mean, I'm being literal here. So these young women, in tears, sad, not angry, they have the view of karma, and they work with that. And then they said, and of course, we had compassion for our torturers because we knew we must have harmed them in the past, and we knew that they're going to suffer in the future because of this action. Now that's the basis of compassion in Buddhism, and that's on the basis of karma. And so karma first brings you to stop being a victim, to understand why you get lied to understand why your Dave cheats on you, to understand why bad things happen, and to understand why good things happen too. So you take responsibility, you own it. Of course you don't get angry. Of course you don't. What a silly thing to do, get angry. Now this is shocking to us, I know. But look at what anger is coming from. It's a philosophical view that you're an innocent victim. This is quite shocking for us. We've got to really unpack this. Don't blame. I mean, when we're in the midst of suffering, it's very hard. But this is the meaning. If we're really going to put our money where our mouths is as Buddhists, then it has to work this way. Of course it's hard. But it's got logic to it, So what I'm getting at is, now to emptiness, the one that's hardest of all, and it sounds so abstract to us, that there is no I to get suffering. Therefore, once you realise the emptiness of the I, the absence of the I, the fantasy I, then of course there's no attachment. Because attachment is the obvious main voice of the fantasy I. So there's no longer attachment to get what the I wants. Therefore there's no anger. Therefore there's no jealousy. Therefore there's no depression. Therefore there's no fear. This is the logic, psychologically, of this view. Not just theory, not just philosophical, experiential. Of course it's hard. Oh my goodness. But this is the job of being a Buddhist, if you so choose to be a Buddhist. Time to go home, maybe. Any questions before we finish? You don't have to wait till 5. It's already exhausting, isn't it? Any questions?
The thing you said about sound.
What, darling? Sound. Yes, yes. Yeah. Was there a question there?
Yes.
What is it?
You said what the Buddhist definition of sound was, and I didn't quite...
The definition of sound, it is the object of ear consciousness. Ear consciousness. Sound is an object. Object in Buddhism is a phenomenon, a thing that exists, and it's the object of a cognition. So, colour is the object of eye consciousness. Sound is the object of ear consciousness. So if there's no ear, so for me if my ear is blocked, you could argue the music is playing, but my ear consciousness can't cognize it. Therefore, for me, there is no sound. But you can't say there's no sound in general. So this is a really interesting point. We can talk, okay, this is a very interesting point, actually. We can talk that there is blue in general, right? And why we can talk about generality is because we've all seen blue in the past. So we can discuss the presence of blue as a real phenomenon, can't we? But that's just an intellectual discussion, isn't it? But we've seen blue in the past. We can say it does exist. Do you agree, people? But if you, this is the point now, if you want to have an experience of blue, what will you need to have in place? Something blue and eye consciousness. So you'd have to have your eyes working and a thing that has blue as a characteristic. Then you'll have an experience of blue. So this generality, blue does exist. But personal, blue only exists for me when I have an eye consciousness that can cognize it, but even more fundamental, when I have the mental consciousness that labels it blue. And that's why emptiness. There is no blue from its own side, apart from the mind that labels it. Yeah?
So then you could also argue that there are phenomena that we can't experience because we don't have the consciousness.
At the moment, 99.99999% of that which does exist is not an object of our consciousness. But Buddha's saying this point, that by definition, mind has the natural potential to cognize whatever exists. And that's where we're heading, to cognize that which exists. That's called omniscience. And that's the potential of every mind. Because what defines something as an existent is it is a phenomenon that can be cognized by mind. So mind is the creator of all the universe, Buddha says, in this sense. Are we communicating here?
If I close my eyes and visualize the color blue.
That's a mental image of blue. Because you've remembered it, you've seen it before, and you articulate it, and you can conceptualize it. But that's not blue. That's a mental image of blue. And what's fascinating now, when we think about blue, we do visualize it. But that's just a mental image. It's not blue at all. It's just a mental image. It's just an idea, a mental image, isn't it? That's right. And that's how conceptuality works. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, there's I, and I have, it's hard to understand absence of I, because then I think I'm observing my behavior, I'm observing my intentions.
It's just the words we use. It's just words.
But who's an observer?
It's just, no, there's nobody. It's just words we're using. So a better way to say it is the thought, you know, let's say, the yogis talk like this to really help us get past the concept of an I. They would say, okay, good example. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, when he was recognized as a little boy as a reincarnation of a previous yogi. You know how they have this formal process of recognizing reincarnated lamas. So here's a Sherpa, okay? And there was this great yogi called Kunsang Yeshe, who was a Nyingma Lama in previous life, and he went off to his cave. He moved there was this little hole in the wall basically where they stored the onions or the radishes, I forget which. So he moved them out and moved in. And he lived there for the last 30 years of his life. So he's known as the Laudo Lama. And Laudo, it means radishes or onions, I forget which. So he's the radish Lama. Anyway, more marketing, but I'm leading a trek to Laudo next April, you know. It's making me very nervous because I've never walked up a mountain or even a hill in my entire 72 years. So I'm getting quite nervous. I've tried to lose a few kilos. I've lost about 7 or 8 or something. But I'm trying to find walking shoes. It's very hard. Anyway, never mind. I'm going to Laudo in April. So the point is, okay, so Lama Zopa, apparently his sister, he was a yogi this Kunsang Yeshe. And so this Kunsang Yeshe, having control over the death process, like we talked, being a Vajrayana practitioner, he had complete control. Then this is how they talk, then was able to choose his next rebirth. They're really in control of the process, you know. So anyway, this new little boy was born called Zopa. He wasn't Zopa then, actually. We'll call him Zopa. So his sister said, she's up there now, she's like 78 or something, she takes care of the place. So she said that from the time he could crawl, as soon as Mummy turned her back, little Zopa is crawling up the hill to where they know this cave is, you know. And then from the time, so they'd drag him home, and from the time he could talk, and he's walking up the hill. Come home, they would say. No, that is my home, he would say. So then every time he played games as a little boy, he would play the role of a lama. He'd do pujas, he'd make mud pie dorjis and mud pie bells and mud pie tormas, and he would announce that all his benefactors would be coming to the puja, and he would give the list of all his previous life benefactors. So the mother thought, well, I better do something about this. And so she checked with the local lama. They have this divination process, you know. So they came to the conclusion he probably is the reincarnation of Kunsang Yeshe. So then he gets handed over to a monastery and he gets a manager. They're all very professional, these people. So the story is this. He was about 8 years old and he was up at some monastery with his manager. And that must have been about 1954. And he said there was this big river. And across the other side of the river, there were these strange-looking people. Pale faces, pale-coloured eyes, straw-coloured hair. They sound Swedish. White people. He'd never seen white people before, you know. So he's really interested to meet them. So there's this rickety bridge, and he wanted to meet them. So he bought his bowl of potatoes, because you don't go empty-handed, and Sherpas eat potatoes. So he's walking in the bridge, and he falls in with his potatoes. Well, of course, they don't teach them swimming up there. So now this is how he told the story, and this is getting to you now. He told the story. He said, the head, not my head, the head was coming to the surface for air. And then he said, the thought occurred to me, the person known as the Laudo Lama, not I, but the person known as the Laudo Lama is about to die. And then he said, I didn't know anything about emptiness, meaning in that life he'd never learned it, but there was no fear. So what I'm getting at, all the yogis, they say we need to practice. Instead of I'm angry and I'm jealous and I'm watching my mind, but what part of me is watching my mind? My thoughts. Which part of my thoughts? Well, attention, intention, they're all doing their little job. So I'm holding a cup, aren't I? But what part of is holding a cup? My hand. Which part of my hand? The finger, the thumb, the index finger. Which part of my mind? Attention, intention. So you get into the habit of the person known as Robina instead of I. It's really powerful to stop the voice of this constant I like the owner. It stops reinforcing it. And it's more practical and it's more precise. Instead of I'm depressed, there is depression. There is anger. You say it to yourself this way. So like one Lama said, you know, this is a good way to do it if you want to try and practice. But then when someone says, who are you? You don't say, oh, I'm the person known as Robina. Oh, shut up and just say I'm Robina, you know. But you don't buy into I'm Robina, because I'm not. Because Robina's the name. You understand? It's very helpful for the mind to do that. You stop identifying, because we go, I'm angry, I'm depressed, I'm fat, I'm special. It's too powerful. Whereas this Lama's over 8 years old. The person known as the Laudo Lama's about to die. The head came to the surface. Do you understand? So my, well, obviously he's still alive. He told the story. But my own commentary on this is I find this very interesting. Like I said before, remember, we talk about this business called instinct for survival, right? And so the assumption in science is that if he didn't have that, which is intense fear, he would have sunk to the bottom of the river like a stone and go, oh, well, I'm drowning, what the hell? Are you with me, people? So then you visualize, as he said, the head came to the surface. So if you'd been there, you would have seen a little boy coming to the surface trying to get air, wouldn't you? So naturally you'd think he'd be having a panic attack. That's called fear. We all have that and we think that's natural. But if he had realized emptiness, which seems he had, from his observation, from his own experience, there wasn't any fear. Now that's really shocking to us, because he didn't believe any longer in an inherent I there. This primordial belief had gone. But that didn't mean he went to the bottom of the river like a stone. He still came to the top for air, but his mind would have been peaceful and clear and knowing exactly what was happening. And if indeed he would have died, it wouldn't have been a drama for him. Are you hearing my point here? So it doesn't mean you suddenly become nihilistic and go nothing matters, which is how we think about when we think of emptiness. Oh, well, nothing matters, there's no I anyway. No, it's the opposite. But the mind is stable. The mind is not freaked out. That's impossible for us in our culture. We don't accept that. But this is the point here. It's kind of stunning. So as we progress, lessening ego grasping, lessening attachment, being brave, seeing things from other points of view, accepting karma, all this are the tools that help us loosen the grip of the panic-stricken I and become more reasonable, more virtuous, more stable, more content, more wise, more forgiving, more and therefore less fear. It's a logical process. Can you hear it? I mean, I'm really looking forward to all this. Sounds most exciting. Do you understand? Any more questions? Or we go home, I think. Have a sleep and come back tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay, so we finish with a little dedication. We think as many moments as there have been since we started for the Buddha, we've sown as many seeds. So we think, how marvellous. We don't remember 99% of it, including me, but it's all gone in, so we'll be very delighted. And we think maybe nourish these seeds from this moment forward, so we can develop, so our potential can manifest for our sake and the sake of others. How fantastic, you know. Never give up. Be optimistic, you know. Kewadinyu dudag lama sangye drub gyune drowa chikyang malupa jei sala gopashog Jangchub semchog rinpoche ma kye panam ke gyuchig kye panyam pa me payang gong ne gong du pelba shog. And maybe never develop, even for a moment, wrong views towards the deeds of our most precious lamas. And with faith and respect gained from seeing their goodness, may their full inspiration flow into our hearts. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I've never even bothered to ask what thank you in Swedish is. I'm probably too embarrassed. So what is it?
Tack.
Who?
Tack.
Tack. Yeah, and what's to all?
Not to attack, not attack.
What is it?
Tack allihop.
Kallihop.
Allihop.
Tack allihop.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.